Rang was just momentarily confused, deceived by sweet words from outsiders. You're as her fianc, you should have a broader mindset. Standing before me right now is the lofty Sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ming Zhangzi. And beside him, Jian Douluo Xianxia is looking down at me with a condescending gaze. The chilling sword aura of a titled Douluo has already been pressed onto my back without any concealment. Half a month ago, I awakened my past life memories. Not only did I take Grandfather Gu wrong to sweep through the ice and fire yin-yang well ahead of time, I even prepared the immortal herbs that could evolve their martial souls. Just as I thought my unprecedented talent was on full display, the entire 7 treasure glazed tile sect treated me as their honored guest. Yet in their eyes, this peerless uncut jade of mine was merely a convenient pawn to be cuckolded at will, a top-tier enforcer paving the way for Ning Rongrong. That spoiled young miss ran off to Shrek Academy. Getting cozy with a sausage vendor, they all hid it from me fine. Now that it's exposed, they still dare to use their Elder's authority to force me to swallow this humiliation. I bore that sharp sword aura that nearly sliced through my skin. I abruptly straightened my back. Then under Ningfeng's stunned gaze, I ripped off the jade token hanging at my waist, a symbol of my core identity in the sect. And with a crack, I hurled the fine white jade fiercely at Ningfeng's feet. Losing control of my flying sword out of a moment of confusion, what a joke. I stared at Ningfeng's hypocritical face and tore off all pretense without mercy. It's not you who's been cuckolded. So of course you can talk so glibly, protecting Liali's face as if it's the only thing that matters. But is my dignity not dignity? How dare you? Xianxia erupted in fury, his hair bristling with rage. When had he ever been mocked so brazenly by a junior pointing at his nose? The fiercely sharp 7-kill sword locked onto my throat in an instant, carrying an aloof and merciless coldness. This old man will teach you on behalf of your parents what it means to respect one's master, before the sword intent even closed within half a chi of me. A terrifying wave of pitch-black aura, like a collapsing mountain and overturning sea, exploded from behind me with the fury of an ocean of grievances. Old wretch, you're courting death, a colossal ancient dragon phantom roared forth, blotting out the sky and sun. Its massive ancient claws sweeping down with devastating force, crushing that sword intent into dust. My grandfather, the ancient dragon, stepped forward, shielding me behind him like a demon god. The overwhelming pressure of a level 96 peak poured out without reservation, shattering Xianxia's aura into pieces. The old man turned his head. In his murky eyes, only a fierce, protective violence remained. Good grandson, well scolded. We won't be this humiliated live-in son-in-law anymore. We won't stay in this broken sect either. My grandson, a 12-year-old soul king, is not someone you can just bully. Today, I want to see who dares to stand in our way, grandfather and grandson. As his voice fell, the entire courtyard fell silent. Xianxia stared at my grandfather, his anger instantly turning into disbelief. Only when the two pressures collided head-on did he truly see clearly. Grandfather was no longer the level 95 peak bone Douluo from before, but a level 96 peak. Even the 7-killing sword in his hand was buzzing under the pressure. Old bone, when did you break through? Grandfather sneered. None of your damn business. Ningfengzi reacted much faster than Xianxia. He stared intently at the aura around my grandfather. In his eyes, besides shock, there was greed he couldn't hide. Ancient dragon, ordinary seclusion could never raise your level this fast. Did you obtain some peerless heavenly treasure? Hearing this, I almost laughed out loud. He guessed right. We not only obtained the immortal herbs, but originally, we had even reserved one for him and Xianxia each. If Xianxia took it, it would be enough to break his years-long bottleneck and charge to level 97. If Ningfengzi took the Kala tulip, it would allow the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to evolve, breaking the curse of never being able to surpass 7 rings. But are they worthy? One, for the sake of his daughter, treated me as a tool to be sacrificed at will. The other, relying on his title Douluo cultivation, actually attacked a 12-year-old me. Do such people deserve to eat my immortal herbs? Ningfengzi always thought that a marriage contract could bind me to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect forever. After all, in his eyes, I had the twin ultimate holy dragon martial soul, and had cultivated to level 50 by age 12. Give me a few more decades, and I could at least grow into a powerhouse who could suppress an era like Tang Chen. And as long as Ning Rongrong married me, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would gain a strongest fighter for free. Unfortunately, his calculations were wrong from the very start. I was only sent to be fostered here by my parents when I was 5. Aside from cultivation, I almost only spent time with my grandfather. What truly kept me here was never the 7 treasure-glazed sect. Nor was it Ning Rongrong, if I hadn't awakened my past life memories. Perhaps I would still cherish that childhood bond. But now they've personally trampled the last bit of that bond to dust. Then the chain binding me here should be completely severed as well. I stepped out from behind my grandfather and looked at Ning Fengxi, speaking word by word. Sect Master Ning, since you think Ning Rongrong is entangled with another man, and it's just a child being immature, since the Douluo see me being cuckolded as just a joke, then fine, my engagement to Ning Rongrong is hereby void. Ning Fengxi's face changed drastically, and he immediately stepped forward. Marriage is a major matter. How can it be decided lightly? Your parents entrusted you to me back then. And this engagement was set by the elders. How can it be called off so easily? Looking at him, I only felt it was ironic. My parents merely fostered me at the 7 treasure-glazed sect. They didn't sell me to you as a live-in son-in-law. Nor did they leave me here to clean up your daughter's mess. From today onward, I have no further connection with Ning Rongrong. If she likes that sausage seller, then let her follow him. Don't say that I, Han Yu, don't want a woman like her. Even if she knelt before me now, I'd find her filthy. Arrogant, the sword ore on Chen Xin's body erupted again. The marriage contract of the 7 treasure-glazed sect. Is it really something you can just back out of? My grandfather stepped in front of me. The ancient dragon phantom behind him opened its massive jaws, aimed directly at Chen Xin. What, you want to force a sale? My grandson says it's off, then it's off. You old bastard, if you dare say one more word, I'll tear down your courtyard today and snap that broken sword of yours in two. Chen Xin's face turned green with rage, but he truly didn't dare step forward again. Ning Fengxi quickly stepped between the two. Senior, please calm down. Yoer is in a fit of anger right now. Everything he says is in haste. If this engagement is truly called off, once word gets out, where will our 7 treasure-glazed sect's face go? Until this very moment, what he cared about still wasn't my feelings, but the face of the 7 treasure-glazed sect. My grandfather spat on the ground after hearing this. You people don't even mind being a disgrace, yet you're afraid of gossip. Ning Fengxi, this engagement is definitely off. If you feel you can't save face, you can just announce to the world that it was your 7 treasure-glazed sect that cast aside my grandson. I couldn't care less. With that, grandfather took my hand and turned to leave. Ning Fengxi didn't give chase, though Chen Xin clearly wanted to move. But he held him back firmly, because they both knew well. A 12-year-old quasi-soul king, plus a level peak title Douluo, if things truly came to a complete break. The 7 treasure-glazed sect could not afford that price. After we left the main hall, grandfather patted my shoulder. My good grandson, don't feel bad over a woman like that. Once Leng Lai finishes his 5th soul ring, I'll take you traveling across the continent, with your talent. What kind of girl couldn't you find? I shook my head. Grandfather, I'm not upset. As for the broken engagement, I'd already planned it long ago, but what I'm about to do goes beyond just calling off the marriage. Grandfather paused mid-step. I looked at him with utter seriousness and said, I want to completely sever ties with the 7 treasure-glazed sect. And I hope you'll come with me. Grandfather was stunned. Just now, that remark about not coming along could have been said in anger, but completely leaving the sect. That meant giving up the place he had guarded for most of his life. From now on, he would no longer be the bone Douluo of the 7 treasure-glazed sect. And one day he might even stand on the opposite side of Ning Fengxi. I didn't pressure him, I simply spoke everything in my heart. Grandfather, you must have already seen Ning Fengxi clearly. In his eyes, I'm not family, just a high-level pawn with twin ultimate martial souls, who can fight and die for the 7 treasure-glazed sect. Today, when Ning Rongrong made a mistake, he could sacrifice my dignity. In the future, when the sect faces greater interests, he could sacrifice my life. Besides, once I leave alone, he will surely use the sect's greater cause to keep you here, then have you persuade me to return. I don't want to see you caught in the middle. They use people. In this world, the only one who truly treats me as family is you. If you're willing, the two of us can start over from scratch and build a legacy that rivals the 7 treasure-glazed sect with our own hands. If you can't bear to leave this place, I won't blame you. Grandfather was silent for a long time. The next second, he slammed his palm against a nearby tree, shaking leaves down in a flurry. Bullshit, what's there to be reluctant about? Ning Fengxi is full of schemes, and that old wretch Chen Xin would even bully the young. I've long been sick of this rotten sect. He pulled out the elder token symbolizing the sect's highest authority from his robes. Didn't even glance at it and casually tossed it into the bushes. Isn't it just starting our own faction? My maternal grandfather, Gurong, said I have talent, brains, and immortal herbs. Why should I spend my whole life working for that Fiancée? Grandson, what do you want to do? Grandfather will be with you all the way. I finally smiled, and grandfather raised his hand to tear through space. A pitch-black rift instantly appeared before us. Before stepping through it, I looked back at the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, where I had lived for years. Fiancée probably didn't realize that the ones he forced away today were not just a 12-year-old, quasi-soul king and a 96th level peak titled Douluo. From this moment on, I will personally build a brand new sect, and then make him watch as his proud 7 treasure glazed tile sect is trampled under my feet step by step. To bring down the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the first step isn't to argue with Fiancée. It's for me to truly break through from quasi-soul king to soul king. After leaving the sect, grandfather and I headed straight for the Star Dao Great Forest. Along the way, the old man grew more and more pleased, taking a swig of wine every now and then. Grandson, what do you think Fiancée's face will look like when he finds the elder token tossed in the grass? I left without even a word. He's probably going to regret it to the core. I smiled faintly. Right now, he's probably still in shock. Most likely busy sending people to Shrek Academy to drag Rongrong back, then forcing him to kneel before me and put on a tearful prodigal son returns act. Once he realizes that Mingzhen has truly betrayed the sect and abandoned the glazed tile sect, that's when everything will truly fall into chaos. Grandfather waved his hand. Chaos or not, it's none of our business anymore. But you said before you wanted to build a force that rivals the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Do you already have a plan in mind? I nodded. First, we go to the Star Dao Great Forest to secure my 5th soul ring. Once I officially break through to Soul King, we'll head to the Heaven Dao Imperial Capital. Heaven Dao Imperial Capital? Grandfather frowned. That's the stronghold of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Fiancée is also the teacher of the Heaven Dao Crown Prince. Going there now would be walking right under his nose. Precisely because it's the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's territory, we must go. I told grandfather, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect dominates the Heaven Dao Empire, through its wealth spread across the continent, and its reputation as the world's #1 auxiliary martial soul. But in this world, what truly decides everything is always strength. And the immortal herbs in my hands are far more than just one. The soul masters in Heaven Dao City trapped by their martial soul flaws, those suppressed by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the families crushed by the sect, and the powerhouses desperate to break through, all of them will become my best targets. As long as the chips I put on the table are enough to change their fates, there will naturally be those willing to serve me. Grandfather listened, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, until finally he slapped me on the shoulder. Good lad, you're planning to poach talent right under Fiancée's nose. Not just poaching talent. I turned my gaze toward the direction of the Star Dao Forest. I want him to watch with his own eyes as I use the very methods he looks down on most. To build a force stronger than the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Good, worthy of being my Gulong's grandson, no matter what sect you want to establish. This old man's bones will be your hardest backing, before long. We entered the Star Dao Forest, and grandfather released a trace, betitled Douluo's aura, scaring off all those reckless low-level soul beasts at the periphery. Afterwards, he asked about my requirements for the 5th soul ring. In terms of attributes, preferably darkness or space. As for the age, I want around 40,000 years. Grandfather stopped mid-step, almost thinking he had misheard. How much? 40,000 years. The limit for an ordinary soul master's 5th soul ring is only around 12,000 years. Even with twin martial souls, you can't jump that far at once. If you can't withstand it, you'll die from your body exploding, but I wasn't worried in the slightest. My dark holy dragon evolved from the ancient dragon bloodline. And besides extreme darkness, it also possesses a certain spatial attribute. Ordinary soul rings are beneath my notice. Moreover, after setting up the Kurong heavenly scheme, my body and meridians have long been thoroughly tempered by immortal herbs. 40,000 years is just my most conservative estimate. Don't forget that my current 4 soul rings are yellow, purple, black. Starting from the 2nd soul ring, the age I absorbed already far exceeded the limits of ordinary soul masters. The twin extreme holy dragon martial souls have given me More than just combat power, far beyond my peers. Both light and darkness, two extreme attributes, temper my body simultaneously. So my meridians, flesh, and spiritual endurance cannot be measured by ordinary soul master standards. Besides, from awakening my martial soul at age 6 until now, I've spent almost all my time cultivating, and on top of that, the immortal herb baptism. I dare to propose 0 years, naturally not risking my life recklessly. Even if I encounter a soul beast around 0 years, I might still be able to try. Grandfather, if I don't even dare to push past this limit, then how can I talk about founding a sect? And what would I use to trample the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Grandfather stared at me for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. Good, arrogant enough. Since you have this confidence, Grandfather will accompany you on this gamble today. Forget attribute and space attribute fighting. Let's go straight to the border between the mixed zone and the core zone. As long as it's a soul beast you fancy. Even if it's hiding underground, I'll drag it out for you. After saying that, he grabbed my shoulder and led me, as we dashed deep into the forest. But we hadn't gone far when the ground beneath our feet suddenly trembled violently, rumbling as if some colossal creature was charging madly through the forest. With every step it took, the ancient trees around us shook incessantly. The smile on Grandfather's face vanished instantly. He pulled me behind him and suppressed his aura. This pressure is wrong. It's a 100,000-year soul beast, and it's heading from the outer area to the core zone. I closed my eyes for a moment and quickly guessed its identity. Don't be nervous. If I'm not mistaken, he is the king of the Star Dao Great Forest. The Titan Giant Ape. Titan Giant Ape? Grandfather frowned deeply. Why would this overlord of the core zone come to the outer area? Judging by his frantic pace, could he be rushing to pick someone up? I looked toward the direction of the trembling earth and slowly nodded. He is indeed here to pick someone up. To be precise, he's here to pick up a 100,000-year soft bone rabbit that has transformed and is cultivating anew. Grandfather's eyes widened and his breathing grew heavier. A 100,000-year soul beast transforming. That means a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul. Are you sure? Of course, calculating the time. Ning Rongrongs. Shrek Academy should also be hunting soul beasts in the Star Dao Great Forest right now. That transformed soft bone rabbit is hiding among their group. But none of those present know that it isn't human at all. It's a walking 100,000-year soul ring. What leaked just now was most likely its aura, unintentionally released. That was what drew the Titan Giant Ape here. Grandfather's eyes instantly blazed with battle intent. Those people from Shrek Academy could never hold off the Titan Giant Ape. Since we've run into it, let's just snatch that rabbit. I immediately shook my head. We couldn't act, not because I'd suddenly grown soft, nor because I couldn't bear to kill that rabbit, but because right now, the gains and risks simply didn't balance out. Once Grandfather got tangled up with the Titan Giant Ape, the Azure Bull Python hiding in the core zone would never stand by and do nothing. By then, we wouldn't be facing just 100,000-year soul ring, but 2 forest monsters enraged on their home turf. Even if we ultimately won, we'd likely pay the price of severe injuries. We'd only just left the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and our new power base wasn't even a shadow yet. Exposing our trump card for a bit of immediate gain, or even letting Grandfather get hurt, would be utterly foolish. Since the Titan Giant Ape had appeared in person, it would never just watch him be killed. Another 100,000-year soul beast was still hidden in the core zone. The Azure Bull Python. You've already broken through to the peak of level 96, but facing both of them at once, you might not come out ahead. Grandfather was reluctant to accept it. Was he really supposed to just watch a 100,000-year soul bone slip through his fingers? Of course not. Killing him now would only yield 1 soul ring and 1 soul bone. But letting him stay at Shrek would serve a far greater purpose. 100,000-year soul beast being treated as an ordinary student by Shrek Academy, openly kept at their side. Once word of this got out, countless titled Douluo would swarm in like wolves, catching the scent of blood. The Spirit Hall would never let a 100,000-year soul ring delivered to their doorstep slip away. And those people from Shrek would never stand by and watch their companion be killed. With Ning Rongrong among them, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect couldn't possibly stay out of it either. By then, 3 factions would tear each other apart over that rabbit. I wouldn't even need to lift a finger myself. All I had to do was choose the right moment to leak the information, and they'd tear each other bloody on their own. By then, Shrek wouldn't be able to protect him. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect would be dragged in as well. That rabbit wasn't a fish that slipped the net. It was a bomb I could detonate at any moment. Once we'd secured our footing in heaven, Dao Imperial City, it would be my grand gift to Shrek and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. After hearing this, the regret in grandfather's eyes vanished in an instant, and he burst into laughter. Good lad, you see 10 steps ahead for everyone you take. You've even got 100,000-year soul beast wrapped around your finger. Fengzi compared to you is nothing but a petty schemer. The aura of the Titan giant ape quickly faded into the distance. We didn't waste any time and headed straight into the depths of the mixed forest. But we hadn't gone far when I suddenly sensed something again. A faint, cold aura hidden in the bushes. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look. Grandfather glanced over casually, his face full of disdain. A man-faced demon spider of about 20 years, such a low age. It wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Don't waste time on it, but I stood still, not moving. Deep within the bushes, 8 sharp spider legs slowly scraped across the ground, producing a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. That aura was indeed only around 20 years old. And in the eyes of an ordinary soul beast, its ferocity and venom would already be extremely dangerous. But in front of me and grandfather, it could be crushed in a single encounter. What truly made me stop was never its soul ring, but a memory from my past life, a heaven-defying opportunity that should have belonged to Tang San. A 20-year-old, man-faced demon spider, combined with the Titan giant ape that had just passed by. If I'm not mistaken, the Shrek Academy group has now been completely scattered. And this spider before me is the very one that should have died at Tang San's hands. I stared into the pitch-black bushes, a smile slowly curling at the corner of my mouth. Because hidden within that man-faced demon spider's body was a pair of wings capable of driving the entire soul beast world into madness. What's more, Tang San, who should have obtained it, was frantically rushing over. Tang San was still desperately charging deeper into the forest. But I had already stepped into the bushes first. Grandfather was just about to ask what I was doing when a short, sharp cry came from within. After a dozen or so breaths, I returned to his side. That 20-year-old man-faced demon spider had already been cleaved in two by me. A purple soul ring slowly rose. Grandfather glanced at the corpse and couldn't help shaking his head. My dear grandson, it's just a 20-year-old spider. Why did you kill it? I didn't explain, just stared at the man-faced demon spider's abdominal bone. The next second, a clump of purple-black light lit up beneath the kurapike. 8 sharp spider legs slowly unfurled, finally condensing into a bizarrely-shaped bone. The disdain on grandfather's face vanished instantly, his eyes widening even more than when he saw the Titan giant ape. This is an external soul bone. He grabbed my shoulder, his voice trembling. My dear grandson, you casually killed a 20-year-old soul beast. It actually dropped an external spirit bone. This kind of item can evolve along with the spirit master. Its value is even comparable to an 100-year spirit bone, while ordinary spirit bones have a fixed age. Their abilities are locked in from the moment they drop. But external spirit bones fuse completely with their host. As the spirit master's level rises, their form and power evolve as well. More importantly, their drop rate is absurdly low. Many titled Douluo live their entire lives, without ever laying eyes on a single external spirit bone. As long as I complete the fusion, unless someone kills me, no one can ever take it from me. This isn't just good luck, it's like the heavens are force-feeding you blessings. I raised my hand and drew that spirit bone into my palm. Feeling its cold, sharp aura, I couldn't help but curl my lips into a smile. The heavens force-feeding me blessings, maybe. But this prize was originally meant to fall into Tang San's hands. In my past life's memories, Tang San relied on this 8-spider lance to repeatedly kill above his level. It was not only extremely poisonous, but could also devour an enemy's spirit power and life force. In the future, it would even become part of Tang San's divine equipment. Too bad that from today on, this fortune belongs to the Han family. Even if Tang San turned the entire Star Dao forest upside down, he'd only find a spider corpse of no value at all. Grandpa burst out laughing after hearing this. Who cares who it belonged to before? Now that it's in your hands, it's yours. Put it away quickly. Today's off to such a great start. Grandpa has to find you another top-tier spirit beast. I stored the 8-spider lance into my spirit tool and continued deeper into the mixed zone with Grandpa. Before long, Grandpa suddenly stopped in his tracks. Directly ahead, about 100 meters away, there was an extremely powerful dark fluctuation. The surrounding space is also highly unstable. If I'm not sensing this wrong, that should be a shadow evil god dragon over 40, 0 years old. Hearing that name, my eyes lit up at once. Although the shadow evil god dragon is only a sub-dragon, it possesses both dense dark attributes and spatial abilities, making it an almost perfect match for my dark holy dragon. Grandfather told me to stay put, then stepped into the spatial rift himself. In less than half an incense stick's time, a thunderous roar that shook the earth came from afar. Moments later, a black-purple giant dragon over 10 meters long was tossed in front of me like a torn sack. Most of its scales were already shattered, and it had only one breath left. Round 43, 0 years old, just right for you. Grandfather clapped his hands. Though his tone was relaxed, a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. My dear grandson, this is no ordinary 40, 0-year soul beast. The energy and resentment of dragon-type soul beasts are extremely violent. Are you truly confident you can absorb it? I summoned my dark holy dragon martial soul, and 4 soul rings rose from beneath my feet one by one. Wild, fierce, and terrifying dragon might instantly press the shadow evil god dragon motionless. I condensed a black energy blade in my hand and stabbed it straight into its vital point. Grandfather, just guard me, watch how I devour it. The shadow evil god dragon was completely dead. The soul ring so deep it was almost pitch black slowly rose. I sat down cross-legged and directly drew that soul ring onto myself. The violent energy instantly surged into my meridians, as if countless blades were crazily slicing through my body. The shadow evil god dragons, lingering resentment before death, roared wildly within my spiritual world. A 43, 0-year-old dragon-type soul beast, even with only a remnant soul left, was enough to tear apart an ordinary soul master's consciousness. But the moment it charged into my sea of spirit, the dark holy dragon pressed its head down with a single claw. The light holy dragon then erupted with blinding holy radiance, and the 2 ultimate forces of light and darkness suppressed it simultaneously. That remnant soul didn't even have a chance to resist before I completely crushed it. If it had been an ordinary quasi-soul king, they would have exploded within a few breaths. But my body had long been tempered by immortal herbs. The light and dark holy dragon martial souls were also suppressing this power at the same time. Grandfather stood guard nearby, so tense he even softened his breathing. Time passed bit by bit. Not only did my aura fail to collapse, it grew stronger and stronger. 2 hours later, I suddenly opened my eyes. The dark holy dragon phantom roared to the heavens behind me. The Soul King's pressure swept violently across the surroundings. A large number of soul beasts nearby fled in terror. Grandfather felt my soul power and excitedly shouted good 3 times. Level 50 Four, absorbing a 43, 0-year soul ring beyond your level. It actually let you jump up 4 levels directly. My boy, what is your 5th soul skill? I slowly stood up. 5th soul skill, Shadow Dragon God Transformation when activated. All my attributes increase by 100%, and I am immune to any spatial locking. All attacks also carry the devouring effect of ultimate darkness. Grandfather gasped sharply when he heard this. Attributes doubled, immune to spatial locking, and can devour the enemy's power. This is no ordinary soul skill. This is clearly a divine miracle. With this move, no one below Soul Emperor could possibly be your match. Even against a high-level soul sage, you'd have the right to fight head-on. I just smiled. Grandfather was still too conservative. With my current trump cards, an ordinary soul sage isn't even qualified to make me take them seriously. After the soul hunt ended, we turned and headed toward the edge of the forest, but we hadn't gone far when a chaotic burst of footsteps suddenly came from ahead. Zhao Wuji walked at the front, covered in dust and looking disheveled. Tang Xin's eyes were bloodshot, searching frantically for Zhao Wu like a madman. Ning Rangrang was also in the group. The moment she saw Grandfather, the terror on her face instantly turned into wild joy. 5th Grandpa, she rushed over just like she used to. Just now, a monkey as big as a mountain grabbed Zhao Wu. Please help us kill it. Grandfather didn't greet her as he usually did. Instead, he coldly stepped aside, letting Ning Rangrang stumble past him. Miss Ning, please show some restraint. This old man can no longer accept being called your grandfather. Ning Rangrang froze in place, as if she couldn't understand those words at all, until she saw me standing nearby. Her face actually regained that arrogant, condescending expression. Han Yu, so you're here too. Did my father send you to apologize to me? Since Grandpa Gu went through the trouble of coming personally. If you admit your mistake in front of everyone, and take back the engagement cancellation, I might consider forgiving you once. I nearly laughed out loud. Ning Rongrong, are you still asleep or did the Titan giant ape stomp on your brain? I came here to hunt a soul ring, not to find you. As for apologizing, who do you think you are to demand an apology from me? Ning Rongrong trembled with rage and immediately turned to grandfather to tattle. Fifth grandpa, please teach him a lesson for me. Grandfather didn't even glance at her. But Tang San rushed forward at that moment. This junior is Tang San. Our companion was taken by the Titan giant ape. Please, senior, for Rongrong's sake, lend us your aid. For her sake, grandfather let out a cold laugh, his voice carrying through the entire forest. I'll make this clear today. From this moment on, I, Gu Rong, have completely severed ties with the 7 treasure-glazed sect. I am no longer their guardian elder. Fengzi wronged my grandson for that spoiled girl, but he doesn't cherish Yi. I cherish him from now on. I'll only be a backing for my own good grandson. As for you wanting to save people, then go find Titan's residence and fight for your lives yourselves. It has nothing to do with us. These words stunned everyone from Shrek. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, and she kept muttering impossible. Rushing to her grandfather, reaching out to tug his sleeve as she always had. Grandpa Gu, you must be speaking in anger, right? Father can't possibly agree to you leaving the sect, and grandfather Ning won't let you go either. Come back with me now, and I can pretend nothing ever happened. Her grandfather directly shook off her hand. Whether Fengzi agrees or not, what does that have to do with me? I'm not his servant, nor a dog raised by the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect. And stop calling me Grandpa Gu, it makes me sick to hear it. Ning Rongrong was so shaken she staggered back several steps, tears streaming down her face. Perhaps only at this moment did she truly understand that the old man who had cradled her in his hands since childhood had been pushed to my side by her and Ning Feng's own hands. But Oscar nearby had already caught the 2 most critical words. Engagement annulment. He stared hard at Ning Rongrong. His voice trembling, you have a betrothal, then what am I? Ning Rongrong's eyes darted away. And finally she shouted out in shame and anger, it was all arranged by my father. I never liked Han Yu, I only got close to him to make him back off. Oscar's face instantly lost all color. So all his sincerity these past days had been nothing but a tool for Ning Rongrong to provoke me. I had no interest in watching them tear each other apart. I turned and left, but just then a figure blocked my way. It was Dai Mube. He looked at me with a complex expression. Tang San, I know you're angry, but this matter involves the entire Shrek Academy. I sneered, Shrek Academy. Since when did Shrek Academy become so concerned about my personal affairs? Dai Mube's face stiffened, and he said in a low voice, at least, for the sake of our past brotherhood, can you let this go? I looked at him coldly, brotherhood. When you all stood by and watched me be humiliated, did you ever think about brotherhood? Dai Mube was speechless, and the others behind him also lowered their heads. I continued, since you all chose to side with Ning Rongrong, then don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, I pushed past him and walked away without looking back. Behind me, I heard Ning Rongrong's sobbing and Oscar's angry roar, but none of that mattered anymore. From this moment on, I, Tang San, have nothing to do with Shrek Academy. But once they join forces with the Dragon Snake Combined Strike, their combat power can approach a titled Douluo. Meng Shu is only 2 levels away, as long as I use the immortal herb to push him. The level and find him a suitable Earth 9 soul ring. The Lingtian sect can immediately produce a true titled Douluo. If Chao Xianxia can break through to Soul Sage, their martial soul fusion technique will evolve again, along with the teachers, students, and assets of the Beast Academy. This foundation is far more valuable than simply recruiting 2 experts. Isn't this a ready-made foundation delivered right to my doorstep? I walked straight up to the 2 of them. Senior Dragon Duke, Senior Snake Granny, I want to invite your family and the Beast Academy to join the sect I am about to establish. Meng Shu frowned after hearing this. Back then, we even rejected the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect's invitation. Why do you think we would join a sect that doesn't even have a name? I looked at him and said only one sentence, because I can make you break through. Level 90, become a titled Douluo. Make me break through level 90. Meng Shu staggered back half a step, as if he had heard the most absurd thing in his life. Young Master Han, this is not something to joke about. Am I joking? You know that best yourself. I could tell at a glance that he had been stuck at level 88 for many years. As he grew older, his vital energy was steadily declining. Without a heaven-defying opportunity, he would never set foot into titled Douluo in this lifetime. Chao Tingxiang's situation was similar. She had been trapped at level 16 in F for years, unable to break through to Soul Beast. These two bottlenecks were the deepest wounds in the hearts of the gay she-dragon and snake. After I exposed them to their faces, both of their expressions turned extremely grim. Meng Shu stared at me intently. What exactly are you trying to say? I opened my palm. A purple-wreathed, 9-leaf ascending herb and a vitality-rich immortal herb appeared at the same time. Dense medicinal fragrance instantly spread out. Meng Shu and Chao Tingxiang only took one whiff. And the soul power that had been stagnant in their bodies for years began to stir restlessly. Both of their breathing immediately grew heavy, and their eyes could no longer tear themselves away from the herbs. They were both veteran soul masters who had lived most of their lives. Ordinary herbs could never fool them. The immense life force contained in the mortal herbs, and the bottleneck that began to loosen after just one whiff, had already proven that I was not lying. Meng Shu's hand gripping the dragon head cane grew tighter and tighter. He was only 2 steps away from becoming a titled Douluo. Seemingly within reach, yet in reality, it was like an insurmountable heavenly tribulation. Now that tribulation was held in the palm of my hand. This 9-leaf immortal herb is enough to solidify the snake Grinna's foundation and restore her vitality, allowing her to break through to level 70 in one go. The other immortal herb can cleanse the Dragon Lord's marrow and wash away impurities, shattering the shackles of level 88 and pushing his soul power directly to level 90. By then with one titled Douluo and one soul beast, unleashing the dragon snake combined attack once more, even a super Douluo above level 95 would not dare to face it head-on. Meng Shu swallowed hard, his voice beginning to tremble. You truly are willing to give such divine treasures to us. Of course, but I never give things away for free. You must bring your family and the Beast Academy, and join my sect entirely, pledging allegiance to me as your master from this day forward. My grandfather has already left the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect. Once my sect is established, it will have a level 96 peak Douluo stationed there. After you break through, there will be 2 titled Douluo. Meng Shu, this is not just an opportunity for your breakthrough, but a chance for your entire family to rise among the continent's top powers. Submit or refuse. Meng Shu and Chao Tingxiang exchanged a glance, and without hesitating for long, they both knelt on one knee before me. Meng Shu is willing to lead the family and the Beast Academy in swearing eternal loyalty to the Sect Master. Chao Tingxiang is willing to swear eternal loyalty to the Sect Master. I did not immediately let them rise. For opportunities can be given, but loyalty must be made clear. From the moment they accepted the herbs, the Overlord Dragon Snake family would no longer be free spirits. The Beast Academy would no longer belong solely to the Meng family. Having gained breakthroughs and protection, they must fight for the Lingtian sect. If they ever betray me, I can push them to title Douluo and likewise, personally cast them back into the dust. Meng Shu showed no dissatisfaction, instead lowering his head to swear once more. If this subordinate ever harbors disloyalty, may my martial soul shatter, and may I never break through again. I handed the 2 herbs over. Since you've joined my ranks, this is what you deserve. Find an absolutely safe place to go into seclusion. When you emerge, I want to see 1 titled Douluo and 1 soul beast. Meng Shu took the immortal herbs with trembling hands, tears of excitement streaming down his aged face. Just then, Meng Yiren finished absorbing his soul ring and opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was his grandparents kneeling before me, and he froze on the spot. Grandfather, grandmother, what are you doing? Who is he? Meng Shu immediately darkened his expression. Yiren, show respect. From today onward, our geisha dragon serpent family and the Beast Academy all come under the sect master's command. Come forward and pay your respects at once. Meng Yiren couldn't believe it, even back then. The 7 treasure-glazed sect couldn't recruit you. Why now? Would you bow to someone your own age? Chao Tingxiang pulled her close. The sect master has bestowed a supreme opportunity for breakthrough. Your grandfather will soon become a titled Douluo. When Meng Yiren heard the words titled Douluo, her gaze toward me finally changed. She reluctantly lowered her head. Yiren greets the sect master. I paid no mind to her little tantrum, and simply ordered Meng Shu to return to the Beast Academy immediately for seclusion. Once the breakthrough is complete, consolidate all the family and academy's resources. Meng Shu respectfully acknowledged, then cautiously asked me, Sect Master, what is the name of our sect? I gazed into the depths of the Star Dao Great Forest, and slowly spoke 3 words, Lingtian sect towering above heaven and earth. This was the sect I intended to establish. I had no plan to replicate the 7 treasure-glazed sects model. Nor would I let any single family forever ride above everyone else. Within the Lingtian sect, as long as you had strength, as long as you rendered enough merit, you could obtain cultivation methods. Soul bones, immortal herbs, and even the chance to strive for title Douluo. I wanted everyone who joined the Lingtian sect to know. They were not following a hollow shell of a sect, but a true path to the heavens that could change their fate. After hearing this, my grandfather burst into laughter. A Lingtian sect, my good grandson, from now on I'll be your grand elder. Mengshu and Chao Tianxing bowed to us once more. After my grandfather and I left, the old man finally couldn't hold back and asked me, "Those were true immortal herbs. You just gave them away like that, don't you feel the slightest regret?" I shook my head, 2 medicinal herbs, in exchange for a quasi-title Douluo family with a spirit fusion ability. Plus a county's beast academy. This deal only gains, never loses. The Lingtian sect was just founded. What it needed most were people who could be put to use immediately. Once Mengshu and Chao Tianxing break through, they will not only become one of the sect's strongest combat forces, but also living proof to attract other powerhouses. The entire continent will know that as long as one joins the Lingtian sect, I can give them what the 7 treasures glazed sect could never offer. The more grandfather heard, the more excited he became. If Fengzi saw your current methods, he'd probably regret it to the point of turning green. Ning Rongrong, that ungrateful girl, missed out on a killin like you. She'll regret it later, I sneered coldly. The 7 treasure-glazed sect is no longer worth my attention. From now on, they'll only be stepping stones beneath the Lingtian sect. And our next target is Douluo. Grandpa was stunned for a moment. Half a month ago, we just swept clean that old poison master's medicine sources. He's probably furious and searching for us all over the world right now. And you're still planning to walk right into his den. I told Grandpa that Douluo's poison arts have long since backfired on himself. Every cloudy or rainy day, he suffers beyond measure. His granddaughter Douluo is also riddled with poison, if she doesn't get treatment. She won't live past 30, but not only do I know how to cure them, I can also push Douluo's strength to a whole new level. For someone like Douluo, pure coercion means nothing. He's proud and fiercely protective of his own. Push him to the brink, and he'd rather fight to the death than bow his head. But Douluo is his Achilles heel. As long as I can prove I can save her, Grandpa won't even need to lift a finger. Douluo will walk into the Lingtian sect on his own. Mengshu is on the verge of a breakthrough, plus Grandpa and Douluo. The Lingtian sect, just founded, will already have 3 titled Douluo. As for the 7 treasure-glazed sect, Gurong has already been taken by me. Only Xianxia remains as a titled Douluo, besides money. What right do they have to contend with me? Grandpa laughed heartily after hearing this, and immediately took me to Tiandao City. By the time we arrived in the city, it was already completely dark. We didn't rush to find Douluo. Instead, we first ate our fill at a restaurant. Found an inn to stay at, after returning to my room. I took out the 8 spiderling keys, preparing to fully absorb this external soul bone. But before I began, I had something even more important to entrust to Grandpa, the soul core method. Grandpa looked puzzled. Soul core, what's that? Simply put, it's continuously compressing the liquid soul power within the body, until it finally forms a solid energy core. Once successful, the recovery speed of soul power, its purity, and its instantaneous explosive force will all undergo a qualitative leap. An ordinary title, Douluo's soul power, is scattered throughout their limbs and meridians. Every battle requires constant mobilization and recovery. But a soul core is like an ever-spinning heart, capable of autonomously absorbing energy from the world around it, then convert it into the purest soul power. The longer the battle, the more terrifying the advantage of the one with the fusion. And this is only the first soul core, as strength continues to rise. In the future, a second and even a third can be condensed. By then, the total soul power and recovery speed will completely surpass what soul masters of this era can. Imagine, within the same rank there is almost no rival. More importantly, Grandfather has already reached the peak of level 96. Only one step away from level 97, as long as he condenses the soul core. The massive energy produced when soul power undergoes qualitative change will likely directly help him break through the bottleneck. Grandfather stood up abruptly upon hearing this, his hands trembling with excitement. My good grandson, where did you get such a heaven-defying secret art? The source doesn't matter. As long as it can make our Lingtian sect stronger, that's enough. I will condense it. I handed grandfather the complete incantation for the fusion and the soul power circulation route. Then sat down cross-legged and began to fuse the 8 spider links. Purple-black energy rapidly surged into my body. The 8 spider link is connected to my spine bit by bit, while grandfather sat on the other side, guarding me and compressing his soul power according to my method. An entire night passed. At dawn, continuous piercing sounds came from behind me. 8 purple-black links burst out of my body simultaneously. Each one was like a peerless blade, retractable at will, and could evolve with my strength, with just a thought. The 8 spider links simultaneously stabbed into the wooden posts in the room. The hardwood instantly turned gray-white. The life force within it was devoured completely. A faint energy flowed back through the links into my body. This is only the most basic ability. As the 8 spider links continue to evolve, their deadly poison, devouring and piercing, will become increasingly terrifying. From now on, whether facing soul beasts or soul corpses, as long as they are struck by it, their power will become my nourishment. The greatest opportunity Tang San lost has completely become my trump card almost at the same time. Grandfather also opened his eyes. Soul power fluctuation, even more terrifying than last night, flickered. Although he had only condensed a nascent soul core, the bottleneck of level Ninity 7 had already begun to loosen. At most a few more days, and he would truly step into level Ninity 7. By that time, Xianxia's Predefil 7 killing sword might not even break through grandfather's defense. Grandfather's face was flushed with excitement, as if he wanted to charge off right now. Back to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, to snap Xianxia's broken sword in 2 on the spot. I retracted my 8 spider links and brought him straight to Douluo's residence, arriving at the gate. Grandfather didn't even bother with the guards, directly releasing the pressure of a titled Douluo. Old Poison, get your ass out here, swordsman. Figure in emerald, green shot out of the residence instantly. Douluo landed before us, his face dark and grim. Old Bones, why aren't you staying at the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? What madness brings you to my place? Did Ning Fengzi send you to toy with me? Grandfather chuckled. I've already left the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Today I came with my grandson to see you. Douluo looked me up and down, his face full of impatience. What could a brat like you possibly want with me? Speak quickly, I've been in a foul mood lately. I stepped forward, looking into Douluo's eyes. Half a month ago, I was the one who pulled up those herbs in your poison formation, the moment I finished speaking. Douluo's pupils suddenly contracted. Emerald poison gas erupted from his body in a violent burst. The entire courtyard instantly shrouded in terrifying killing intent. It was you. He stared at me, as if he wanted to tear me to shreds on the spot. But just as he took a step forward, grandfather had already blocked his path, the nascent soul river slowly turning. The pressure of a peak level Ninety 6 pressed down like a mountain. The poison gas Douluo released, before it could even get close to us, was forcibly pushed back into his body. Old Poison, trying to show off your might in front of me, you're still lacking. Now sit down and listen to my grandson speak. Douluo let out a cold snort and took 2 steps back, looking at grandfather with shock in his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected that in such a short time, grandfather's soul power would have advanced to such a level. I had grandfather retract his pressure, then looked at Douluo. You've guarded those herbs for years, yet you don't even know their names. In your hands, they're simply wasted. I didn't come here today to argue over who the herbs belong to, but to give you a truly great gift. Douluo laughed in fury. You pulled out every last one of my herbs, and now you still have the nerve to say you're giving me something. If this gift can solve your pain whenever it rains or turns cloudy, and the problem of your 2 aching bones tormenting you, and if it can also solve the heart-wrenching agony you suffer in the dead of night. The sneer on Douluo's face froze instantly. These symptoms were his greatest secret, unknown even to those closest to him. Yet I described them with perfect accuracy. Who exactly are you? I not only know that your poison is rebelling against your body, but also that your granddaughter, Douluo, has inherited the same affliction. Right now, she only suffers from meridian pain and slow cultivation progress. In a few more years, the poison will fully invade her organs. Without treatment, she will not live past 30. Douluo's expression changed completely. He himself could face death without fear, but he could not bear to watch Douluo walk the same path. My name is Han Yu, the sect master of the Lingtian sect. Join the Lingtian sect. Become an elder of the sect, and I can remove the poison from you and your granddaughter. And also teach you a secret technique to elevate your strength further. Submit and both you and Daga will live, refuse, and you can only continue waiting for death. Dagabo stared at me intently. The courtyard fell so silent that only his breathing remained. After a long moment, his clenched fist slowly loosened. And he seemed to age 10 years in an instant, as long as you can truly cure Yaner. This old man's life is yours. Dagabo bowed slightly, lowering that proud head of a titled Douluo. Dagabo greets the sect master. I took out a medicinal herb and tossed it to him. This is to temporarily suppress the poison. Take it first. Once you have truly proven your loyalty, I will naturally give you a complete solution. Dagabo caught the herb, and with a single sniff, the restless poison within him calmed considerably. The pain that had been like countless venomous insects, gnawing through his meridians, actually lessened by half within a few breaths. He had studied poisons for decades, yet he had never seen a herb with such immediate effect. Only then did he truly believe that I not only knew every herb in the ice and fire yin-yang well, but also truly held the means to save them. But this relief was far from a cure. Once the medicine's power faded, the poison deep in his bones would resurge. Dagabo wanted to live. He wants even more for Dagayan to survive, so he can only seize the opportunity I offer. The look he gave me finally shifted from forced submission to shock and anticipation. But there was still one thing he couldn't understand. Grandfather holds an extremely high position in the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and I possess talent far beyond my peers. We could clearly stand there as one, above 10,000 others, so why leave the sect? Grandfather sneered at this on the spot, saying Ningfeng's mind was full of schemes, and Ning Rungrung was spoiled beyond all bounds by them. They even treated my precious grandson as a tool to be wronged at will. Whoever wants to endure that kind of humiliation can go ahead. I looked at Dagabo. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect ultimately belongs to the Ning family. They possess the greatest wealth on the entire continent. Yet they lack the absolute martial power to match that wealth, staying there. No matter how strong my strength becomes, in the end, I'd only be a blade in Ningfeng's hand. Dagabo seemed to understand something. So you no longer want to be held by others, but rather hold the blade yourself. Exactly, what I seek is not to bow beneath others, but to tower above heaven and earth. That is the very purpose of the Lingtian sect. Dagabo looked at me, then at my grandfather whose power had surged. The last trace of defiance in his eyes vanished completely. Sect Master, what should we do next? First, we resolve the backlash of your Jade Serpent lineage. Your poison comes from your martial spirit. The stronger the toxin, the greater your combat power. But your bodies are not truly immune to all poisons. The lethal venom you cultivate has nowhere to be stored, so it gradually corrodes your own bodies. To solve this problem, you need a vessel capable of storing the poison. Dagabo frowned. What vessel could withstand the Jade Serpent's deadly venom? A soul bone. I only said 2 words. A flash like lightning seemed to streak through Dagabo's eyes. He already had a head soul bone fused within him. As long as he forced all his innate lethal poison into the soul bone, his body would no longer continue to be eroded. This wasn't making him abandon his poison arts, but turning the out-of-control poison back into a weapon he could summon at will. Once the poison entered the soul bone, the Jade Serpent Emperor martial spirit could still cultivate normally, and none of his soul skills would be affected. On the contrary, since his body no longer needed to expend power resisting the backlash, his cultivation speed and combat state would both be stronger than before. Once the poison in his soul core accumulates to its limit, it can also be released through soul skills. Dagabo grew more excited with each word, eager to try it right away. As for Dagayan, she had been poisoned for a short time. So as long as a suitable soul bone was found, the poison could likewise be transferred. Dagabo bowed deeply to me. Sect Master's great kindness this old man will never forget. I had him immediately go to Tiandao Royal Academy to secretly bring Dagayan back. After she was cured, we would head to the Sunset Forest. The ice and fire yin-yang well had natural barriers, and with Dagaba's poison domain and my grandfather guarding it, it was perfect as the initial foundation of the Lingtian sect. In less than half an hour, Dagabo returned to the estate with Dagayan. The girl wore a reluctant expression the whole way, complaining about the Hungdao team members waiting for her, until she saw her grandfather and me. Then she stopped warily. Grandfather, who are they? Dagabo immediately scolded. Yan Yan, show respect. Quickly pay respects to the sect master. Yan looked as if she had heard a huge joke. He looks younger than me. And you want me to call him sect master? When did we ever join someone's sect? Bo was so anxious sweat covered his forehead. This old man has already joined the Lingtian sect. From today on, you are also a disciple of the Lingtian sect. Yan refused on the spot, as vice captain of the Hungdao team. Backed by Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. She naturally looked down on a sect she had never heard of. I did not argue with her, but calmly stated her recent symptoms. On rainy days, your abdomen cramps, and when cultivating, your meridians feel scorched by fire. In the past 6 months, your soul power has been rising slower and slower. And it even shows signs of regressing, with each word I spoke. The arrogance on Yan's face froze a little more. How do you know? Because you and your grandfather are alike. Both of you are about to be killed by the backlash of your own jade-scaled snake venom. I can save him, and I can save you too. Now, will you still refuse? Yan looked to her grandfather for help. Bo could only nod bitterly. Everything the sect master said is true. Without him, you won't live past 30. Yan was silent for a long time, then finally set aside all her pride and bowed deeply to me. Yan greets the sect master, as long as you can cure my grandfather and me. From now on, I will follow the sect master's orders. I took out a purple soul bone from the Soul Island device and casually tossed it into his arms. This is a 1,000-year snake-type soul bone. Its quality isn't particularly outstanding, but it's enough to contain his current toxins. Yan held the soul bone, completely stunned, just giving it to me like that. Even a mere 1,000-year soul bone, if placed out in the open, would be enough to cause countless soul masters to fight over it. A mere 1,000-year soul bone is nothing, as long as you wholeheartedly serve the Lingtian sect. In the future, 10,000-year, or even 100,000-year soul bones may not be out of reach for you. These words left Yan utterly speechless. He lowered his head to look at the soul bone in his arms, finally realizing that, although the Lingtian sect had just been founded, its foundation far exceeded his imagination. The 7 treasure-glazed tile sect possessed countless wealth, yet even they couldn't casually gift a soul bone to a newly joined disciple. What I gave wasn't just a soul bone, but also the hope for him and Bo to survive. He bowed to me once more. This time, it was no longer forced by his grandfather's fate, but a genuine acceptance of my position as sect master. Bo was even more moved, his eyes turning red with emotion. That night, he personally guided Yan in fusing with the soul bone, slowly forcing the toxins in his body into it bit by bit. The next morning, his pale, greenish complexion had already regained a healthy flush. The burning pain in his heart meridian had completely vanished, and the look he gave me no longer held any trace of hostility, only reverence and gratitude. We didn't delay any further and immediately set out for the Sunset Forest, passing through the emerald-green poison barrier set up by Bo. The ice and fire yin-yang well appeared before me once again, one side bitterly cold, the other scorching hot. These two completely opposing forces maintained a strange balance within the valley. This place wasn't just one of the continent's 3 great treasure grounds, but also the most suitable starting point for the Lingtian sect. The poison barrier could block ordinary soul masters and most greedy intruders. The ice and fire yin-yang well could accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs and continuously nurture new geniuses for the sect. Outside the valley was territory Bo had managed for years. Inside the valley, my grandfather, a peak-level Nin 86, stood guard as a Douluo, as long as the sect buildings were arranged. Even if the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect or the spirit hall came knocking, they wouldn't be able to set foot here easily. My grandfather released his soul power, enveloping the entire mountain. Yan stayed on the outskirts to adapt to the arm soul bone, while I took out the azure jade spirit vine and snow remnant flower, preparing to remove the poison root for Bo. These 2 herbs can temporarily protect his heart meridian and divine pulse. But what truly needs to be done is to force all the toxins buried deep in his marrow, completely into his head soul bone. I refined the 2 herbs into a basin of medicinal liquid and directly injected it into Bo's body, sitting cross-legged. I circulated my soul power, forcing all the toxins toward his head. The moment Bo closed his eyes, his body began to tremble violently. The poison spirit accumulated for decades. Like a startled beast, crazily fought back, and foul green toxic gas kept surging out from beneath his skin. Even the surrounding rocks were corroded into dense pits. I pressed both palms against his back, using soul power to protect his meridians and forcibly guiding the toxins to converge toward the soul bone. Half an hour later, Douluo suddenly opened his eyes wide and spat a mouthful of foul black blood onto the ground, instantly carotting a large hole into the hard rock. At the same time, a clear cracking sound suddenly rang out from within his body. Level Nineti Toi, Douluo felt the surging soul power within him and stood there stunned on the spot. The toxins that had plagued him for decades were gone. Even his cultivation, stagnant for years, had broken through in this very moment. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed his body. In the past, every time he circulated soul power, a needle-pricking pain would shoot through the depths of his meridians. Now that feeling had completely vanished. His breathing became smoother than ever before, as soul power cycled through his body. Its speed was nearly twice as fast as before. What delighted him even more was that the poison spirit forced into his head soul bone had not weakened at all, but instead had become even more refined. And with a single thought, it could erupt like a true soul bone skill. The deadly poison in your body was originally soul power you cultivated bit by bit yourself. Before it was scattered through your flesh, blood, and internal organs, unable to be used by you, and instead constantly eroding your body. Now that all the toxins have been compressed into the soul bone, they have become power you can control, with such accumulated force bursting forth. The breakthrough naturally came with the flow. Douluo's eyes instantly turned red. And without hesitation, he knelt before me and kowtowed heavily. Sect Master, this is your grace of rebirth. Douluo could never repay this debt, even with 10,000 deaths. From this day forth, this old man's life belongs to the Lingtian sect. Earlier, he had chosen to submit because Douluo's life was held in my hands. Only at this moment did he truly pledge his loyalty, and I helped him to his feet. Since he was now one of us, I naturally would not treat him poorly. What I am about to pass on to you next is the true core secret art of the Lingtian sect. The soul convergence method. Douluo's face filled with confusion. He had lived for so many years and never once heard of the term soul river. When ordinary soul masters cultivate, their soul power spreads throughout the Dintian and limbs. Every battle requires constant mobilization and recovery. The soul convergence method, however, can compress all soul power to a high degree, forming a self-rotating energy core within the body. Once successfully condensed, the soul convergence acts like a second heart, constantly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, converting it into the purest soul power. Recovery speed, explosive power, and total soul power all increase exponentially. When fighting a soul master of the same rank, the one with soul convergence is nearly invincible. If one could one day condense dual soul convergence and break through to rank Nineti Fives Super Douluo, even striving for rank Nineti Nina Peerless Douluo would no longer be a mere fantasy. The more Douluo heard, the more shocked he became, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid. As a titled Douluo, he understood the value of this secret art better than anyone. If the upper three sects obtained the soul convergence method, they surely would hide it in the deepest part of their sect. Even core elders might not be qualified to access it, yet I gave him the complete incantation and the soul power circulation route without holding anything back. Sect Master, a secret art capable of changing the entire soul world. You simply handed it over to this old man. Those of my Lingtian sect naturally use the best things. A mere soul convergence method is nothing at all. As long as you serve with loyalty, there will be many greater opportunities ahead. Douluo followed the route I had just taught him and attempted to circulate his soul power once. The originally scattered power began to converge toward his Dintian, though still far from condensing a true convergence. A slowly rotating vortex had already appeared. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth, drawn by the pull, actually surged into his body on its own, just a single cycle. The soul power recovered exceeded several times the usual amount. This personal attempt made him fully understand that the convergence method was in no way exaggerated. If he could successfully condense it, he might truly have a chance within his lifetime to step into the Super Douluo realm he had never dared to imagine before. Douluo clenched his fists, wishing he could immediately find someone to fight to the death for me. Grandfather watched from the side, his face full of pride, and even secretly sized up Douluo, who was cultivating. He felt this girl had good talent and a far better temperament than Rongrong, and actually began to scheme about whether he should have me marry Douluo. That way Douluo would be completely bound to the Lingtian sect. I couldn't help but feel helpless. The sect had just started, and now was not the time to consider such matters. Besides, what I wanted was genuine loyalty from my subordinates. not a relationship of interests maintained by marriage. Seeing that I had no interest, grandfather could only temporarily drop the idea. I had Dagabo find a place to condense the mixed river on his own, then walked over to the ice and fire spring, and took out 2 immortal herbs I had prepared long ago, the octagonal mystic ice grass, and the blazing fire yang flower. One contained extreme cold, ultimate cold poison, the other contained extreme heat, ultimate fire poison. Either one of them alone could kill an ordinary soul master in an instant. After Dagabo saw them clearly, his expression changed drastically. Sect Master, these 2 herbs are certain death to consume. Even I wouldn't dare approach them lightly. What are you going to do with them? Ice and fire to refine the golden body. I will consume both immortal herbs at once. Then enter the ice and fire spring, using the extreme cold and extreme heat to temper my flesh. Dagabo was so shocked he nearly jumped. He had occupied this valley for years, and only ever dared to stay at the very edge of the spring, using the aura it emitted to suppress toxins, even with the title Douluo's body. Entering the spring would last him no more than a few breaths. Grandfather also frowned. My good grandson, isn't this too risky this time? I never do things without certainty. Extreme cold and extreme heat, when they exist alone, are naturally both lethal poisons, but once they reach true balance, they will neutralize each other and become a supreme treasure for tempering the body. After saying this, I gave the 2 no chance to dissuade me, and directly stuffed the octagonal mystic ice grass and blazing fire yang flower into my mouth. Chewing and swallowing them in large bites, 2 terrifying medicinal forces erupted instantly. Half of my body was covered in frost, the other half turned blazing red. The cold first froze my skin, then rushed along my blood toward my heart. At the same time, the fire poison on the right half of my body erupted. Every inch of flesh felt like it was being doused in molten iron. The frost had just frozen my meridians shut. When the flames forcibly burned the cracks open, the fire poison boiled my blood, and the cold solidified it again in the next instant. The 2 extreme forces fought over my body back and forth. If either side gained even the slightest upper hand, I would instantly turn into an ice sculpture or a charred corpse. My meridians felt as if they were being torn apart again and again, only to be reconnected in the collision of the 2 medicinal forces. Dagabo instinctively rushed over to save me. I endured the searing pain, told him to hold his ground, then leaped into the air, and dove straight into the center of the ice and fire spring, where the waters churned violently, and my body was instantly swallowed whole by red and blue, as the extreme cold invaded the left half of my body. My blood seemed on the verge of being completely frozen solid, while the extreme heat surged into the meridians on the right side. My internal organs felt as if they were all ablaze. The 2 agonies traded places with every single breath. One moment, it was like being sealed in 10,000 years of glacial ice. The next, like being hurled into the depths of a volcano. My consciousness grew increasingly hazy under such torment. But whenever I was on the verge of losing clarity, the radiant holy dragon would shield my sea of consciousness, while the dark holy dragon opened its maw wide, devouring the violent medicinal forces that had lost their balance. The 2 martial souls, one guarding, one devouring, were the only reason I managed to cling to that last shred of awareness. This was no longer torment an ordinary will could endure. Yet I grit my teeth again and again, circulating my soul power, as the dark holy dragon and radiant holy dragon appeared simultaneously. One dark, one light, 2 colossal dragon phantoms spiraled above the spring. Their diametrically opposed draconic might envelop the entire valley. Even the jade-scaled serpent emperor martial soul within Dagabo was suppressed into constant trembling. It was then that he truly saw my twin martial souls for the first time. The Blue Lightning Tyrant, dragon that the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan prided itself on. Before the 2 holy dragons did not even have the right to be mentioned in the same breath. My grandfather stood at the shore, his face full of pride, and did not forget to mock Dagabo for his lack of worldly experience. As time passed, I had originally prepared myself to endure prolonged suffering. But from the depths of the spring, 2 strange forces suddenly surged forth. One as domineering as raging fire, the other as gentle as icy water. They did not harm me. Instead, they actively mobilized the surrounding ice and fire origin essence, turning the once violent power gentle and pure. Streams of red and blue energy flowed into my body through my pores, ceaselessly scouring my bones and tendons, tempering my flesh and blood, and even granting a trace of nourishment to the bloodline of the twin holy dragons. Those 2 forces resonated strangely with my martial souls. The golden light on the radiant holy dragon grew brighter and brighter. The dark holy dragon's scales also grew deeper and more profound. From the deepest part of the spring, two ancient dragon roars seemed to echo. One was blazing and domineering, the other cold and lingering. They did not truly reveal themselves. Yet they helped me suppress the most violent surges within the spring. It was as if, through this body tempering, they were testing whether I was worthy of their attention. I did not know where this power came from, yet I could clearly feel that they bore me no ill will. Deep within the ice and fire springs, something that had slumbered for years seemed to be watching me in secret, with this power aiding me. The medicinal force of the two immortal herbs was soon fully refined. The cold poison and fire poison within my body reached a perfect balance. At this moment, my physical body underwent a true transformation. Impervious to water and fire, hard to kill by poison, the ice-fire golden body was complete. From now on, ordinary flames and frost could no longer harm me. Most toxins that entered my body would be directly refined by the ice-fire golden body. My physical strength had also risen to a terrifying degree. Even without releasing my martial soul, I could withstand attacks at the Soul Emperor level. If I also activated the Shadow Dragon Divine Hall, combined with the 8 Spiderlinkas and the twin Holy Dragons within the Soul Sage realm, those who could threaten me could probably be counted on one hand. I suddenly opened my eyes, pushed off the bottom with both feet, broke through the water's surface, and landed steadily on the shore. Old Monster rushed to my side at once, checking me from head to toe, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming I was unharmed. I clenched my fists. A crisp crackling sound came from my bones, beneath my skin. Red and blue lights flashed briefly. Not only had my body been reborn, but my soul power had also unexpectedly increased. Level 55, level 56, level 57. In a single ice-fire body tempering, I had broken through 3 levels in a row. Originally, the main purpose of these 2 immortal herbs was only to temper the body, and they should not have brought much soul power increase. When Tang San took them back then, he had not even broken through. A single level that I could achieve this result was clearly related to that mysterious power deep within the spring. Douluo stared at me as if I were a monster. Sect Master, you truly came out alive from the ice-fire yin-yang well, and even rose 3 levels in a row. How old are you exactly? 12 years old, a level 57 Soul King, impervious to ice and fire. Immune to all poisons, and with the twin sacred dragon spirits and 8 spider hairs. Across the entire Douluo continent, there is no other monster like this. Grandfather proudly patted Douluo on the shoulder. Old Poison Master, following my grandson, you'll have plenty of shocks ahead. My grandson Han Yu has the bearing of a god. This time Douluo did not refute, but conceded wholeheartedly to my grandfather. Sect Master, you are a genius of extraordinary talent. I am completely convinced. I waved my hand. Then I took out 2 jade boxes from my soul tool. Douluo thought that everything he had gained today was already the greatest fortune of his life. But as the 2 jade boxes slowly opened, an even richer fragrance of immortal herbs once again filled the entire mountain. One of them could cleanse the marrow and alter Douluo's future talent. The other could help Douluo stabilize his cultivation and continue to break through to level 93. Only then did the grandfather and grandson realize that everything they had just received was not yet the full extent of what I had prepared. In the first jade box lay a snow-white narcissus, pure as jade. In the second jade box was a purple-wreathed lingxi mushroom. Douluo merely caught a whiff of the medicinal fragrance, and his just-calmed breathing became rapid once more. These 2 herbs, one is called the jade water narcissus. It is a true immortal herb capable of cleansing the marrow. After taking it, not only will meridians be unblocked, but talent and soul power will also be enhanced. The other is called the 9-grade purple sea. Though it falls slightly short of an immortal herb, it is a top-tier tonic for solidifying foundations, best suited for stabilizing one's cultivation and breaking through to the next level. Douluo's eyes widened, his breathing heavy as he stared at the 2 herbs. He had never imagined that such treasures could exist in this world. Grandfather smiled and said, "Old Poison Master, these are for you and your granddaughter." Douluo's hands trembled as he carefully accepted the jade boxes. Sect Master, this kindness is too great. I, Douluo, am unworthy of such gifts. I shook my head and said, "You deserve them. Your loyalty and dedication to the sect have earned these. From today onward, I will do my utmost to serve the sect," Douluo vowed solemnly. Grandfather nodded with satisfaction, then turned to me with a proud smile. Han Yu, you've done well. Your generosity will bind the poison Douluo to us forever. I smiled and replied, it's only fitting. A true leader must reward those who are loyal. With that, the grandfather and grandson took their leave, carrying the precious herbs. As they departed, I knew that the poison Douluo's allegiance was now unshakable. And with such a powerful ally, the future of our sect was brighter than ever. Having broken through to level Ninetitwa, I'm still willing to offer such a treasure. This made him even more grateful that he had chosen to join the Lingtian sect. After a moment's thought, Douluo took the 9th rank purple herb. This old man's years are already advanced. My talent and potential have basically reached their end. The 9th rank purple herb is gentle in nature, just right for stabilizing my level Ninetitwa cultivation. This true immortal herb I wish to leave for Xianxia. He is still young, and the poison's hidden threat has already been lifted. As long as he then uses the water fairy jade bone marrow cleansing method, his achievements are certain to surpass this old man's. I nodded. Since the herbs have been given to you, the decision is naturally yours. Douluo held the water fairy jade bone, his eyes also growing slightly red. He had once been a genius of the Heaven Dao Royal Academy, backed by the poison Douluo, and had never felt he needed to rely on anyone, yet in just a few short days. I had first saved his life, then gifted him a soul bone and immortal herbs. He finally understood that joining the Lingtian sect was not losing freedom, but gaining a path he had never dared to imagine before. Thank you, Sect Master, for your generous gifts. From this day forth, Xianxia will swear to serve the Lingtian sect unto death. I told them the method for taking both herbs. The 9th rank purple herb can be chewed and swallowed directly, but the water fairy jade bone must first have its petals eaten, and finally, during the absorption of the stamen, one must guide it with a calm mind, letting the medicinal essence wash through bones and meridians inch by inch. If one rushes to break through soul power, it will only waste the most precious marrow cleansing effect. Grandfather and grandson, Douluo committed every word to memory. Then each found a flat spot and sat cross-legged. Grandfather watched from the side for a while, then couldn't help asking how many immortal herbs I had left. It wasn't that he begrudged these things, but that he worried I was focused only on building the sect, and had forgotten my parents, who were still seeking fortune across the continent. I told grandfather that the herbs most suited for my parents had long been set aside, including the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd prepared for my father, which could purify his Golden Earth Dragon King bloodline. The herbs prepared for my mother could likewise strengthen her ancient dragon martial soul. My twin sacred dragon bloodline had already reached its peak. Leaving these herbs to them would allow them to realize even greater value. Only then did grandfather nod in satisfaction. Douluo and Douluo soon began refining the herbs, while I took out another exquisite jade vial from my soul tool, containing only a few drops of clear dew, yet radiating an aura that made even one's spirit tremble. Gazing down the long road of longing, it cannot directly raise soul power, but it can greatly enhance mental strength and purpose. I just broke through to level 57 in succession. Soul power needs time to settle. This is perfect for shoring up the weakness in mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the safer it will be to absorb soul rings beyond the age limit in the future. And the earlier one can detect hidden enemies and soul beasts. Grandfather immediately released a faint pressure to cover the wounded. My good grandson, rest assured and refine it. Your grandfather will protect you. If anyone dares to come and disturb this old man, I will crush his bones. I dripped the Xianxia into my mouth, and a wave of coolness instantly surged into my mind. The spiritual world was as if thoroughly cleansed by a heavy rain, and details that were previously only vaguely perceived began to become incomparably clear. At first, my mental strength could only cover the outskirts of the valley, but as the cool medicinal power continuously merged into my mind, the range of perception began to expand rapidly. 1 li, 3 li, 5 li, the soul power auras that were originally mixed together, were also split into countless clear lines. I could distinguish the life fluctuations of every medicinal herb, judge the strength of every point in the poison formation, and even through the mountain. Lock onto soul beasts moving in the distance. This change was not just seeing farther, but also a mastery over all information. Every medicinal herb in the valley, every wisp of soul power fluctuation, and even the distant sound of insects flapping their wings, all appeared clearly within my perception. As the medicinal power was continuously refined, my mental strength rapidly broke through the soul ground level and surged all the way into the soul saint realm. Finally, it slowly came to a stop at the soul Douluo level. When I reopened my eyes, an invisible wave of mental energy instantly spread outward. Douluo and grandfather both looked at me at the same time. Both of them were titled Douluo, so they could naturally sense how extraordinary this mental strength was. Level 57 soul power, soul Douluo level mental strength. Douluo looked at me as if he were looking at a monster that defied all reason. Sect master, with talent like this, you leave no room for any other soul master on the continent. I paid no attention to his shock, and turned to look at Douluo, who had just finished his cultivation, after taking the 9 bottles. His level Ninetitwa realm had been completely stabilized, and his soul power had reached the peak of level Ninetitwa, only 1 step away from level Ninetitri. Before long, Douluo also opened his eyes, as the Xianxian Iajigu had completely transformed his body. His soul power, originally at level Hirtinine, surged straight to the level 40 bottleneck, with the excess medicinal energy stored within his body. Once he obtains his 4th soul ring, it will trigger a second surge. Since we're already in the Sunset Forest, there's no need to travel elsewhere. I've decided to hunt a soul ring for him directly. The limit for an ordinary soul master's 4th soul ring is only around 40 years, but Douluo has undergone the transformation of both a soul bone and a celestial herb. His body's endurance is far beyond what it used to be. A soul ring of around 50 years would suit him best. His martial soul is the jade spirit snake, so the best choice would naturally be one with potent venom, or a snake-type soul beast with the ability to induce mental paralysis. With both grandfather and Douluo, 2 titled Douluo, present, we can freely pick any soul beast in the Sunset Forest. After leaving the ice and fire yin-yang well, I fully spread out my soul Douluo level spiritual power. In just half a shichen, I locked onto a presence to the northeast. 5 li away, ghost-faced demon snake of around 500 years lurked deep within the dense forest. Not only is it highly venomous, but it can also release neurotoxins and transmutation toxins. It would serve perfectly as Douluo's 4th soul ring. Could there be a better choice? Douluo and grandfather both looked at me at the same time. Neither of the 2 titled Douluo had detected the target yet, but I had already accurately determined the soul beast species and age. The enhancement brought by Xianxia is even greater than I anticipated. Grandfather tore open a spatial rift and reappeared just a few breaths later, carrying a massive black serpent as thick as a water bucket. The spine of the ghost-faced demon snake had already been shattered by his strike, leaving it writhing helplessly on the ground. Douluo drew his dagger and plunged it into its vital point, and a deep purple soul ring slowly rose. 500-year soul ring far exceeds the limit an ordinary soul ancestor can withstand. The moment the soul ring settled onto Douluo, the residual ferocity of the ghost-faced demon snake erupted instantly. A twisted, ghostly face clashed relentlessly within his spiritual world, while purple-black venom surged wildly through his meridians. An ordinary level 40 soul ancestor facing either of these forces might lose consciousness on the spot, but Douluo firmly remembered my warning and did not rush to suppress the soul ring. Instead, he used the medicinal power left by the water immortal jade bone to gradually envelop and refine the toxins within it. His right arm soul bone also lit up at this moment, actively absorbing the uncontrolled giant energy, turning what was once a dangerous absorption into a chance to further strengthen the poison bow. Although Douluo trusted my judgment when he saw his granddaughter frown, he still clenched his fists nervously. I reassured him that his Narcissus jade bone had already transformed Douluo completely. This soul ring cannot harm him. Sure enough, the violent energy lasted only a moment, before settling down within his resilient meridians. Half an hour later, the 4th purple soul ring was fully stabilized. Douluo suddenly opened his eyes, a purple light flashing through them. Level 41, 42, 43. The soul ring's energy and residual medicinal power erupted simultaneously, finally pushing his soul power all the way to level 46. Douluo laughed aloud in excitement. Douluo himself couldn't believe that merely obtaining a soul ring had allowed him to leap across 6 levels. The 4th soul skill he gained, named Ghost-Faced Illusion Staff, once unleashed, would affect all enemies within a large area with neurotoxins and hallucinations. Any soul sect master of the same rank who inhaled even a single breath would quickly lose the ability to fight. With deadly poison combined with mental control, he now truly possessed a trump card for group battles against higher-level foes. If coordinated with the Yellow Bean team, as long as the Ghost-Faced Illusion Staff successfully enveloped the battlefield, with Yi Lingling handling healing, and Yu Tianheng leading the frontal assault. Opposing teams would have almost no way to counter it, but I told him to hide his true level. Not to continue serving the Tiandao Royal Academy, but to use the academy and the Yellow Bean team to gather intelligence on young soul masters of the Tiandao Empire, while also seeking talents worthy of recruitment by the Lingtian Sect. After returning to Tiandao City, I appointed Douluo as the chief elder of the Lingtian Sect, having him arrange poison formations around the sect's grounds, and continue stabilizing his soul power, striving to break through to level 93 soon. As for Douluo, I had him return to the Tiandao Royal Academy, concealing his true cultivation around level 40, and remain with the Yellow Bean team when the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament begins, and let everyone see just how terrifying the disciples trained by the Lingtian Sect truly are. Until then, he could still display strength between level 13 and 40, without revealing the immortal herbs or the soul bones, and certainly without letting anyone know that Douluo had fully joined the Lingtian Sect. The deeper this hidden card is buried, the greater the shock it will bring when revealed. After Douluo received her orders, my grandfather asked about my next plan. For the Lingtian Sect to emerge, besides top-tier experts, it also needs truly rare talents. The next day, I will go to the Tiandao Royal Academy with Douluo. But my target is not Yu Tianheng, nor the other geniuses of the Hengdao team. What I truly have my eye on is the strongest healing martial soul on the continent. 9-star Begonia. The heir of the 9-star Begonia, named Yi Lingling, is also a member of the Hengdao team. The next morning, Douluo and I arrived at the Tiandao Royal Academy. This place has the best cultivation environment in the Tiandao Empire. Yet most students are noblesse children who only know how to enjoy themselves. Those truly willing to endure hardship are few and far between. Yi Lingling has a cold personality and rarely interacts with them. Except for Hengdao team joint training, she spends most of her time cultivating alone in the quiet environment of the back mountain. We avoided the main paths of the academy and soon found her amidst a sea of flowers. Yi Lingling, dressed in black, sat with her eyes closed in the center of the flower grove. Hearing footsteps, she slowly opened her eyes. At first glance, she noticed that Douluo's aura had changed. Yan, the jade serpent poison on you is gone, completely cured. Douluo walked up to her. Not only has the poison been removed, I also obtained my 4th soul ring, and now I am a soul ancestor. Shock flashed through Yi Lingling's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She was genuinely happy for her friend, and at the same time turned her gaze toward me. Douluo told her that she and Douluo were able to gain a new lease on life, all because of my help. Yi Lingling gave me a slight nod. Thank you, young Master Han, for saving Yan. But she brought you to see me. It shouldn't just be to express gratitude. This girl is very perceptive, so I didn't beat around the bush. I did come here today specifically for you. If your purpose is to recruit me, then please turn back. The 9-star Begonia lineage has always remained neutral through the generations. I have no intention of joining any faction. Those factions before couldn't recruit you, only because they couldn't offer enough leverage. I can break the curse of the 9-star Begonia. Let your clan no longer bear the fate of single heir succession. The calm on Yi Lingling's face vanished instantly. The higher one's soul power level, the higher the healing power, the more terrifying it becomes, but this power comes with a cruel curse. In the same era, only 2 9-star Begonia soul masters can exist on the entire continent. Only when one of them dies can the next clan member possibly awaken their martial soul. This means every inheritance is built upon the death of a loved one. Some 9-star Begonia soul masters, in order to let future generations awaken, can only end their own lives before their time is up. Some clan members clearly possess top-tier martial soul bloodlines, but because 2 inheritors already exist on the continent, they can never become soul masters in their lifetime. Yi Lingling has known since childhood that her growth meant that the previous generation's loved ones had already departed. The stronger she became, the heavier the guilt and responsibility weighing on her heart. That's why she has a cold personality and is unwilling to easily rely on anyone. Countless generations of the Yi family have tried to break this restriction, yet even titled Douluo were helpless against it. What makes you think you can solve the emerald viper poison that even poison Douluo couldn't? But I've already saved him and Douluo. What a titled Douluo cannot do doesn't mean I can't. Douluo grabbed Yi Lingling's hand. Lingling, I've already broken through to the peak of level 93. Not only has my poison completely disappeared, My soul power has even reached level 46. The sect master's methods are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. If there's anyone in this world who can save the Yi family, it can only be him. Yi Lingling was silent for a long time. The wariness in her eyes finally began to crack. If you can truly break the curse, what price must I pay? Join the Lingtian sect and swear loyalty to me. In return, I won't just free you from the 9-star Begonia's restriction. I'll also help your martial soul complete its evolution. Martial soul evolution. Those 4 words left Yi Lingling completely stunned. The 9-star Begonia's restriction essentially only applies to the 9-star Begonia martial soul itself. If the martial soul undergoes a beneficial mutation, no longer being the original 9-star Begonia, then the so-called Rulev, only 2 existing in the same era, will naturally be completely broken. I know of an extremely rare plant, the Return Beast, combined with several special herbs. As long as Yi Lingling absorbs its soul ring, it can guide the martial soul to complete its mutation. That mutation wouldn't weaken the 9-petal Begonia's healing ability, but would instead make up for its limitation of only being able to heal. With no means of self-protection or enhancement, once it succeeds, he would no longer be just a healing soul master in the rear of the battlefield, but would become a core figure no sect could replace. More importantly, once the origin of the martial soul changes, the Yi family's descendants would no longer be bound by the old rules, not merely suppressing the curse temporarily, but severing it at the root. Yi Lingling, though still somewhat doubtful, couldn't refuse the hope of her family escaping their fate. As long as you truly can do this, I, Yi Lingling, and the entire Yi family will from this day forward follow the sect master's lead without hesitation. I nodded in satisfaction. He was already at level 35 and needed to reach level 40 before he could absorb the 4th soul ring that would change his fate. Yi Lingling had originally thought she'd have to wait another year or 2. But the Lingtian sect was in need of talent right now. I had no time to slowly wait for him to cultivate. I opened my palm and took out another 9-grade spirit herb. Though not a true immortal herb, it was enough to solidify his foundation and nourish his origin, greatly shortening the cultivation time needed for 5 levels, allowing her to reach the level 40 bottleneck in a short period. Yi Lingling felt the dense medicinal power, her breathing turning rapid. She had just pledged her loyalty, and I already placed such a treasure before her. The medicinal power radiating from the 9-grade spirit herb immediately stirred her soul power, which had been stagnant and slow for years. Yi Lingling came from a special family and had naturally encountered many precious herbs, but no other herb had ever brought such an obvious change the moment it was taken. She finally confirmed that my promise of breaking through to level 40 in a short time wasn't empty talk to trick her into joining the sect. This kind of trust and reward was something none of the forces that had previously tried to recruit the Yi family possessed. She accepted the 9-grade spirit herb with both hands and bowed deeply to me. Thank you for the herb, Sect Master. Lingling will never disappoint your expectations. Just as we were about to leave, a clatter of footsteps came from the other side of the small path. Zhu Beng, with a few noble followers, swaggered up to block our way. Over the years, to avoid Qian Rengxua's surveillance, he had disguised himself as a useless playboy. But when one wears a mask for too long, it slowly grows into the flesh. Seeing the most unapproachable person in the academy, both girls were standing beside a strange young man. The jealousy in Zhu Beng's eyes was impossible to hide. She had only planned to maintain her playboy image, cause some trouble, and leave. But the way Yi Lingling and Daga Yan looked at me slowly turned her jealousy into genuine anger. One was the 9-star Begonia inheritor he could never get close to. The other had the poison Douluo backing her, someone even his status as prince couldn't suppress on ordinary days. Yet now they stood on either side of me, even addressing me with the respectful title of Sect Master. This made Zhu Beng, for the first time, want to tear off his disguise and make me appear in public. Yan Lingling, you usually won't even bother with this prince. Why are you today accompanying some pretty boy from who knows where? Daga Yan's face instantly turned cold. Zhu Beng, if you don't want a beating, get lost right now. Zhu Beng didn't leave. Instead, he had his lackey surround us. Kid, this is the Tiandao Royal Academy, and it's also the territory of my Zhu family. The women this prince has his eye on are not for the likes of you to touch. Yi Lingling's eyes were filled with disgust. Daga Yan even stepped in front of me, but I didn't even give Zhu Beng a glance, calmly asking her, is this the noble scion you mentioned, who just wastes his days at the academy? Daga Yan didn't spare Zhu Beng any face. His name is Zubeng, the fourth prince of the Tiandao Empire, and he loafs around all day. Besides relying on his status, he can't do anything. He's a complete waste. Zubeng's face flushed red instantly. He had been deliberately playing the fool. But he couldn't stand being truly treated as one. And that was the biggest flaw in his disguise. A person who can truly endure humiliation wouldn't lose their composure over being called a waste. Yet Zubeng, through years of indulgence, had cultivated genuine arrogance and domineering behavior. He thought he was still clear-headed, but in truth, he could no longer tell which actions were a disguise and which were his true nature. This is the Royal Academy de Guyane. Don't think just because your grandfather is the poison Douluo. This prince wouldn't dare make a move. And this clueless little brat strip him naked and throw him out of the academy. Several lackeys immediately closed in on me. De Guyane's soul power erupted. Just as I was about to release my martial soul, I raised my hand and pressed down on his shoulder. Step back, a few stray dogs aren't worth dirtying your hands for me. De Guyane immediately retreated respectfully behind me. The nobles thought I was afraid of the one charging at the front. And a fist smashed toward my face. I kept my hands behind my back. And only when the fist was about to land did I coldly utter a single word: purple soul. The pressure of the dark sacred dragon erupted instantly. The few noble lackeys at the Grand Soul Master level, without even touching the hem of my clothes, simultaneously spat out blood and flew over 10 meters away like torn sacks. He crashed heavily to the ground, the smugness on Zubeng's face completely frozen. Though he was pretending to be a reckless fool, he still possessed basic discernment. To be able to instantly kill several great soul masters with mere aura alone. My strength was far beyond his imagination. Just who are you? I am the fourth prince of the Tiandao Empire. If you dare to act in the Royal Academy, you are provoking the entire royal family. I walked step by step toward Zubeng. Zubeng, there's a limit to playing the fool. Do you really think that just because you wear the mask of a wastrel, you can bite anyone you please? Hearing these words, Zubeng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart nearly stopped beating. His greatest secret was exposed on the spot by a young man he had only just met. Yet he could only keep up the act, threatening me with the Blood Emperor and the Royal Knights. I looked down at him, let alone you, an insignificant fourth prince. Even if the Blood Emperor himself stood here, he wouldn't dare speak to me in such a tone. If you want to survive under that person's watchful eye, then keep playing the part of the useless one. If you dare cross me again, I wouldn't mind having the heavenly Dao Empire lose one prince ahead of schedule. Zubeng's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground on the spot, finally realizing. I not only know he's pretending, but also exactly who he's hiding from. Once the secret reaches Qian Rengxua's ears, all of Zubeng's previous feigned madness will lose its meaning. And what awaits him won't be the throne, but an inescapable assassination. In his gaze toward me, there was no longer a trace of a prince's arrogance. Only the fear of having his secret held in someone else's hands. Take your people and handle it. Zubeng dared not utter another harsh word, and fled in disgrace with his followers. Yi Lingling worried this would bring trouble to the Lingtian sect. But I paid it no mind. A mere member of the Heaven Dao royal family is not worthy of becoming my problem. If the Blood Emperor is wise enough, he should know how to discipline his own son. I had Yi Lingling return immediately to refine the 9 vase formation. Once she reached level 40, I would take her to hunt for her 4th soul ring. But just as we turned around, Zubeng's voice rang out from behind again. 3 headmasters, this is the madman. Not only did he injure academy students, but he also attempted to assassinate this prince. I stopped and looked back. Zubeng had returned. And this time behind him stood 3 soul Douluo. Zubeng had come back, followed by the 3 martial instructors of the Heaven Dao Royal Academy. Meng Shenji Silin and Bei Bashan, all 3 were above level 80. Veteran soul Douluo. Meng Shenji possessed the spiritual type Black Demon martial soul, excelling at devouring and suppressing souls. Tilin's azure sky vine could seal off the entire battlefield. Bei Bashan's heavenly star furnace was renowned for defense and suppression. The 3 had jointly guarded the Heaven Dao Royal Academy for many years. When working together, they could even form a martial soul fusion technique. Even an ordinary titled Douluo could not completely ignore their combined force. Zubeng, who had just been collapsed on the ground, now once again put on the airs of the 4th prince. 3 headmasters, this is the madman. Not only did he injure academy students, but he also attempted to assassinate this prince. Zubeng deliberately concealed the fact that he had first led people to surround me. He also twisted my warning to him into an insult against the Blood Emperor and the Heaven Dao royal family. Dagayin's brows furrowed in anger upon hearing this. Clearly you brought people to provoke us. The sect master only acted in self-defense. Zubeng, have you no shame? But the three headmasters did not investigate the truth first. Being the fallen noble students and mindful of Zubeng's status as prince, their first reaction was to question me. Watching him twist black into white, I found it somewhat laughable. I had already let him go earlier, but not only did he not know when to quit, he dared to bring people back to save face. Dagayan was furious and wanted to retort on the spot. I raised my hand to stop her, letting him continue first, to see what else this prince, who played the fool, could fabricate. Meng Shenji frowned deeply, stepped forward, and demanded to know what family I was from, and why I would injure people at the academy without cause. Beibashan also coldly reminded me that even if I were a guest of the poisoned Douluo, I still had to abide by the rules of the Heaven Dao Royal Academy. I did not answer them, only stared at the one hiding behind. Behind the snow avalanche, I originally thought you were playing the fool, just to survive in the cracks of your family. Though foolish, at least you were pitiful. Now I realize you're not just foolish, but a thoroughly treacherous villain. I already spared your life, yet you insist on rushing to your death. Zubeng's face changed instantly, and the three education committee members also sensed the tense atmosphere. He hurriedly hid behind Meng Shenji, still shouting that this man was trying to kill him. Tilling, annoyed by his noise, ordered me on the spot to apologize to the fourth prince, or else I would be punished according to academy rules. I sneered, and he too. As my words fell, the aura of the dark holy dragon erupted from within me. A pitch-black dragon shadow slowly raised its head behind me. The light in the entire female cultivation area dimmed. Zubeng felt the pressure of death and collapsed to the ground, crying, "Committee members, save me." I gave him no second chance. My right hand transformed in an instant, and a pitch-black dragon claw, carrying the power to tear space itself, descended toward his head. The three committee members' expressions changed drastically. They never expected that I would dare kill a prince right before their eyes. The three released their martial spirits simultaneously, and 8 soul rings rose together, the soul power of Soul Douluo level intertwined, forming a thick barrier in front of Zubeng. Meng Shenji's mental power locked onto Xilling, whose vines coiled around the surrounding space. Beibashan's star furnace stood at the forefront, the three forces layered upon each other. Not to mention an ordinary soul king. Even a soul sage going all out could not shake it in the slightest. The dark dragon claw slammed heavily into the barrier, and the booming sound shook the entire academy. Though the barrier blocked the first strike, I had already vanished from where I stood. Zubeng, hiding behind the barrier, thought he was safe and even revealed a vicious smile again. "Kid, with 3 committee members protecting me, you can't even touch a single hair of this prince." Meng Shenji also believed the outcome was decided, as long as the 3 joined forces to hold me back. The guards and experts of the academy would continuously come, but they had miscalculated one thing from the very start. The person I intended to attack was not in front of that barrier at all. Just as Meng Shenji sensed something wrong, a spatial black hole silently tore open behind Zubeng. I stepped out of the black hole, peering directly behind Zubeng, that seemingly impenetrable barrier, though hard to break through instantly from the front. My dark holy dragon had always mastered spatial power. The 5th soul skill could even nullify spatial locking. All the attention of the 3 committee members was focused ahead, and they never noticed. I had already used the black hole to circle behind the person they were protecting. The wild grin on Zubeng's face froze instantly. "Aren't you so fond of running to the disciplinary committee for support? I told you, but you insisted on rushing to your death." My right hand, shaped like a dragon's claw, slashed down fiercely. 5 gashes so deep the bone was visible instantly tore open his back. The dragon's claw ripped apart not just flesh and blood. The ultimate darkness force simultaneously invaded his meridians, continuously devouring his life force and soul power. If it had gone just 1 inch deeper, I would have ripped out his entire spine on the spot. I deliberately left him with one last breath, not out of fear of heaven, to fight the royal family, but to let everyone witness with their own eyes what it costs to provoke the Lingtian sect. Zubeng screamed in agony and collapsed into a pool of blood, staining the entire ground crimson. The 3 instructors' eyes nearly split with rage. They joined forces to defend, yet couldn't even lock onto my figure. I flicked the blood off my claw, raised my head to look at the 3. "The ones I want to kill, can you protect them?" Meng Shenji was completely exposed. After all, Zhu Beng was of the Tian Dao royal bloodline. If he died here in the academy like this, none of the three instructors could answer to the blood earth. Capture him dead or alive. The three struck simultaneously again. Xiling's azure vines burst violently from the ground. Bei Bashan summoned a massive heavenly heart furnace. Meng Shenji unleashed her 8th soul skill, black soul power forming a devouring maw. A giant mouth of soul-devouring darkness. 3 attacks sealed off my retreat from different directions. Meng Shenji's black fiendish maw surged straight toward the sea of consciousness. Xiling manipulated countless vines to bind my limbs. Bei Bashan's heavenly star furnace crashed down from above. Mental attacks, control, and frontal suppression. 3 forces descended almost simultaneously. This was the true foundation of their ability to hold their positions as instructors. Daga Yan and Yi Lingling were forced to a distant spot, both pale with anxiety. 3 veteran soul Douluo joining forces before their eyes was something no soul master could withstand. Daga Yan wanted Yi Lingling to stay where she was, and return to the sect himself to find Daga Bo, but the battle erupted too quickly. By the time he could rush from the academy back to Lingtian's sect and return, everything would already be over. Yi Lingling had already summoned the begonia of alcohol. As long as I take any damage, he would immediately release a healing soul skill. But the two soon realized that the one truly in need of healing was not me at all. But I never retreated. The dark holy dragon's demonic flames surged into the sky. The moment the azure vines touched the dark aura, they melted away like ice and snow. The massive heavenly star furnace pressed down from above. Yet it was held firm by a dark dragon. Bei Bashan's face changed on the spot. His proud 8th soul skill was blocked by me with external soul power release. I looked at the 3 of them. Did you misunderstand something? I disappeared earlier, not to flee, but because I thought killing you didn't require dodging. The dark demonic flames instantly condensed into dragon claws. My 5th soul skill erupted fully, and the shadow dragon god was unleashed. After that, all my attributes instantly increased by 100%. Although the 3 committee member soul power levels far exceeded mine, in terms of martial soul quality. Attribute strength, physical body, and mental power, none could truly suppress me. Dream God's mental attack had just entered the stone sea, when it was shattered by the soul Douluo level mental force. Tilling's azure vines were devoured by extreme darkness. Bei Bashan's proud, heavenly azure furnace trembled endlessly before the dark holy dragon. Darkness Dragon Emperor's sky-rending hand, the pitch-black dragon claws tore through the air. Space itself cracked under that strike. Dream God Ji sensed the aura of destruction, and immediately ordered the 3 to join forces in defense, but it was already too late. In an instant, all 3 committee members were sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. Dream God's mental barrier shattered first. Qilin's azure vines snapped apart inch by inch. Bei Bashan's heavenly heart furnace phantom was torn open by the dragon claws. The remaining force continued to slam into the 3 of them. Their protective soul power was shredded like paper, leaving black palm marks on their chests. Blood sprayed from the 3's mouths. Their proud joint defense was shattered by a single strike from me. The 3 committee members of Tiandao Royal Academy were utterly defeated. Dream God Ji and the others lay in the ruins, feeling true fear for the first time. They had cultivated for decades and possessed the Academy's best resources. Any one of them would be a formidable powerhouse in the soul world. Yet now, the 3 of them together were defeated by a youth who looked under 20. What they found even harder to accept was, I had shown no sign of strain from start to finish. As if that strike just now was still not my true limit. Daga Yan and Yi Lingling stood in the distance, momentarily unable to speak. They knew my talent and methods were extraordinary, but they never expected that at 12 years old, I could already defeat 3 soul Douluo head-on. This was no longer just being the strongest of the younger generation, but truly stepping into the ranks of the continent's top powerhouses. I slowly withdrew my right hand, the 3 head instructors of Tiandao Royal Academy. Nothing more than this. Meng Shenji clutched his chest, his voice trembling. Who exactly are you? I did not answer, but simply walked over to Daga Yan and Yi Lingling, telling them to leave with me right now. Before leaving, I had the 3 instructors relay a message. Blood Emperor, today I spare their lives only because someone needs to return and report. If I truly wish to kill, the Dragon Emperor 4 heavenly hands would not have merely shattered their protective soul power just now. The 3 instructors and Zhu Beng, not a single one of them would have walked away alive. You cultivate blood. I let them live precisely to carry fear back into the Tiandao Imperial Palace. so that before the Blood Emperor makes his next move, he will think carefully whether the Tiandao royal family can withstand the Lingtian sect's vengeance. Zhu Bing's life I also spare for now. But if the Tiandao royal family dares to provoke the Lingtian sect again, the next thing torn open will not just be a prince's harem, but the entire Tiandao imperial city, yet the two of them hesitated at the same time. After all, they were still students of Tiandao Royal Academy. Today's incident had blown up too big. Leaving just like that would likely bring trouble to their families. In the ruins, Meng Shenji seized the opportunity and immediately urged Daga Yan. The poisoned Douluo is a guest elder of the Bloody Prince's estate. The Bloody Prince has always supported the fourth prince. If you leave with this fiend today, how will your grandfather explain this to the prince? Daga Yan's face turned slightly pale. They were using Daga Bo to pressure him, clearly trying to force him to stay. But I laughed on the spot. Your information is far too outdated. Daga Bo is already a man of my Lingtian sect. The faces of the three instructors changed simultaneously. They had originally believed that the relationship between the poisoned Douluo and the Bloody Prince would be enough to make Daga Yan cautious. But they did not know that Daga Bo had long since changed masters. I looked at them. Since you insist on using the Bloody Prince to pressure me, then I will personally bring. Daga Bo shall pay a proper visit to the prince's mansion. I'd like to see if he dares come and demand an explanation from me. Whether Bloody dares to demand this explanation, the next day will reveal the answer. But before calling on him, Daga Bo first heard everything that had happened at the academy. A dilemma bullshit. After Daga Bo finished listening to Daga Yin's account, he flew into a rage on the spot. My life and Yin's life were both given by the sect master. Bloody indeed saved us back then, no mistake. But over these years, how many troubles have I cleaned up for the Heaven Dao royal family? That debt of gratitude has long been repaid. From today onward, I Daga Bo in life am a man of the Lingtian sect, and in death, a spirit of the Lingtian sect. Hearing his grandfather's words, the last shred of hesitation in Daga Yin's heart vanished completely. He had originally worried that leaving the academy would put the Daga Bo family at odds with the bloody sect within the Lingtian sect. But now he understood that his grandfather had already made his choice. Not only because I saved their lives, but because the Lingtian sect had given the Daga family a true path to the pinnacle. If Zhu Xing dares to challenge the sect master over a useless prince, if the sect master doesn't act, I'll be the first to cripple him. I looked at Daga Bo. Let him first stabilize his cultivation at the peak of level Ninetitwa, and prepare for tomorrow's visit at the same time. This trip isn't to seek an explanation, but to make the bloodthirsty prince face reality. The Heaven Dao royal family thinks the poisoned Douluo is still the polite one they command. Then I'll shatter their illusions with my own hands. Meanwhile, Dream God Ji and the two education commissioners dragged their wounded bodies into the imperial palace. The Blood Knight Emperor finished hearing the news of Zhu Beng being crippled. He immediately smashed the desk to pieces. The bloodthirsty prince grabbed Dream God Ji by the collar and demanded to know who had injured Zhu Beng so severely. When he heard the name Han Yu, the bloodthirsty prince couldn't believe that a young man could defeat three Soul Douluo in a single strike. But Dream Goddess told him that Han Yu not only possessed the terrifying Black Dragon martial soul, but also mastered a spatial soul skill that could ignore defenses. Even with the three of them joining forces, they were still severely injured by one blow. Dream Goddess also told the bloodthirsty prince that he appeared to be less than 20 years old. His martial soul was a black dragon never seen before, with a draconic might far surpassing that of the Blue Palace Tyrannosaurus. And he also wielded a strange ability that could pierce through spatial barriers, whether in attack or defense. Whether it was spiritual power or speed, the three of them could find no obvious weakness. The Blood Emperor grew increasingly silent, a monster so terrifyingly young, far more dangerous than an aged titled Douluo, because no one knew what he would grow into given another 10 years. The Blood Emperor's face grew darker and darker, and what he found even harder to accept was that Han Yu had also taken Du Guyan and Yi Lingling away. The Blood Prince slammed the table. Forget the Lingtian sect. I'll go and request the poisoned Douluo to act now. We absolutely cannot let this madman leave Tiandao City alive. Meng Shenji shook her head with difficulty. It's too late to ask. The Blood Prince's movements froze instantly. Meng Shenji told him that Han Yu had already neutralized the poison inside Du Gu Bo and his granddaughter. The poisoned Douluo had already defected to the Lingtian sect. Du Gu Bo would no longer obey the royal family's orders. Even more terrifying, the Lingtian sect had only appeared for a very short Time yet had already won over the poisoned Douluo, the overlord dragon serpent family, and the entire Beast Academy, Yi Lingling and Dugu. Yan also chose to leave with him. Such a recruitment speed meant that he must be holding astonishing leverage that even the Tiandao royal family could not provide. The Blood Prince looked as if struck by lightning, staggering back on the spot. Dugu owes this prince a life. How could he possibly betray me? Meng Shenji forced herself to add. Han Yu also left a message. The favor from back then has nothing to do with Zhu Beng. He will personally bring Dugu to the prince's mansion for a visit, to see if the Blood Prince dares to face him. The Blood Prince trembled with rage, and immediately requested to mobilize the royal knights to surround and destroy the Lingtian sect. But the Snow Knight Emperor directly rebuked him harshly. Three-souled Douluo couldn't stop Han Yu. And now with a poison, Douluo added, "Are you trying to send the royal knights to their deaths?" Zhu Beng was usually arrogant and domineering. But this time he had kicked an iron plate. It was entirely his own doing. Until we understand the Lingtian sect's background, no one is to provoke Han Yu again. The Blood Prince tried to argue, but the Snow Knight Emperor coldly told him, "If Han Yu truly comes to visit, you will receive him well, even if he puts a blade to your throat. You must greet him with a smile." The Blood Prince's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The next morning, I arrived at the Blood Prince's mansion with Dugu. The gates were already wide open. Bloody stood with a group of stewards below the steps, forcing a smile uglier than tears. "Sect Master Han, your arrival honors my humble abode." I didn't stop, walking straight into the manor. "It seems Zhu Yi has already taught you how to speak." Bloody stood behind, barely suppressing the humiliation on his face. But recalling Zhu Yi's warning last night, he could only lower his head and follow behind me. None of the Manar's guards or stewards dared to block us. Entering the main hall, I sat directly in the seat reserved for the prince. Bloody could only stand below with a bitter smile. This was no ordinary defeat, but the first time the Lingtian sect openly trampled on the royal family's dignity. Bloody's face turned grim, yet he dared not retort. He could only explain that Blood Coliseon's offense against Sect Master Han was his own doing, and that he himself had no intention of defying me. Dugu stood behind me, coldly watching this scene. "The 7-day savior, Bloody. You saved my life back then, and I've intimidated the Heaven Dao royal family for years in return. Now that the poison is cured, I've joined the Lingtian sect, and the debt between us ends today." Bloody had indeed saved Dugu when he was in the gravest danger. But to repay that debt, Dugu served as the Manar's guest elder for years, resolving disputes and deterring all factions for him, even binding the entire Dugu clan to the royal war chariot. That life had long been repaid, time and again, through countless acts of service. If Bloody still tried to use that old favor to control him, it would not be gratitude, but treating the poisoned Douluo as his personal servant. Bloody grit his teeth, forced to bow his head in submission. I sat in the main seat, lifted the teacup, and took a slow sip. Then looking at Zhu Xing, I came today to say only one thing. The Lingtian sect acts without restraint. You and Zhu Yi had better keep your people in check. If there is a next time, I would not mind changing the surname of the Heaven Dao Empire, and the hall fell silent instantly. My voice was not loud, yet it made everyone present lower their heads at once, because they all knew this was not a mere threat. A 12-year-old who could gravely wound 3-spirit Douluo, with Gurong and Dugu backing him. In the future, he would fully have the right to decide the fate of the empire. Zhu Xing wanted to rage, but his legs uncontrollably went weak. Prince Zuxing's cold sweat kept dripping until Dugu and I left. Only then did he collapse into the chair like a deflated ball. I must go to the palace immediately to see His Majesty. In the imperial study, Zhu Xing told Zhu Yi everything, telling it all exactly as it happened. Zhu Yi was so furious he snapped the jade brush in his hand. Can a million mighty soldiers not flatten a single Lingtian sect? But Zhu Xing tearfully reminded him that Dugu had completely sided with Han Yu. That boy's confidence was by no means limited to one poisoned Douluo. If war truly broke out, the Heaven Dao Empire might not win. Even if 1,000,000 troops could truly flatten the sect's stronghold, they could never trap someone with spatial abilities. If Han Yu and Dugu escaped, and from then on hunted down royal members and high-ranking officials, the entire Heaven Dao Empire would never know peace again. An enemy who could defeat 3-spirit Douluo head-on, and could traverse space at will, was far harder to deal with than 1,000 troops on the battlefield. Zhu Yi was silent for a long time, finally suppressing his killing intent. Since he could not be eliminated, then he must be won over. Go and win over Zhu Yi. The emperor had ruled the Heaven Dao Empire for many years, and naturally understood that a ruler's greatest taboo was acting on impulse. Zhu Beng was merely a neglected prince. No matter how severe his injuries, they were far less important than the safety of the entire empire. To avenge one son, and push two titled Douluo and a sect with limitless potential completely into the enemy camp, that would be true foolishness. As long as the Lingtian sect did not openly aid the Star Luo Empire, the royal family still had room to negotiate, send word to the treasury, select the finest spirit bones, herbs, and treasures, and ask Crown Prince Zhu Qinghe to lead the ministers on a personal visit to the Lingtian sect. No matter what Han Yu demands, we must satisfy whatever he asks, for it's unthinkable that the royal family should bow to us. But Zhu Yi asked him a single question. If you don't bow, can you kill Han Yu? Zuxin was struck silent, since he couldn't eliminate me. He couldn't push Lingtian sect towards Star Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall. The only thing the Heaven Dao royal family can do now is to stabilize the relationship with utmost sincerity, and even find a way to pull me to their side. At the same time, I returned to the Lingtian sect's residence. Du Gubo was about to ask about the royal family's reaction when a cold, clear voice came from the inner hall. You've returned. I looked up and saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a silver long dress slowly walk out from behind the beaded curtain. She sat down beside me, as if discussing some trivial matter unrelated to herself. For a useless prince and an old dog, it's not worth making this trip yourself. She clearly already knew everything that had happened at the academy. 3 Soul Douluo defeated by me, Zhu Beng severely injured, Du Gubo completely breaking away from Zuxin, these tidings enough to shake Heaven Dao City. Yet in her mouth, they sounded like a boring farce. Du Gubo didn't know her, but could tell from the way she spoke to me that this woman's status within Lingtian sect was far from ordinary. She dared not ask more, only standing respectfully to the side. I took the tea she offered, striking the mountain to startle the tiger, that's all. This fat piece of meat, that is the Heaven Dao royal family. We must first let them know who truly holds the blade. Du Guba's heart tightened at the words, not daring to interject, but the woman continued asking me, will Zuxin next send an army to besiege Lingtian sect? I shook my head. She is an emperor who knows how to endure. A head-on clash would only harm both sides, so she won't act rashly. Instead, she'll send someone with gifts and apologies. And the one who comes will surely be someone of considerable weight. Zhu Beng has already thoroughly offended me. Zuxin is even less qualified to show his face. Zhu Yi himself can't easily leave the palace, the one who can represent the royal family. Without making me feel slighted, only Crown Prince Zhu Qinghe remains. If I'm not mistaken, that Crown Prince, known for his gentleness and respect for the worthy, will soon come calling in person. I had Du Gubo pass down the order. If Crown Prince Zhu Qinghe arrives at Lingtian sect, do not block him. Open the main gate and welcome him directly. I'd like to properly meet this Crown Prince. The whole world believes Zhu Qinghe is Zui's finest son. Gentle and refined, courteous to the wise, meticulous in every deed, but I know the truth. The real Zhu Qinghe vanished long ago. The one seated on the throne now is actually Qian Rengse, young master of the Spirit Hall. The true Qian Rengse possesses the Lioi heavenly master martial spirit. Behind her stands the Spirit Hall's hall of worship. She has lurked within the Heaven Dao royal family for years, eliminating other heirs step by step. Now she is but one step away from the throne. Were it not for Zhu Beng's feigned madness, he too would have long perished in this scheme of succession. She believes her disguise is flawless. Yet little does she know, I have been waiting from the very start for her to walk into Lingtian's sect herself. I intend to place the 7 treasure glazed tile sect where it rightfully belongs. As long as you do not provoke me, or stand in Lingtian sect's path, I will not trouble you unprovoked. But if you dare scheme behind my back or try to suppress Lingtian sect, then do not blame me for being ruthless. When that time comes, a few apologies will not be enough to settle the matter. Ning Fengzi stared at me for a long while, then nodded solemnly, as long as Lingtian sect does not stir up conflict. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect will never be your enemy. He knew full well that my grandfather was now no weaker than Xianxia. If my grandfather truly set his sights on the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, even with their defenses, they could not withstand repeated spatial strikes. As long as my grandfather wished, he could tear open space at any moment. and appear at any corner of the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect. Ning Fengzi could not possibly guard everyone at all times, nor could he block a level 96 super Douluo. So his only choice was to retreat. Ning Fengzi turned and left. Before departing, Chen Xin cast one last hard look at my grandfather. Yet in the end, he said nothing, once their figures disappeared. My grandfather let out a long sigh. I smiled and asked him if he was reluctant to let go. He shook his head, saying only that these decades felt like a dream. Now that the dream had ended, he would wholeheartedly serve Lingtian's sect. I told him Lingtian's sect would surely go farther and stand higher than the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect. My grandfather burst into laughter and said he naturally believed in me. I turned my gaze toward the heavenly court and summoned Yi Lingling and Douluo. Ning Fengzi had just left, but matters with the Heaven Dao royal family could not be set aside. I instructed Douluo that within 3 days, the Henhei Qiankun mirror must be delivered. If Qian Rengsa dares to play tricks, notify me immediately. Then I turned to Yi Lingling. His 4th soul ring and the 9-star begonia advancement can begin right now. Grandfather raised his hand and tore open space, a dark rift slowly spreading open within the great hall. I stepped through with Yi Lingling in one stride. The next moment, we had arrived at the center of the sunset forest. Ice and fire, 2 extremes, on one side a spring blazing like fire. On the other a spring biting with cold, 2 utterly opposing forces. Yet they coexisted strangely within this valley. Every medicinal herb growing around us carried the aura of heaven and earth's creation. Yi Lingling was still a bit dizzy when she first landed, but seeing the red and blue interweaving springs before her, and the dense spiritual energy surrounding them, she was completely stunned. I told her that this place was once the medicine source of the Duga clan, and now it belonged to the Heaven Sect. It was also the most suitable place for her to complete her transformation. The greatest flaw of the 9-star begonia is that it passes down a single lineage and forever possesses only one form of healing. Generations of predecessors spent their entire lives. Yet none could break this restriction, but what others cannot do does not mean I cannot. I pointed to a medicinal herb beside the spring and had her consume it directly. Then, after sitting cross-legged in quiet absorption for half an hour, Yi Lingling reopened her eyes. She could clearly feel her life force had become far stronger than before. She originally had only a single flower, but as her soul power flowed, it had become more condensed. Yet that restriction of a single lineage still remained like an invisible wall. But I told her this was only the first step. For the 9-star begonia to truly evolve, she would still need a plant-type soul ring that was sufficiently compatible. Grandfather spread his spiritual power across the entire sunset forest. We searched the woods for a long time. Ordinary plant-type soul beasts were either too low in age, or their life force was too impure. It wasn't until Grandfather suddenly stopped and said he had found his target in the northwest. Bloodvina celestial spirit, herb just over 6,000 years old. This soul beast was hidden deep within a canyon crevice. Its life force astonishingly strong, perfectly suited for Yi Lingling. Grandfather tore open space once more, and we arrived directly at the canyon floor. Emerald green vines coiled around the stone walls. Faint lake-like light flowing through the leaf veins. That surge of life energy nearly rushed straight into our faces. Grandfather even said that if he hadn't pressed his spiritual power inch by inch into the depths, this vine would likely have kept hiding until the very end. Death, I had Grandpa leave him with one breath, then let Yi Lingling end him herself. The pressure of a title Douluo descended, and a massive bone hand appeared out of thin air, grabbing the azure blood heavenly spirit vine tightly. She didn't even have a chance to struggle before being thrown in front of Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling struck straight into the vital sea, and a deep purple soul ring slowly rose. I immediately had her begin absorbing the remnants of the immortal herbs. Medicinal power, which erupted simultaneously with the vast life force in the soul ring. The moment that purple soul ring was set on, the residual vitality of the azure blood, heavenly spirit vine, surged into her meridians like a tide. Her soul power and spiritual world were both struck at once. Yi Lingling's body trembled continuously, but she never gave up. Finally, a rich fragrance burst from her. The 9-star begonia, which originally had only one bloom, began to split endlessly in the light. A second bloom, a third, until a full 9 begonia flowers surrounded her. All 9 petals blooming at once, the dense healing aura nearly filling the mist valley. Even Grandpa couldn't help but take several extra looks, for this was no longer a mere change in an auxiliary martial soul, but a true transformation of the martial soul's essence. The restriction of the 9-star Begonia's single-line inheritance was broken by her own hand. Yi Lingling was so moved she knelt directly before me. She told me that her fourth soul skill was no longer mere force, but azure blood vital breath. Not only could it instantly heal severe wounds, but it could also add a layer of life protection to the target. As long as the shield held, stamina and soul power would continuously recover. This meant that as long as she applied it to her teammates, even in a prolonged attrition battle, they could rely on the constantly returning soul power to grind down a stronger enemy through sheer endurance. And at the most critical moment, she could instantly pull a gravely wounded person back from the brink of death, which meant the Lingtian Sect now had an extremely powerful life-saving card. I had her rise and told her this was power she had earned herself. Yi Lingling, however, said solemnly that from this day forward, her life belonged to the Lingtian Sect. When we returned to the main hall, Douluo was already waiting there. He could tell at a glance that Yi Lingling's life aura was completely different. This former poison Douluo even felt for the first time from Yi Lingling. Life force comparable to that of a top-tier soul beast. I had Yi Lingling go into seclusion first to consolidate my cultivation realm, then inquired about the movements of the Heaven Dao royal family. Duke Douluo told me Zhu Qinghe had already sent someone to deliver funeral gifts and would personally visit tomorrow. Discuss the Henhei Qiankun mirror face-to-face. I had him reply to the Eastern Palace. The Spirit Heaven Sect will open its main gates wide tomorrow, awaiting His Highness the Crown Prince at any time. Late that night, Grandfather asked me whether I truly intended to go to see God Island after obtaining the Henhei Qiankun mirror. I told him the Henhei Qiankun mirror was merely a key to the foundation of Sea God Island, and I was determined to have it. As long as I obtained the Sea God's token, the Spirit Heaven Sect would have a chance to truly stand above both great empires and the Spirit Hall. The next morning, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang arrived from the Strange Beast Academy. Both of their auras had completely transformed. Uncle Meng told me that the immortal herbs had completely shattered the bottleneck that had stagnated for decades, and he had now stepped into level 90. Chao Tianxiang, with the aid of the 9-product purple mushroom, had also successfully broken through to level 70. As the two spoke of these changes, their eyes were filled with reverence for me, and they even swore oaths before me. As long as the Spirit Heaven Sect needed them, their couple, and the Strange Beast Academy, they would never hesitate. Once they obtained their soul rings, the Spirit Heaven Sect would gain another title, Douluo, and another soul sage. More importantly, their couple's martial soul fusion rank would rise with the quality of their soul rings, granting them the power to challenge Super Douluo across ranks. No translation provided for this id. 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 Father Emperor's word is law. This is the national treasure of the Heaven Dao Empire. I opened the Henhei Qiankun shade, and a blue halo immediately spread across the table. That crystal-clear blue triangular base radiating an energy as vast as the sea. I confirmed the item was genuine and stored it into my soul tool on the spot. At that moment, I could clearly sense that within the Henhei Qiankun shade slept a mysterious power. As long as I waited for the right moment, it would truly acknowledge me as its master, and I told Zhu Qinghe, the sincerity of the Heaven Dao royal family has been received. As long as the Heaven Dao royal family does not provoke the Lingtian sect, I will not interfere in the internal affairs of the Heaven Dao Empire. These words sounded like a promise, but they were also a warning. If the Heaven Dao royal family abides by the rules, I can keep the peace for now, but if they mistake my concession for weakness, then the national treasure sent today will become their final lesson. Zhu Qinghe then probed me, asking how I viewed the current situation of the continent and the recent actions of the Spirit Hall. I asked him whether he wanted the truth or a lie, and he said naturally the truth. So I told him the Spirit Hall is ambitious, the two empires are rotten to the core, But none of this concerns the Ling Tian sect, whoever dares to block my path. I will crush them, whether it be Heaven Dao, Star Luo, or the Spirit Hall. Zhu Qinghe still wore a smile after hearing this, but I knew he had engraved those words deep in his heart. He came today bearing the national treasure, outwardly to show respect, but in truth to test whether I would, because of receiving this treasure, side with the Heaven Dao royal family. I simply did not give him that chance. He rose to take his leave, and I had to go see him out. Only when he had completely left the Ling Tian sect did the atmosphere in the hall relax. I did not rush to the Sea God Island, because the Ling Tian sect still lacked 2 top-tier soul rings. Early the next morning, I brought Grandfather de Gabo, Pei Mengxia, and Chao Tingxing into the Star Dao Great Forest. Just as we reached the border between the mixed zone and the core zone, I had Grandfather and de Gabo release their pressure simultaneously. The dense forest within 100 li instantly fell into dead silence. Countless soul beasts fled in panic. But from the swamp on the right suddenly came a rustling sound. A black giant over 20 meters long, dragging its massive venomous stinger as it slowly rose. De Gabo only took one look, told me it was a black poison quill snake, just over 40,000 years old. For Chao Tingxing's 7th spirit ring, this one would do. I looked at the giant serpent in the swamp and spoke slowly. Elder Daga, he's yours, just leave him breathing. De Gabo heard my command, and his figure had already charged into the swamp. A dozen breaths later, a dull thud echoed from deep within the marsh. That 40,000-year black poison quill snake was tightly wrapped in green venom and slammed hard onto the ground before us. Blood seeped from every scale on its body. The massive venomous stinger at its tail was also forcibly suppressed by de Gabo. Chao Tingxing wasted no time, drawing his serpent blade and plunging it into the serpent's vital point. A deep black spirit ring slowly rose into the air. He sat cross-legged and began absorbing his 7th spirit ring. This ring was clearly right at the very limit his current body could withstand. Black spirit power coursed along the serpent blade. The martial spirit, which originally only had poison and speed, began to emanate a far more ferocious aura. The 7th spirit ring represents the martial spirit true body. Once absorption succeeds, his combat style will be completely transformed. De Gabo set up a poison formation around them to keep other spirit beasts at bay. He even compressed the poison into several barriers, blocking out every aura that might draw near. Unless a titled Douluo personally barged in, no one could disturb Chao Tingxing. I thought today's first spirit ring was already secured. But just then, a tremor suddenly came from deep within the forest. A roar shook the entire sea of trees violently. A dark golden stream of energy shot into the sky, and the dense dragon might, even from dozens of li away. Still pressed down on one's chest, that aura carried not only dragon might, but also a heavy metallic presence, as if a mountain were moving toward us. Meng Shu felt this aura and immediately changed expression with excitement. This definitely exceeded 70,000 years, and it was a sub-dragon with both earth and metal attributes. I closed my eyes and sensed for a moment, quickly confirming its identity. A dark gold armored dragon, close to 85,000 years old. This was exactly the 9th spirit ring Meng Shu wanted most. Though this sub-dragon's bloodline couldn't compare to a true dragon. It possessed the top-tier defense among all spirit beasts on the continent, plus dual earth and metal attributes. Its spirit armor had almost no obvious weaknesses. If Grandfather hadn't acted personally, Meng Shu couldn't even get close to it. Grandfather heard my assessment and laughed on the spot. So what if it's 0 years old? As long as it's not those 2 overlords deep within the Star Dao forest. He dared to tear this dragon's bones apart today. The moment he finished speaking, Grandfather tore through space and charged toward the direction of the roar. I had Chao Tingxing stay in place to absorb the soul ring. De Gabo raised his hand and released a ring of poison barrier, firmly shielding Chao Tingxing at the center. Any ordinary 10,000-year soul beast that dared approach would be instantly poisoned. Then Meng Shu followed me and de Gabo toward the direction of the roar. The moment we reached the edge of the battlefield, the dense forest before us had already been reduced to ruins. The ground was riddled everywhere, with countless deep pits and giant trees snapped in half at the waist, in midair. Grandfather was locked in a head-on clash with a massive beast nearly 30 meters long. The dark gold-armored dragon was covered in thick, heavy scales. Like a moving metal fortress, with every step it took. It left half-a-meter-deep footprints in the ground. Any tree it grazed collapsed like dry grass. Its dark golden eyes burned with the fury of being provoked. It swept its tail in a wide arc, and even space itself shuddered with the impact. But grandfather raised his bone shield to block it head-on. The immense recoil force actually sent the dark gold armored dragon staggering back several trees worth of distance. And for the first time, a crack split open on its spirit armor. From the very start, this battle was never evenly matched. It was grandfather testing his own limits. Meng Shu stood by my side, watching and gasping in cold air. He said that even if he went all out, he might not be able to break through that defense, but I didn't let grandfather keep playing around. The commotion in the forest was far too loud. If we dragged it out any longer, we might lure out soul beasts from deeper within. I directly reminded grandfather, "Stop playing, end this quickly." Grandfather agreed readily, and the next second unleashed his 9th soul skill. 5 transformations, divine dragon, a colossal bone-white dragon that blotted out the sky. Descended from the void with a thunderous crash. An overwhelming pressure instantly crushed down on the dark gold armored dragon. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape from beneath that palm. Grandfather shouted at Meng Shu, "Go stab the inverse scales beneath its neck." Meng Shu didn't hesitate for a moment. He summoned his dragon head staff and charged forward. The staff struck precisely into the dark gold armored dragon's vital weak point. The beast let out a reluctant, mournful cry. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times, before finally losing all signs of life. A ring of profound, pitch-black soul ring slowly condensed above the corpse. The soul power fluctuation was so violent. Even Douluo warned Uncle Meng. Soul shock from an 0-year-old soul ring is not something an ordinary soul master can withstand. But Uncle Meng simply looked at me and said that the sect master and the 2 seniors had given him this opportunity. If he couldn't even get through this trial, he would have no face to remain the supreme elder of Lingtian sect. I told him to guard his spiritual platform and keep his mind calm. Absorb it, and you will become a true dragon, Douluo. Uncle Meng sat down cross-legged, slowly drawing that violent black ring onto his martial soul. The moment the soul ring wrapped around the dragon head staff, the lingering ferocity of the golden armored dragon erupted completely. Uncle Meng's body was drenched in sweat, blood beads seeping continuously from his skin, his body seeming as if it would be torn apart by that power at any moment. Even his 8th soul ring was completely suppressed by the power of that final black ring. The dragon head staff seemed to come alive, emitting low dragon roars. And with every clash of soul power, it felt like a giant dragon was rampaging inside his body. Grandfather frowned slightly, but Douluo just sneered, saying that if he couldn't even endure this much hardship, how could he be worthy of being the supreme elder of Lingtian sect? I never made a move, because I knew that what Uncle Meng truly lacked was never talent, but a chance to fight his way upward with everything he had. Just as his aura was about to collapse, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly erupted from within his body, and the violent dark gold energy instantly converged. 9 soul rings appeared one after another beneath his feet, and the edge of that final black ring even shimmered with a faint, piercing red light. Uncle Meng suddenly opened his eyes, and the pressure of a titled Douluo instantly swept across the entire ruins. Overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face, he knelt on one knee before me. "Sect Master, this old man has finally broken through." I told him to rise, then asked him what level he was now. Feeling the surging soul power within him, Uncle Meng respectfully told me, "Level Ninetiane." This soul ring not only strengthened his defenses, but also granted him a domineering single-target soul skill. Dark Gold Annihilation Strike. Once it locks onto a target, it concentrates all the annihilation power of the dark gold armored dragon into a single attack. The powers of Earth and Gold are compressed into a single point, giving it astonishing explosive force and armor-breaking capability. If combined with the poison core speed of Hot Xianxia, the couple could first trap a powerful enemy, then use this strike to tear open their defenses directly. An ordinary title, Douluo at rank Nineti Twanineti, 3 would find it very hard to withstand this blow head-on. From this moment on, Meng Shu was no longer the one stuck at the peak of soul Douluo, the one who could never take that final step, but a true rank Nineti on a dragon Douluo. After returning to the sect, he would be directly promoted to Grand Elder of Lingtian sect, guarding the sect's foundation alongside his grandfather. Those who once looked down on the Meng family would only be able to look up to him from now on. Let's return to the scene. At that moment, Xianxia had just finished absorbing, and a black soul ring had appeared beneath his feet, the power of his martial soul true body flowing through him, his entire aura turning sharp and fierce. The seventh soul ring granted him a true martial soul, true body. His aura and soul power intensity, both surging far beyond what they were before absorption. Douluo saw this and nodded in satisfaction. A sign that Chao Tingxiang's soul ring resonated perfectly with his martial soul. He saw the 9 soul rings beneath Uncle Meng's feet. Froze for a moment, then rushed over excitedly. Uncle Meng laughed and told him that he had successfully broken through. I looked at the couple, one now a titled Douluo, the other possessing the 7th soul ring and martial soul true body. Their dragon-snake combined strike was now enough to stand firm against a Reincarnated, Fiancée super Douluo. On his own, Meng Shu might only be an ordinary titled Douluo. But once he fused his martial soul with Chao Tingxiang, both of their powers would leap across an entire level. And that was the truly terrifying aspect of the peerless dragon snake. Uncle Meng immediately assured me that from now on, whenever Lingtian's sect faced a powerful enemy, the couple would charge to the front lines. I nodded. The sect's top-tier combat strength was finally taking initial shape. Grandfather at rank 96. Douluo at rank 92. Meng Shu at rank 91, 3 titled Douluo in one sect. And across the entire Douluo continent, few forces would dare to look down on us. More importantly, these 3 titled Douluo were not outsiders. Grandfather was my most trusted kin. Douluo had already pledged his life to me. And the Meng Shu couple of Lingtian's sect had just sworn their oath of loyalty. As long as we completed the sect's foundation, Lingtian's sect could truly stand firm. Grandfather and Douluo both couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. They thought of Ningfengzi and Chen Xing. Those two probably still don't know that the one they drove away with their own hands. Yi Sun has already brought the Lingtian sect to such heights. I didn't continue discussing the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect. The past is the past. What matters most now is finding a true home for the Lingtian sect. I had Meng Shu and Chao Tingxiang return to Barak City first, to relocate all the family disciples and the Beast Academy to the vicinity of Tiandao City. The Beast Academy has quite a number of teachers and students. The Meng family itself also has a large group of Klinsmen, if they all sign on. The temporary base would need to expand several times over, which is exactly why I must choose a location as soon as possible. The two didn't hesitate at all, even if it meant giving up years of established enterprises. They were willing to follow the Lingtian sect and start anew. After they left, I looked around the temporary base. This place was never large to begin with. And in the future, it would have to accommodate the Meng family and the entire academy, making it utterly impossible to continue serving as the sect. Moreover, it's close to Tiandao City, where too many eyes from various factions are watching. When sect disciples cultivate and act here, they would always be spied on by the royal family and other sects. For the Lingtian sect to truly develop, it must possess a territory entirely its own. Grandfather also saw the problem. Here, let alone recruiting new disciples, even accommodating the current members is a stretch. The true establishment of the sect must be put on the agenda immediately. I had already begun screening locations in my mind, needing both sufficient area and convenient access for disciples to obtain soul rings, as well as natural barriers to ward off external threats. Ideally, the academy and the sect could be placed together, so that young disciples would receive the Lingtian sect's own training from the very start. Just as I was about to discuss site selection with them, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the main hall. Douluo pushed the door open and walked in. He glanced at us, then at the sect blueprints on the table. Sect Master, if you're only lacking a place that can house both the sect and the academy. I can think of a place, he said, just on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Douluo told me that the soul beast resources in the Sunset Forest are extremely abundant, enough to support the disciples daily. Soul hunting. Moreover, there are no 10,000-year soul beasts with lingering auras there. So there won't be uncontrollable fatal dangers, as long as we find an open area near the forest, nestled against mountains and rivers. Then we can establish the true Lingtian sect. After hearing this, Douluo immediately slapped the ground. The Sunset Forest was originally his territory, every type of terrain within it. Every dangerous area he could map out with his eyes closed. Establishing the sect on the outskirts would not only make it easy to set up defensive formations, but also save disciples a lot of detours when acquiring soul rings in the future. Grandfather also felt this location was suitable. Leaning against the Sunset Forest, the sect could directly create an ideal cultivation environment. It could also use the natural terrain to build defenses, Douluo then added. Since the Beast Academy was moving here entirely, why not build it directly? beside the sect as a base for Lingtian sect to train young disciples. In 2 years, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament would begin. By then, we could completely use the Beast Academies. Team to form a squad belonging to the Lingtian sect. This team wasn't just for competing for a name, but to put the Lingtian sect's training methods directly in front of everyone, letting soul masters across the continent see with their own eyes how high an ordinary genius could rise after joining the Lingtian sect. And those young people with real potential would naturally know which side to choose. After hearing this, I immediately made the decision. The outskirts of the Sunset Forest would be the future site of the Lingtian sect. As for the elite tournament 2 years later, it would be the most fitting stepping stone for the Lingtian sect to declare its rise to the entire continent. As long as our team took the championship, all young soul masters would remember the Lingtian sect when recruiting disciples in the future. We wouldn't need to search everywhere for talent. Geniuses would come to us on their own. I told Meng Shu and Chao Tingxiang to integrate the Beast Academy as soon as they returned, not leaving out a single teacher or student. In 2 years, I wanted them to forge a championship team capable of sweeping through all academies in the elite tournament. A championship team. Meng Shu was fired up with passion and immediately guaranteed he wouldn't let me down after the couple took their leave. Grandfather raised another issue. The sect and the Advanced Soul Master Academy combined would be far from small in scale. If we only hired ordinary craftsmen to build it, not only would it be too slow, but the defenses and standards wouldn't match. Lingtian sect, I looked at grandfather. Since he brought it up on his own, he must have already thought of the right people. Grandfather told me that when it came to construction and defensive formulas, across the entire Douluo continent, if one family dared to claim second place, no one would dare claim first, one of the 4 great single-attribute clans. The Yuzi clan, their entire clan possessed top-tier defensive martial souls, not only excelling at building fortresses, but also holding profound research in large-scale architecture and mechanism defenses. If they were to take action, they could completely turn Lingtian sect into a truly impenetrable fortress. Douluo reminded us that the Yuzi clan had once allied with Hatian sect. Yet when Hatian sect sealed its mountain, they were cast aside like discarded pawns. The clan leader Niagao had a foul temper and was stubborn. Since then he had rejected all major sects outright, so getting him to take on Lingtian sect's construction would hardly be simple. But grandfather paid it no mind at all. If Niagao refused to talk, he would personally reason with his fists. After hearing this, I shook my head, since the Yuzi clan had such skills. Having them merely build a sect once was far too wasteful. What I wanted wasn't just their craftsmanship, but the entire Yuzi clan, if they were willing to join. They could independently form the Yutang Hall, becoming the defensive foundation of Lingtian sect. Yan was somewhat worried. The Yuzi clan had been abandoned by Hatian sect once before. How could they easily trust another sect? I told her that what they truly rejected wasn't sects, but being treated as expendable pawns again. As long as they were given respect, true protection, and resources they couldn't refuse, Niagao would have no reason to keep his clan's future trapped in Longsing City. Moreover, my goal wasn't just the Yuzi clan alone. Among the 4 great single-attribute clans, the Yuzi clan excelled in construction and defense. The Minzi clan possessed extreme speed, perfect for reconnaissance and intelligence relay. And the Pazi clan mastered alchemy while possessing formidable frontal combat power. If all 3 families were brought into Lingtian sect, the sect's most lacking halls could immediately form a complete framework. The Yuzi clan would handle sect defense, the Minzi clan would handle intelligence and scouting, and the Pazi clan would handle alchemy and combat. Combined with the Beast Academy's teaching system, Lingtian sect from top to bottom would be able to, forming a complete training and combat chain. This isn't simply adding a few more hands, but filling in the sect's foundations all at once. Douluo nodded repeatedly after hearing this, but he soon asked me why the Lizzie clan wasn't included. I gave only one answer. Tayton, I don't need that old gorilla treating Tang Hao as his master for life. No matter what Tang Hao has done, he would still obey him without any bottom line. Such a foolish man, today he can ignore the clan's future for Tang Hao. And in the future, he might bite the Lingtian sect back for Tang Hao. My sect doesn't need a dog that might turn on its master at any moment. As for the other 3 clans, they were abandoned by the Hatian sect years ago, and have long since harbored nothing but resentment toward it. Now joining the Lingtian sect, they not only gain 3 titled Douluo, but also become founding elders of the sect. Whether in status or resources, it's far better than struggling on their own. Once the plan was set, I had my grandfather open a spatial passage directly. My grandfather Douluo and I arrived outside Longsing City in an instant. Before long, a massive mansion as sturdy as a fortress appeared before us. The heavy plaque bore only 4 characters. The Xianxia clan. Douluo walked to the door and directly shouted inside with his soul power, "Old Rhino, a distinguished guest has arrived. Come out and greet us at once." His voice spread throughout the entire mansion instantly. Not long after, the heavy doors slowly opened, and a burly man built like an iron tower strode out. He was Lu Gao, the clan leader of the Xianxia clan. Lu Gao first saw my grandfather, then Douluo, and his face immediately darkened. "Bone Douluo and Poison Douluo. The 2 of you should be at the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the Heaven Dao royal family. Why have you come to my Xianxia clan? This old ox can't afford such high company." My grandfather told him his information was outdated. He had already left the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and become an elder of the Lingtian sect. And I was the sect master of the Lingtian sect, as well as his own grandson. Yagao looked me up and down, seeing how young I was. His disdain was completely unconcealed. "What Lingtian sect? I've never heard of it. The Xianxia clan has long established a rule. Never to attach itself to any sect again. Please all of you turn back." He was about to close the door, but I called out to him directly. "Clan leader Nia, back then the Hatian sect treated you as. That doesn't mean every sect in the world is as cowardly and incompetent as they are." Nia Goming stopped in his tracks. The fury in his eyes flared up instantly as he warned me. "Don't think that just because you have 2 titled Douluo backing you, you can use the Hatian sect to humiliate the Xianxia clan." I didn't argue with him, only said I came to discuss a deal. The Lingtian sect needs to establish an absolutely impregnable sect headquarters. For this task, only the Xianxia clan on the entire continent is most suitable. Yagao still refused, saying he would never take on sect work again. I raised 3 fingers, then offered 3 conditions. I'm not making the Xianxia clan a vassal, but inviting them to become founding elders of the sword sect. After joining, they'd form their own yutang, with internal affairs still decided by Niagao. Second, the yutang can enjoy core sect resources, and the clan's prodigies will receive focused training. Third, and most importantly, the Lingtian sect currently has a level peak super Douluo and 2 ordinary titled Douluo, as long as the Xianxia clan agrees from now on. Any force that wants to bully them must first ask whether the Lingtian sect approves, the protection the Hatian sect couldn't give them. The Lingtian sect can. Hearing this, Niagao was completely stunned. 3 titled Douluo. This level of backing already surpassed most sects on the continent. What the Xianxia clan lacked in the past was never craftsmen, but someone brave enough to stand up and back them. When the Hatian sect was at its peak, they were willing to build fortresses for them and send their clansmen to the battlefield. But once the Hatian sect fell, they instantly became abandoned pawns with no one to care for them. Over the years, they guarded a single estate, yet often couldn't even guarantee cultivation resources for their young clansmen. Douluo also deliberately told him the Xianxia clan wasn't the first they'd recruited. The Long Snake couple had already joined the Lingtian sect. Meng Shu broke through his bottleneck with my help, and had now absorbed his 9th soul ring, becoming a level dragon Douluo. Chao Tianxing had also broken through to level 70. Together, the couple could already hold their own against a super Douluo. The entire Meng family and the Beast Academy were also relocating to the Lingtian sect's new grounds. Nyaga's breathing grew heavier and heavier. He couldn't believe it. Meng Shu, who had been stuck at the Soul Sage realm for years, had actually broken through to title Douluo. For the first time, the look he gave me held no hostility. He asked me if I could truly help soul masters break through their bottlenecks. I told him Meng Shu was the best proof. I didn't lure him with empty words, but made him understand that Spirit Heaven sect was willing to offer real resources and willing to let all who joined share in future growth opportunities. The Xianxia clan had been suppressed by the Spirit Hall for years, and life had not been easy. As long as they joined Spirit Heaven sect, I would bear all that pressure from now on. And my goal wasn't just the Xianxia clan. The Po clan and the Mi clan, I intended to bring under my banner as well. Then those old brothers could reunite at Spirit Heaven sect and never have to bow to anyone's will again. Yagao heard old Beiniang, and the wariness in old Goat's eyes finally began to waver. But my grandfather had grown impatient, he told Nyagao to give a direct answer. If it weren't for my interest in the Yuzi clan, he wouldn't have bothered standing at the door saying so much. Nyagao's expression shifted constantly, until finally he stepped aside, yielding the gate of the Yuzi clan. That gesture seemed like merely making way. But in truth, it meant he had finally let go. The barrier he had guarded for years, at least until he heard my terms. He was willing to give Spirit Heaven's Sect a chance. Please come in, all three of you. This matter concerns the future of our entire clan. Let's discuss it in detail inside. My grandfather and I exchanged a glance, then stepped into the Yuzi clan. Nyagao led us all the way to the reception hall. And after closing the door himself, for the first time he looked at me. With utmost sincerity. Sect Master Han, since you want me to bring the whole clan to join you, then show me your true hand. What kind of sect are you planning to build? And what guarantees that the Yuzi clan won't be abandoned again? What I want to build isn't an ordinary sect, but a fortress that can house the main sect, an advanced Soul Master Academy, and various branches. The site will be on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. I'll build the main sect there. And then an academy large enough in scale. Money is not a problem. I only want the best planning, the strongest defenses, and a layout that ensures Lingtian Sect's long-term development. After Nyagao heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. As a clan leader who had studied architecture his entire life, what he loved most were grand projects like this. The Sunset Forest had natural unique formations and soul beast barriers, as long as we used the valleys and river channels, connecting the city walls with the main peak into one whole. It could form a massive fortress that was easy to defend and hard to attack. The main sect would house the high-ranking members and core disciples. The academy would train young soul masters, while the Jade Hall and the future Medicine Hall and Mint Hall would each establish their own zones around the main sect. This way, no matter which direction the enemy came from, they would first hit the defensive line built by the Yu clan. As long as there was enough land and sufficient funds, he was confident he could build the most impregnable fortress on the continent. Even if a titled Douluo personally attacked, they wouldn't easily step into the main sect. But Nyagao was still concerned about one thing: whether the promise I made outside the door was truly sincere. I told him that as long as the Yu clan joined Lingtian Sect, from today on, we were one family. Whoever dared to touch the Yu clan would be touching the very foundation of Lingtian Sect. And Grandfather Ndigabo would be their most solid backing. It was at this moment that Grandfather released a wisp of his pressure. The aura of a peak-level Nin86 Super Douluo. Instantly dispelling all of Nyagao's lingering doubts, he slammed the table hard. Since Sect Master Han and the two heroes think so highly of this old Nia, then the Yu clan is in. From today on, there will no longer be a single attribute Yu clan in this world. Only the Jade Hall of Lingtian Sect. I stood up and formally addressed him as Hall Master Nia. Nyagao grasped my hand, and for the first time a genuine smile appeared on his face. For him, this wasn't just taking on a construction project. It was the Yu clan finally finding a new home. They were no longer vassals to be discarded after used by a sect, but elders with the right to participate in the sect's affairs and decide their own future. Then, as if remembering something, he asked if I also wanted to recruit Old Whitebird and Old Goat. And I immediately realized that Hall Master Nia had news of them. Nyagao told me that the 4 single-attribute clans gathered every 2 years. And in just 5 days, the gathering location happened to be in Longsing City, which was the Yu clan's territory. Grandfather Ndigabo laughed on the spot. This was like a pillow arriving just as they were feeling sleepy. I had Nyagao arrange for the clan members to pack their belongings first, and wait until the gathering was over. Yurung would head to the Sunset Forest together with the other 2 clans. But Nyagao reminded me that Yang Wudi and Bei had tempers, even harder to deal with than his own, especially Yang Wudi of the Po clan, who was simply a powder keg that would explode at the slightest spark. I told him not to worry, the Po clan had something they couldn't refuse. And the Min clan also had what they lacked most. 5 days was enough for me to pull both clans into the Mingtian sect. Yang Wudi was obsessed with alchemy his entire life. The Xianxia immortal herb was the absolute counter to all poisons in the world. To others, this immortal herb was merely protective. But to Yang Wudi, it held more allure than any gold, silver, or soul bone. As long as I placed it before Yang Wudi, the Po clan would have a reason to sit down and talk. As for the Min clan, they possessed the ultimate speed on the entire continent. Yet because they weren't skilled in business or combat, Over the years, they had become so poor they could barely keep their pot boiling. What they lacked wasn't dignity, but stable resources to keep the whole clan alive. The Mengtian sect could give them cultivation resources, and also give them positions in the intelligence hall, letting their ultimate speed truly shine. Moreover, in the hands of the Min clan, there was also a crystal blood dragon ginseng, another immortal herb I had to keep an eye on. I then asked about Titan of the Li clan. Nia Gao smiled bitterly and said, "That old gorilla was loyal to Tang Hao to the very end. If he so much as heard anyone speak ill of the Hatian sect, he'd risk his life on the spot." I looked at Nia Gao, as long as Titan didn't make the first move. The Lingtian sect wouldn't take his life. But if he dared to stand in the way of the Lingtian sect and cut off the lifeline of the other two clans, then I couldn't be blamed. Nia Gao declared on the spot that although he valued loyalty, he would never be foolish. He knew better than anyone how the Hatian sect had treated them back then. If Titan truly dared to block the white bird and the old goat wouldn't even need grandfather and Dagabo to act. He himself would be the first to turn against Titan. After the matter was settled, we temporarily moved into the Iyazi clan's estate. 5 days later, those 3 clans would come knocking on our door on their own. During these 5 days, Nia Gao would seal off all information, not letting anyone know that I and the 2 titled Douluo had already taken residence in the manor. Once Titan, Yangwadi, and Beihe all stepped through the gate, we will once again lay our terms before them. Who is truly seeking a way out for their clan? Who only wants to cling to that title of the Hatian sect? At that moment, it will be clear at a glance. Dagabo even laughed, saying that once those few step through the gates of the Yazi clan, it won't be so easy for them to pretend they heard nothing. Nia Gao also agreed to personally keep watch over the clan members until the gathering begins. Not a single word would be allowed to leak out beforehand. But late into the night, I did not rest immediately. Instead, I asked my grandfather whether my parents had sent any word back over the years. The smile on my grandfather's face vanished in an instant. He told me that 6 years ago, my father Han Feng and mother Gu Yu, in search of an opportunity to break through to title Douluo, entrusted me to him and set out together on their travels. In the first year or two, they would occasionally send letters telling him where they had gone. But later, it was as if they had vanished into thin air, no news at all. My grandfather even mobilized the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect, every intelligence channel available, yet still could not find any trace of them. Though the Douluo continent is vast, 2 peak-level rank soul, Douluo, as long as they still walked the land, could not possibly leave no trace at all. The only explanation was either they had entered a secluded secret realm, or they had long since left the continent's bounds. He looked at me, his voice tinged with reluctance. The secret realms of the soul world are fraught with peril, and they might have met with an accident somewhere, no longer among the living. I did not let my grandfather continue. I must see them alive, or see their bodies if dead. Once the Lingtian sect establishes its own intelligence network, I will personally find them, no matter how many secret realms I must tread, how many seas I must cross. I need to know what they experienced in these 6 years. The future intelligence hall of the Lingtian sect will not only be used to watch enemies, it will also become the most important net in my search for my parents. My grandfather patted my shoulder, yet he still comforted me, saying that my father and mother were both peak-level rank soul Douluo, and as long as they did not encounter a true title Douluo, with their combined strength, they would never fall so easily. Perhaps they were merely trapped in some secret realm, unable to escape for now. I knew it was only comfort, but without definite bad news, that was already the best news. For now, the most important thing remains the gathering of the 4 clans 5 days from now. Only by bringing the 3 great clans under our command first will the Lingtian sect have a true trump card. And at that time, I had no idea that far across the sea, my father and mother were standing at the edge of a desolate island. Half a year ago, they had rented a ship from Henhei City to hunt souls at sea, but accidentally trespassed into the territory of the deep-sea demon Gold King. That overlord of the seas pursued them relentlessly, directly shattering the ship they were riding, though the 2 managed to escape the demon gold waters. They were swept who knows how far by the waves, eventually washing ashore on this desolate island. Since then, they neither knew where they were, nor could they find a route back to the Douluo continent. The 2 had already manifested their martial souls. The Golden Earth Dragon King and the ancient Dragon Phantom simultaneously surged toward the churning sea ahead. Not far from them, 2 sea soul beasts, massive as mountains, were locked in a frenzied battle. Tsunami after tsunami crashed against the desolate island, but was forcibly repelled by the two's soul power. Father excitedly told Mother that they had both broken through to level 90 some time ago. They had been worrying about where to find their 9th soul rings. Unexpectedly, 200,000-year sea soul beasts had delivered themselves right to their doorstep. Mother watched the battle and understood Father's plan. As long as the two beasts fought until both were crippled, they could reap the spoils. They might even each get a 100,000-year soul ring. Half an hour later, the battle on the sea finally neared its end. The 200,000-year sea soul beasts had churned the surrounding waters into a sea of blood. The Xianxia turtle's shell was covered in claw marks. The blood soul demon shark's body had been torn open with several wounds by the turtle's claws. The 100,000-year blood soul demon shark dragged its broken body and fled into the deep sea. The other Xianxia turtle, though drenched in blood, also had its neck torn open with a wound deep enough to see bone. Yet it still chased after the shark without stopping. Mother had been waiting for this moment. She unleashed the ancient dragon's spatial ability. Instantly appearing on the Xianxia turtle's back, she drove her bone-white spike deep into its vital point through that wound. Father simultaneously activated the Golden Earth Dragon King, striking the Xianxia turtle's head with a single blow. The already gravely wounded turtle thrashed wildly, its giant waves nearly swallowing the entire desolate island. But Mother kept pressing down on the wound at its neck. Father struck blow after blow, giving it no chance to turn the tide. With the two working together, this gravely wounded 100,000-year soul beast soon lost all signs of life. A ring of soul ring, blood red like fresh blood and 100,000 years old, slowly rose from the corpse. A 100,000-year soul beast was certain to drop a soul ring. To them, this was practically a gift of fortune. But there was only one soul ring, and her father could have absorbed it just the same. The Xianxia turtle's defense and water attributes could also strengthen his Golden Earth Dragon King. Yet he still gave the chance to her mother. Her father let her mother absorb the soul ring first. The ancient dragon martial soul possessed the ability to traverse space, making it easier to survive on the vast open sea. As long as her mother broke through to title Douluo first, the couple would have a true trump card for self-protection. Her mother did not decline again. She sat cross-legged beside the Xianxia turtle's corpse and began to draw in that red soul ring. Her father, holding the Golden Earth Dragon King spear, stood before her, vigilant of the surrounding sea. But at the critical moment, when her mother was absorbing the soul ring, her father suddenly turned to look into the distance. Over a dozen massive black sails appeared on the horizon. They were not sea soul beasts, but ships never seen before, forged of steel. Every giant ship was larger and more intricate than the sea vessels of Henhei City, their hulls entirely crafted from metal. And from the decks came waves of unfamiliar, yet powerful soul power fluctuations. Her father had never seen any force on Douluo continent, possessing naval power of this scale. At the highest masts, all flew an unfamiliar flag, a blazing sun and a crescent moon, and on the deck of the lead flagship, an unfamiliar level title Douluo, with eyes like silver moonlight, gazed toward her mother, who was absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. As that steel fleet approached the desolate island, the red light around her mother finally fully converged. She slowly opened her eyes, and space seemed to crack within her gaze. At the peak of level Ninetiana, her mother had succeeded. The 100,000-year soul ring not only carried her past the title Douluo threshold, but also brought two ninth soul skills at once. The first was called Void Boundary, allowing ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation, and could form a folded space barrier around her body. Even if an ultimate Douluo's attack came down, it would be forcibly deflected by that barrier. The second was the spatial attack soul skill, most suited to the ancient dragon martial soul. With this offense and this defense, Mother finally had the leverage to move freely across the sea. And he also set his own title. Since grandfather had taken the name Ancient Douluo, he would use space as his title. Space Douluo Gu Yu before father could celebrate, he pointed into the distance. Mother saw the sun-moon cavalry on the ship, and likewise confirmed this was not the Douluo continent. Father told him to first fuse the soul bone left by the Xianxia turtle, for only by turning all gains into strength could they have the confidence to face unknown enemies. A torso bone radiating deep blue light flew out from the Xianxia turtle's corpse, and Mother quickly completed the fusion, her soul power rising directly to level Ninetitwa. This on 100-year torso bone also granted him two soul domains. The first, called the Xianxia gravity field, could alter gravity within 1,000 meters. reaching up to 100-fold at most. The second, called the Absolute Defense Barrier, could summon the Xunming Turtle's Phantom, rendering physical attacks ineffective, while reflecting part of the soul power damage, spatial teleportation space. Barrier gravity suppression. Combined with Absolute Defense, Mother had just broken through to title Douluo, and her survival abilities were already astonishingly strong. After he fused the soul bone, the distant flagship raised a white flag and slowly approached the desolate island. The fleet's supreme commander, named Kong Zhang, was a level 93 Silver Moon Douluo. He sensed Mother at level 90, and Father having also broken through to level 90. So he flew to the island alone, proactively stating he meant no harm. He told Father and Mother he came from the Sun Moon Empire and was the supreme commander of the expedition fleet. This sea area did not belong to the Douluo continent, and the couple had likely crossed the ocean to arrive near another continent. Father had never heard of the Sun Moon Empire, and the spear in his hand was never lowered, yet Kong Zhang made no move, instead inviting them to join the Sun Moon Empire if they merely nodded. Both would receive the position of honored guest and the finest cultivation resources. He spoke politely, but the fleet remained at a safe distance, clearly also wary of the two powerhouses who had just obtained 10 zero-year soul rings. Father did not lower his spear just because the other side showed goodwill, and Mother's spatial fluctuations remained locked on the flagship's direction. Father and Mother exchanged a glance and directly declined the invitation. They had left the Douluo continent to seek breakthroughs, not to serve a foreign empire. Kong Zhao did not insist, but instead put it differently. If they wished to return to their homeland, they would need the fleet's charts and supplies, so why not come aboard first? To talk, and both sides could become friends. Father and Mother indeed lacked a route, so they followed Kong Zhao onto the flagship. But just as they reached the deck display area, what Kong Zhao brought out made them both stop in their tracks. It was a delicate metal cylinder. Kong Zhao channeled soul power into it, and the cylinder quickly unfolded, transforming into a cannon flashing with blue light. A grade 5 fixed-type soul-guided cannon, no soul ring needed, no soul skill required. Just inject soul power, and it could unleash a full-force strike. Father then looked at the entire fleet. Those steel giants could sail swiftly across the sea. Soul masters on deck were using crystal telescopes to observe the distance. This showed that soul tools were no longer toys for a select few, but had been truly integrated by the Sun Moon Empire into navigation and warfare. Mother realized for the first time that soul power could not only be channeled through soul rings, but metal and special patterns could also convert soul power into attacks. Kong Zhao then produced a ring with a storage space of a full 100 cubic meters. Yet a storage soul tool of this level was merely an entry-level creation for soul tool masters in the Sun Moon Empire. The soul tools long lost on the Douluo continent had developed into a complete system on another continent. Father immediately pressed on what the strongest soul tool master in the Sun Moon Empire could truly achieve. Kong Zhao told him that the Empire's strongest soul tool master had reached level 7, and the level 7 soul tools they crafted could allow a soul sage to challenge a soul Douluo beyond their rank. On a large-scale battlefield, they could even directly decide the outcome. Father and Mother exchanged only a glance, and both instantly understood the value of such technology. If the soul tool system could be brought back to the Douluo continent, the balance between the two empires and the spirit hall could be completely rewritten. They then took the opportunity to say they currently couldn't find their way back, and asked if they could stay in the Sun Moon continent temporarily to study soul tools in depth. Kong Zhao, who had wanted to win over 2 titled Douluo all along, agreed on the spot to treat them as honored guests, and even promised that the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Tool Academy would open its doors to them. He even brought out a nautical chart, explaining the direction of these waters to his parents, saying that as long as they sailed with the fleet, they would have a chance to reach the Sun Moon continent. This was exactly what they needed most right now. Father and Mother only appeared curious on the surface, but in their hearts they had already made a decision. First learn this soul-guiding technique, then find a way to bring him back to the Douluo continent. And at that time, I still didn't know that my parents had not only both surpassed level 90, but had even come into contact with another power capable of changing the entire continent. 5 days passed quickly. The 4-clan gathering of the Jade clan of Dragon Star City officially began. This gathering was held only once every 2 years. The 4 clans usually kept to themselves, only drawing closer during the gatherings. The reason Nia Gao dared to invite them all here was because he had already decided to entrust the future of the Jade clan. The Titan of the Strength clan of Spirit Heaven Sect, Beihe of the Agility clan, and Yang Wudi of the Destruction clan walked into the reception hall one after another. The moment Titan entered, he sensed something was off. The Jade clan estate was too quiet, and Yagao had mentioned inviting several distinguished guests. Yang Wudi frowned on the spot. The four-clan gathering had never welcomed outsiders. Beihe had no interest in meeting any distinguished guests either. His face was full of exhaustion. The Agility clan's situation in recent years was clearly even more difficult than Yagao had described. I stepped out from behind the screen, my gaze landing directly on Yang Wudi. If I had something that could elevate the Destruction clan's alchemy to the next level. The immortal herb Xianxia. Would clan leader Yang still consider me an outsider? Yang Wudi's head shot up, his eyes locked onto me, Xianxia immortal herb. That was the legendary bane of all poisons. To someone obsessed with alchemy like him, it was even more precious than an ordinary soul bone. But he couldn't believe that such an immortal herb would appear in the hands of a young man. I didn't bother explaining further and directly took out the Xianxia immortal herb. A strange fragrance instantly filled the hall, and Yang Wudi's breathing grew rapid. I then turned to Beihe. If the Agility clan joined Spirit Heaven Sect, all their livelihoods and cultivation resources would be handled by the sect. The Agility clan's speed talent would also become the core of Spirit Heaven Sect's intelligence hall. I also told Beihe that if the sect ever found a soul guide system in the future, it would prioritize crafting for the Agility clan, equipment suited for long-range reconnaissance and rapid communication. So they would no longer just be speed soul masters on the battlefield, but the sharpest eyes of Spirit Heaven Sect. Beihe was clearly tempted after hearing this, but before he could speak, Titan then smashed the table leg with a single slap. Who is this arrogant brat, daring to spout nonsense at the gathering of the four clans? Old Rhino, you actually colluded with outsiders to scheme against your own brothers. The moment he finished speaking, Grandfather had already appeared before Titan, the pressure of a level 96 super Douluo, instantly pressing down until Titan's legs went weak. He desperately channeled his soul power, yet couldn't even stand straight. Grandfather coldly told him, the Spirit Heaven Sect recruits those with ambition, not stubborn plaques rotting before the memorial tablets of old masters. Titan clenched his teeth but couldn't even form a complete rebuttal. He knew very well that as long as Grandfather wished, he had no right to leave the reception hall at all. Yagao also stepped forward. When the Hatian sect abandoned the four clans back then, they never cared whether they lived or died. Now I'm offering the three clans a way to survive. Why does Titan insist on dragging everyone into continued suffering? Yang Wudi had already stopped paying attention to Titan, his eyes never leaving the Xianxia immortal herb from start to finish. Beihe, meanwhile, thought of the young people in his clan who couldn't even obtain cultivation resources. The Minzi clan lacked sufficient combat strength and was unwilling to fight for other powers. Over the years, they could only rely on a few old friends for support. Many clan members couldn't even get enough to eat if they kept holding on. So-called dignity would only drag the entire clan down. Finally, he told me that as long as his people could survive, he was willing to first hear the Spirit Heaven Sect's terms. But Titan was still shouting about the Hatian sect's kindness. I walked up to him. So-called kindness is that making your people struggle in poverty and humiliation for an empty dream. You're not repaying a debt. You're just using your entire clan's future to satisfy your own loyalty. Titan roared in fury, but I turned to Yagao and told him to explain the Spirit Heaven Sect's rules to Titan. The kindness Titan spoke of belonged to him alone from beginning to end. Yet it was all descendants of the Lizzie clan who bore the cost. That kind of loyalty, in my eyes, deserves no one's respect. Yagao straightened his back. The sect protects me, I protect the sect. As long as one is a member of the Spirit Heaven Sect, even just an outer disciple, they will never suffer the slightest grievance. Beihe finally made up his mind. He asked me whether the Minzi clan could truly escape a life of wandering after joining. I gave him a definite answer. In the future, the Soul Island technology obtained by Spirit Heaven Sect will also prioritize the Min clan in crafting reconnaissance and mobile equipment. Though Beihe didn't understand what the Soul Island device was, he could tell I wasn't speaking idly. Yang Wudi was the first to declare, since Old Rhinoceros had already joined. As long as this immortal herb was genuine, the Po clan had no reason to refuse. He didn't even haggle further. Because for the Po clan, Being able to study the Xianxia immortal herb was like seeing the possibility of their resurgence. From this day on, Yangwadi's very life belonged to Spirit Heaven Sect, and He also bowed deeply to me. The Min clan was willing to join Spirit Heaven Sect. I told them on the spot that once they joined Spirit Heaven Sect, your three clans would no longer be allies merely aiding each other in hardship, but core pillars jointly guarding the sect as long as the sect thrives. The resources and dignity they had lost, I would reclaim for them one by one. The three old friends stood by my side one after another. Titan finally realized he could no longer stop any of this. His grandfather withdrew his pressure and warned him not to obstruct Spirit Heaven Sect again. The hall fell silent for a long time. Titan looked at Nyagao, then at Yangwadi and He, and finally rose slowly from his chair. Have you truly decided? Titan stared at his three former old friends, his voice seeming to age 10 years in an instant. To abandon Hatian Sect and follow a sect you've never even heard of. Is that your final choice? No one answered with hesitation. Yangwadi first tucked the Xianxia immortal herb into his robes, then coldly looked at Titan. Your so-called loyalty is nothing but self-gratification. If Hatian Sect truly regarded us as its own, it wouldn't have abandoned the four great clans back then, leaving our people to struggle for so many years. Sect Master Han gave the Po clan a chance to rise again, not a broken plaque to be enshrined and admired. He also patted Titan on the shoulder. You know better than anyone how many of the Min clan have died over the years. We are not betraying anyone, we just want our descendants to survive. Nyagao even burst into laughter on the spot. When we followed Hatian Sect, the Yuzi clan could only cower and scrape by in Dragon Star City. But after joining Spirit Heaven Sect, I can finally stand tall and live with dignity. Old gorilla, if you don't believe me, stay and watch. Within 3 years, the entire continent will know the name of Lingtian Sect. The three of them had made their stance clear enough, and I had no intention of forcing the Titan Lichi clan to keep their loyalty. I won't stop them, but from now on, if he ever uses the Hatian Sect's banner again to interfere with Lingtian Sect's plans in Tiandao City, I will show no mercy. Titan's figure flickered, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his three old friends. He seemed to want to persuade them further, but in the end, only a long sigh escaped him. I hope you won't regret today's decision in the future. With those words, Titan turned and left the hall. His back was filled with loneliness, yet no one present chased after him because everyone understood. The ones who truly abandoned the four great clans were never them today, but the Hatian Sect that had retreated into the shadows years ago. After Titan left, I formally accepted the Yamen and Po clans into the sect. From this moment on, they were no longer anyone's vassals, but the three most important halls of Lingtian Sect. I set the rules before the three clan leaders. Once you join Lingtian Sect, regardless of origin or strength, the sect will protect your family and dignity. Anyone who earns merit will receive corresponding resources. Anyone who bullies fellow disciples through power must also pay the price. I don't need them to pledge loyalty to a mere plaque. What I want is for everyone's interests to be intertwined, together pushing Lingtian Sect to the pinnacle of the continent. Only after hearing these words did the three clan leaders truly set aside their last doubts. I promised Yangwadi that the Soul Island blueprints were just the beginning. Once Lingtian Sect obtained more Soul Island designs in the future, I would let him combine alchemy with Soul Island technology, creating a unique system of pills. Yangwadi's eyes lit up at the prospect. He had studied medicine his entire life, and naturally knew what this path meant if it truly succeeded. The Po clan would no longer have to make a living by crafting poisons. They would become the ones all major powers would vie to obtain medicine from. I then told He that the Min clan's greatest advantage was speed. And in the future, I would craft them exclusive Soul Island equipment, making them the sharpest eyes on the continent. Whether in reconnaissance, communication, or tracking, no one could replace them. He immediately bowed to me on the spot, pledging his entire clan to serve Lingtian Sect. From there, things progressed swiftly. Nyagao led the Jade clan to begin their relocation. Yangwadi and He also returned to their families, preparing to bring all their Klinsmen to the Heaven Dao Empire. 9-star Begonia. The Yi family provided the funds, the Jade clan handled construction, and they gathered around a valley outside the Sunset Forest, beginning to build the true mountain gate and city of the Spirit Heaven Sect. That valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and bordered water on 1, making it easy to defend, while also connecting Heaven Dao City and the Sunset Forest. Yagao personally drew the sect blueprints, including the main hall and clan residences, and specially mapped out the alchemy workshops, soul tool workshops, and disciple training areas. When Yang Wudi saw the herb garden belonging to the Po clan, he felt for the first time that he was not living under someone else's roof. He also began selecting young Clinsmen, preparing to establish the Spirit Heaven Sect's initial intelligence network. The Yi, Nia, Yang, and Bei families all announced on the same day that they were formally joining the Spirit Heaven Sect once the news spread. The entire Heaven Dao Empire was shaken. My grandfather, De Gabo, and Meng Shu formed the top strategic tier of the Spirit Heaven Sect. The four great clans filled in the middle ranks, and with the large number of Clinsmen they brought, the newly established Spirit Heaven Sect overnight possessed the foundation of a top-tier sect. And this was only the beginning. Those who had been waiting to see me fail finally began to reassess me. Some wanted to send gifts and build connections. Some secretly inquired about soul tools, and others worried that the Spirit Heaven Sect's rapid rise would disrupt the existing order of the Heaven Dao Empire, but no matter their stance, they could no longer treat the Spirit Heaven Sect as an empty framework, casually built by a young man. Before the sect was completed, we temporarily stayed at our compound in Heaven Dao City. One morning, after a night of cultivation, my soul power broke through from level 57 to level 50. Just as I pushed open my door, I saw my grandfather walking over with a delighted expression. He didn't speak right away, but instead released a surge of powerful soul power. An oppressive pressure instantly enveloped the entire courtyard, yet that soul power was unstable, like floodwater trapped behind a dam, ready to burst through the final barrier at any moment. I immediately realized my grandfather was about to break through. Ever since condensing his spirit core, he had stood at the peak of level 96. In recent days, having witnessed the Spirit Heaven Sect grow from nothing, his state of mind had finally begun to loosen. This time breaking through to level 97, he had at least 80% confidence. After a title Douluo reaches level 95, every single level increase is harder than ascending to heaven. The continent had no shortage of geniuses, yet a lifetime could be spent trapped at the same realm, if grandfather could cross this threshold. The Lingtian sect would not merely possess a super Douluo, but a true terror standing at the very pinnacle of the continent, one who could even tear through space at will. My heart surged with joy, and I immediately urged grandfather to focus on his seclusion. With Dagabo guarding the sect, nothing would go wrong in the short term, but grandfather was still uneasy. He told me this seclusion would last a few days at the shortest, or half a month at the longest, if I encountered a powerful enemy. I must never act recklessly. I agreed with a smile, and personally escorted him into the secluded chamber. But the moment he left, the Lingtian sect scout rushed in to report. Shrek Academy had already arrived at Tiandao City, led by Flanders and Yu Zhaogang. Tang San and Ning Rongrong were also in the group. The moment I heard, I guessed their purpose. Shrek didn't even have official academy qualifications, and to compete in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament, they had no choice but to shamelessly come to Tiandao City to beg. They intended to borrow Hengdao Academy's competition slots, given Qin Ming's ties to Shrek. This should have been easy, but unfortunately they were too late. I didn't immediately go after them, with my current strength. Tang San was no longer worthy of being my opponent. Besides, grandfather had just begun his seclusion, and there was no need for me to provoke a few clowns, or prematurely draw out Tang Hao hiding in the shadows. So I simply had the scouts keep a close watch and report any movement. After the Shrek group entered the city, they first lodged at a tavern. They planned to rest for a night, then head to Hengdao Academy the next day, but before they could even finish a meal, the talk of soul masters in the city left Ning Rongrong utterly shaken. They said the Lingtian sect was at its peak, having subdued the four great clans, and that three-titled Douluo now sat within the sect. They also said grandfather had left the 7 treasure-glazed sect for my sake. The Lingtian sect's current standing was even more astonishing than the 2 great empires. Ning Rongrong's chopsticks clattered onto the table, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. She finally saw with her own eyes how high I had risen, the one she had personally pushed away all that time ago. Oscar noticed something was wrong and immediately went over to check on him. But Ning Rongrong shoved him away. If it hadn't been for his deliberate stubbornness back then, grandfather wouldn't have left the 7 treasure-glazed sect, and I wouldn't have with the Ning family. Completely broken ties, he had only meant to use Oscar to provoke me, expecting me to lower my head and coax him like before. But he never imagined that once I left, I would never look back. Now the stronger the Spirit Heaven sect grows, the more the 7 treasure-glazed sect looks like a joke. Bai Zhaogang was still sneering on the sidelines, saying that the Spirit Heaven sect was nothing but a motley crew, and that I only relied on the legacy of my elders to earn my current hollow reputation. He even told Ning Rongrong not to be scared by some minor sect. The reason he belittled me so much wasn't that he truly failed to see the Spirit Heaven sect's strength, but that he couldn't accept my rise. His father was Thunder Douluo Yu Yunsen, and my grandfather was Bone Douluo Gulong. We both grew up in top-tier sects. Yet his awakened Luo Senpa held back his talent, and he barely broke through at over 50. Level 30, while I, at under 15, had already reached a height he could only look up to. The more obvious this gap became, the more he wanted to prove that I was just lucky. Ning Rongrong could no longer bear to listen, and with tears in his eyes, he rushed out of the tavern. Oscar quickly chased after him. Tang San didn't openly mock, but in his heart, he had already grown wary of the Spirit Heaven sect. 3 titled Douluo, 4 great clans, and the Soul Tool technology flowing into Heaven Dao City. Any one of these could affect his plans, especially the Soul Tools, once they could be mass-produced. His proud Tang sect hidden weapons would no longer be a unique brand. Spy later told me that after Tang San heard the discussions in the tavern, his gaze immediately turned dark. Knowing him as I do, he was most likely once again silently sentencing me to death. Yu Zhaogang, however, was still comforting him, saying that as long as Shrek could secure a quota and win the elite competition, all the fame would be trampled beneath their feet. He even boasted shamelessly that soul tools were merely unorthodox tricks, and that true experts relied only on martial souls and cultivation. But Tang San was clearly not as optimistic as he was. At the tavern entrance, several quota students happened to be discussing my soul tool theory, and the longing in those young soul mysterious eyes. For the first time, Tang San clearly realized that once the Soul Island devices truly became widespread, Soul Myster's demand for hidden weapons would grow lower and lower. His greatest ambition of rebuilding the Tang sect could very likely be shaken at its very foundation by the Ling Tian sect. He could only suppress this unease for now, because Qin Ming had long promised to handle everything for them. In their eyes, Wang Dao's competition slots had already become Shreks for the taking. The next morning, the Shrek group arrived at the academy gate full of anticipation. But Qin Ming stopped them with a complicated expression. What had been settled suddenly took an unexpected turn, as Huang Dao's higher-ups had become extremely strict overnight in reviewing external aids. Flanders frowned on the spot. Yu Zhaogang even asked Qin Ming to take them to see the 3 education commissioners, refusing to believe that Huang Dao Academy would reject Shrek's so-called geniuses. For the sake of a newly established sect, Qin Ming could only smile bitterly and tell them that the 3 commissioners were not at the academy at all, but were currently at the Ling Tian sect's residence, discussing cooperation on Soul Island device teaching with me. Previously, I had publicly suppressed the 3 commissioners. Naturally, they felt no pleasure in their hearts, but in the eyes of the Crown Prince and the Blood Emperor, personal face mattered far less than Soul Island technology. As long as Huang Dao Academy could gain early access to Soul Island devices, it might surpass other advanced academies in the future. So even if the 3 commissioners were unwilling, they could only personally come to negotiate with me. Hearing this news, Tang San's expression finally changed, and Yu Zhaogang still hadn't realized that what truly left Shrek with no way out was not the suddenly strict review, but that the competition slots they dreamed of borrowing had already fallen into my hands the day before. With just a basic theory of Soul Island devices, I had traded for Huang Dao slots from the 3 commissioners. That booklet looked profound and unfathomable, but in truth, it was merely a mechanism I had organized from memory. Without a complete Soul Island system to support the concepts, nothing could be built in a short time. Yet the Heaven Dao royal family and the major clans had already been utterly captivated by the potential shown by Soul Island devices, and even a glimmer of hope was enough for them to offer ample bargaining chips. And so, Huang Dao's qualification to compete starting from the preliminaries went to the Ling Tian sect. Huang Dao originally had 2 slots, one of which allowed entry from the preliminaries onward. The other could enter the finals directly. I didn't touch the guaranteed spot the royal family valued most. I only took the one Shrek had their eyes on early, for the 3 committee members, being able to preserve the core interests of the Hung Dao team, while also securing the mixed island theory. There was naturally no reason to refuse this deal. And the Shrek group knew nothing about it. Qin Ming had only just revealed half the truth. When a carriage bearing the gray emblem of Lingtian's sect slowly came to a stop before the academy gates. I lifted the curtain and stepped out first, my gaze sweeping over the Shrek group one by one, finally landing on Tang Xin's face. Yu Zhaogang had been spouting nonsense just moments ago, but instinctively shut his mouth when he saw me. I deliberately asked him, "Is Shrek trying to borrow Heng Dao's spot?" Before he could answer, I announced to everyone present that this spot now belonged to Lingtian's sect. They were too late. Yu Xiaogang's face flushed red, and he even turned around to accuse me of being narrow-minded, saying that as the master of a foreign sect, I shouldn't obstruct the normal exchange of the soul master world. I almost laughed out loud at that. So-called exchange, meaning his students get to take what others had fought so hard to earn, their competition qualification. Shrek lacking proper qualifications is their own problem. Why should Heng Dao bear the cost for them? Besides, this spot was fairly earned by me through the soul blade theory. If they truly had the ability, they could offer something that would move the 3 committee members as well. Yu Zhaogang was left speechless, but Tang San clenched his fists and stepped forward, staring at me intently, telling me to leave some leeway in all things, lest we meet again in awkward circumstances. His words were high-sounding, but his hand hidden in his sleeve had already formed a hidden weapon stance, ready to strike without hesitation the moment I showed any opening. In Tang Xin's eyes, everyone who stood in his way deserved to die. As for him snatching others' opportunities, that was only natural in his mind. I looked at his sleeve, at the fingers poised to strike beneath it, and asked him directly, "Tang San, do you even deserve this?" He was merely a soul venerable now, yet he dared to threaten me to my face. Did he really think a few hidden weapons could close the gap between us? If he dared to make a move, I wouldn't even need to use my martial soul to have him carried away from the academy gates. A cold gleam flickered in Tang Xin's eyes, his killing intent barely concealed. But Qin Ming was far more clear-headed than him. He knew I had once suppressed 3 soul Douluo head-on, teaching them. He also knew that if Tang San dared to make a move, he would only bring humiliation upon himself, so he quickly stepped in front of Tang San, bowed deeply to me, and said that Tang San was merely young and reckless, begging me not to take it to heart, for Qin Ming's sake in being sensible. I did not press the matter further, leaving only one remark. If some people narrow their own path, no one else can pull them back. Then I turned and boarded the carriage, without sparing Tang San another glance from start to finish. This indifference stung him more than outright humiliation. Yet all he could do was grit his teeth and stand there powerless. With that path completely cut off, Qin Ming had no choice but to point them elsewhere. In Tiandao City, there was another academy, Lanbu Academy, which also held qualification for the elite tournament. On the surface, Flender seemed completely unaware. In truth, this was all part of his arrangement. He had long instructed Qin Ming to lead the group to Lanbu Academy when they were at a dead end. Because the dean of Lanbu Academy, Lu Erlong, was the very person Yu Zhaogang had avoided facing for years. Given Lu Erlong's feelings for Yu Zhaogang, once she learned that Shrek Academy was in trouble, she would not only offer a competition slot, but might even hand over the entire academy. And sure enough, a few days later, Lanbu Academy was renamed Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong also handed over the competition qualification. Though Yu Zhaogang initially tried to run away, he ultimately stayed, pushed by Flender. Flender not only found Shrek Academy a place to settle, but also saved all the funds needed to rebuild the school. In the end, he was the one who profited the most from this arrangement. Tang San and the others finally gained a foothold in Tiandao. But they had no idea that an even bigger trouble was also coming for the Lingtian sect at that very moment. Later, I learned the full story from an informant I had planted in the city. That evening, a man in a tattered cloak silently arrived at the Liziklin's compound, hiding in the shadows. He overheard Taijian smashing cups and cursing in fury. Taijian called Gao, Yangwudi, and Beihe all traitors, who had betrayed the Hatian sect, claiming they had been bought off by my immortal herbs and soul ring diagrams. He said that for petty gains, they had abandoned even their ancestors. Hearing this, the figure in the shadows pushed the door open and walked in. Titan saw the newcomer's face and fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with excitement, because this destitute man was none other than the master he had waited for years. Hetian Douluo Tang Hao. From Titan, Tang Hao learned that the Yu Min and Po clans had already joined the Lingtian sect, and killing intent surged in his eyes immediately. He did not ask how the 3 clans had fared over the years, nor did he ask about the haughty Sect. After they had withdrawn back then, how many clan members had died at the hands of the Spirit Hall? What he cared about most was still the dignity of the haughty Sect being offended. In his view, even if the 4 great clans starved to death, they should forever uphold their loyalty to the haughty Sect. As for the haughty Sect abandoning them back then, causing them to suffer the Spirit Hall's retaliation, Tang Hao felt not a shred of guilt. Titan even added fuel to the fire, placing all the blame for the 3 Clint's departure on me. After hearing this, Tang Hao immediately declared that once he had dealt with Tang Xin's matters, he would personally come to the Lingtian Sect and make everyone know the price of betraying the haughty Sect. He first snuck near Linba Academy to confirm that Tang San had been settled safely, and even took Lu Erlong's giving up of the academy and quota as Tang Xin's own ability, but once he knew his son was safe, Tang Hao finally stopped hiding his aura. He casually grabbed a passerby, asked for the location of the Lingtian Sect's compound, then headed straight for the east of the city. Before long, the oppressive aura of a titled Douluo enveloped the entire Lingtian Sect estate. Tang Hao stood outside the gate, calling me by name and demanding I come out. At the time, I was in the study reviewing accounts. When I heard that voice, I didn't even furrow my brow. If he had come a day earlier, I might have had to find ways to stall for time. But not long before, my grandfather had successfully emerged from seclusion, his soul power officially stepping into level 97, along with the Hunhe condensed within him. Now, even facing the most veteran Super Douluo, my grandfather had the qualifications to fight head-on. As for the darkness plagued Tang Hao, he was nothing before him. What's more, before Tang Hao even entered the city, my grandfather had already detected him through spatial fluctuations. I pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard, looking at that man radiating violent aura, and deliberately asked him. The mighty haughty Douluo, instead of hiding in the shadows, comes to my door barking, "What is this?" Tang Hao immediately summoned the haughty hammer, and said that I had taken in the haughty Sect's vassals, and used Tang Sect's auxiliary arts to win people over. Today I'll make you understand what you shouldn't mess with. I shot back at him directly. So-called haughty Sect, isn't that the one suppressed by the Spirit Hall on Wind Mountain, where even Sect disciples dare not descend? As for the Yumin and Po clans, from the day they were abandoned, they've owed nothing to the haughty Sect. Tang Hao was enraged by my words. The searing pain could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. The haughty hammer, with the force of 10,000 jun, smashed down toward my head. I stood motionless in place, even deliberately letting out a yawn. Seeing this, Tang Hao thought I was already scared stiff, and poured even more power into his strike. But just as the Hammerhead was 3 inches from me, an icy voice suddenly exploded in his ear. "Dare to lay a hand on my grandson before me? Tang Hao, have you not been beaten in too long?" The space around me split open instantly. A palm covered in bone armor reached out from the dark rift, firmly seizing the handle of the haughty hammer. No matter how Tang Hao strained, the hammer could not descend another inch. The next moment, my grandfather stepped out of the spatial rift, and with a mere flick of his wrist, Tang Hao, hammer and all, was sent flying 100 meters, smashing heavily into the distant bluestone street. Tang Hao climbed out of the rubble, staring at my grandfather in utter shock. He couldn't understand how the Douluo, who had been stuck at level 95 for years, suddenly possessed level 97 soul power, but my grandfather had no interest in explaining. Asking only one question, "You dared to strike my grandson, how do you wish to die?" Tang Hao finally realized he was no match, and left with the words, "I'll remember today's affair," before turning and fleeing toward the outskirts of Heaven Dao City. My grandfather vanished into the void and gave chase without pause. Tang Hao had just leaped onto a rooftop when a spatial blade fell from behind. He barely dodged the fatal strike, but the shockwave still blasted him into a civilian home. After spitting out a mouthful of stagnant blood, he forced himself to flee again. My grandfather, like a cat toying with a mouse, kept emerging from the space around him. Tang Hao, who moments ago had loudly defended the haughty Sect's dignity, now lacked even the courage to look back. His body was already riddled with hidden injuries, and every forced surge of soul power felt like blades slicing through his meridians. But my grandfather gave him no chance to catch his breath. Spatial rifts kept opening ahead of him, forcing him to change direction again and again. The haughty Douluo, once feared across the continent, now like a trapped beast, he was driven all the way to the wilderness outside the city. And finally, unable to bear it any longer, he swung the clear sky hammer. But that hammer shadow enough to shatter mountains. was swallowed cleanly by a spatial black hole the moment it neared Grandfather. Grandfather flashed behind him, kicked him, bringing him into the wasteland, then looked down and asked why he didn't keep running. Tang Hao was covered in blood, yet still tried to save face with past achievements, saying that when he first entered the title Douluo rank, he could severely wound a Xianxia level and slay 2 super Douluo, but Grandfather directly exposed his true condition. That great battle back then certainly made his name known, but it also completely ruined his body. Now his meridians were nearly dried up, and if he dared to use his spirit rings again, it would be no different from personally throwing away his cultivation and his life. He even threatened Grandfather, saying his grandfather Tang Chen was not dead. If that limit Douluo were to return, the Spirit Heaven sect would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Grandfather merely sneered after hearing this, calling him a waste who didn't even dare return to his sect, yet still trying to use a man missing for decades to save his life. Even if Tang Chen were truly alive, he couldn't save today's Tang Hao, and his last shred of hope was utterly shattered. Tang Hao finally descended into madness, his spirit rings exploding one after another. As violent spirit power erupted like a volcano, the great Samara hammer combined with the chaotic cloak style, smashing toward Grandfather with world-destroying force. But Grandfather stood in place, and only when the hammer shadow was about to fall did he step into a spatial black hole. Tang Hao thought he had finally forced Grandfather back, but he didn't see the hand reaching out from the other end of the black hole, already aimed at his right leg. The next instant, Tang Hao's right leg was severed cleanly at the root. The great Samara hammer he desperately swung didn't even touch the hem of Grandfather's robe, and instead smashed a deep crater into the wasteland. Grandfather then emerged halfway from the void, raised his hand and unleashed several spatial blades, and though Tang Hao tried to burn his spirit power to flee, his right leg flew off on the spot, blood instantly splattering across the ground. Losing his balance, Tang Hao crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a miserable scream. Grandfather stepped across space, about to finish him off for good. But Tang Hao did something no one expected. He actually grabbed his severed leg and crazily poured all his remaining spirit power into it, then hurled it fiercely at Grandfather. Ancient dragon, die with me. That severed leg rapidly swelled in midair, the soul power within it about to burst at any moment. Grandfather could only raise a spatial barrier to block. But before retreating, he struck out with a spatial pressure palm from afar, slamming hard into Tang Hao's back, making him spit out another mouthful of blood. Yet using the force of the severed leg's explosion, he forcibly pulled back several hundred meters, turning into a streak of blood light fleeing into the night. Grandfather did not continue the pursuit, not because he couldn't stop him, but because a strange title, Douluo Aura, suddenly appeared within Heaven Dao City. I was still in the city, and Grandfather was unwilling to risk danger for a crippled man. Moreover, Tang Hao's soul rings had burst one after another, and his right leg had been severed by spatial blades. His soul power had fallen from the title Douluo realm, all the way down to level 86. From now on, forget about taking revenge on the Ling Tian sect. Whether he could even survive and recover from his injuries was still a question. Grandfather walked over to the severed leg, and with a light tremor of spatial power, a dark blue soul bone was stripped from the flesh and blood. It was a right leg bone of about 50,000 years. It was the last value Tang Hao had left in that severed leg. The Hatian Douluo who once shook the continent not only had a leg severed, but he had also given his soul bone to Grandfather. This provocation had finally become a complete joke. Grandfather put away the soul bone and immediately teleported back to Heaven Dao City. I was standing on the rooftop at the time, staring at a tall tower in the distance, where that strange title Douluo Aura was hidden. After Grandfather came to my side, he first confirmed that I was not in danger. Only then did he take out Tang Hao's right leg bone and tell me that that stray dog had already lost most of his cultivation. I did not feel regret. Tang Hao alive was sometimes more valuable than dead, as long as the news of his severed leg and severe injury spread. Those who had been watching the Hatian sect would naturally continue the pursuit for me. As for the spy hidden in the tower, I told Grandfather not to kill him directly, but to let him discover it by accident. Tang Hao had already been severely wounded by the Ling Tian sect, and giving him a chance to escape by luck. The news would spread at the fastest speed to the forces behind him. A mad dog that seemed to have escaped alive was far more useful than a corpse. Grandfather immediately used his spatial domain to lock onto the person's exact location, and I told him to absorb the right leg bone first. although a 50,000-year soul bone couldn't increase soul power much. It was enough to strengthen his body and fill the last shortcoming of his spatial ability. A few days later, Grandfather finished absorbing that soul bone in the secret chamber and gave him a new soul mark. Void Step. From then on, his short-range teleportation became far more effortless. Even if a peer-level expert struck with full force, they might not be able to touch his body. But I didn't come to the secret chamber just to ask about the soul mark. The soul bone on Tang He's broken leg was only an ordinary 10,000-year grade. I also knew the whereabouts of another soul bone, and that one was a full 100,000 years old. When Grandfather heard the words 100,000 years, his expression changed instantly, and he immediately pressed for where the soul bone was hidden. I told him, inside the waterfall behind Holy Soul Village, there was a cave sealed by Tang Hao. And stored within the cave was the blue-silver emperor right leg bone left behind after his wife Ain's sacrifice. That wasn't just a 100,000-year soul bone. It was also the relic Tang Hao had prepared to leave for Tang San. If no one took it in advance, Tang San would one day obtain it and gain nearly immortal regenerative power. Grandfather rose to his feet on the spot. The seal left by a crippled man couldn't stop him now, but I didn't stay at the Sect to wait. 100,000 years. The soul bone was too important. I had to see it fall into my own hands with my own eyes. Grandfather raised his hand and tore open a spatial rift, grabbed my shoulder, and stepped in. A few breaths later, we appeared at the back mountain of Holy Soul Village. The roaring waterfall looked completely normal. But under Grandfather's spatial perception, the hidden cave behind the water curtain had nowhere to hide. We passed straight through the waterfall and landed in a narrow cave, in a recess on the cave wall. The lead box sealed by soul power sat quietly. The moment Grandfather placed his finger on it, the seal left by Tang Hao immediately retaliated, but that power had just begun to erupt when it was forcibly suppressed by spatial force. With a crisp shattering sound, all the seals collapsed instantly. Grandfather lifted the lid, and a dense aura of life rushed forth. The entirely azure right leg bone lay in the center of the box. The veins on the bone's surface moved like living things, flowing slowly in the dim cave. One glance was enough to confirm this was no ordinary soul bone. Tang Hao had endured years of assassination attempts rather than absorb it, because it was the only relic a yin had left behind. He wanted to leave that power to Tang San. But from the moment we opened the 1,000 box, this soul bone has nothing more to do with the Tang family. Grandfather put away the blue-silver-yellow right leg bone and immediately took me back to Lingtian's sect. I didn't waste any time and entered that very day. In the secret chamber, I began absorbing the life force contained in the million-year soul bone, which surged into my body like a tide. My soul power, originally stuck at level 58, kept climbing under the push of that force. Grandfather personally stood guard outside the door, not leaving for even half a step all night. It wasn't until the next morning that I fully completed the fusion. When I walked out of the secret chamber, my soul power had already surged to level 60. This soul bone also brought me 2 soul skills. The first was named Wildfire Never Dies, even if my body suffered fatal wounds. I could rely on terrifying life force to cling to survival, even regrowing severed limbs. The second was the blue-silver domain. As long as I stood in a place covered by plants, I could mobilize the life force around me, greatly enhancing both my perception and recovery abilities. Grandfather was even more excited than I was after hearing this, and immediately wanted to take me to the Star Dao Great Forest to hunt a top-tier 6th soul ring. But the moment we opened the sect's main gate, 7 figures blocked our path. Ning Rongrong stood at the very front. Tang San Daimobe and the others all followed behind her. Even Zhao Wu had come. When I saw that 100,000-year soft bone rabbit, I almost failed to control my expression. My 6th soul ring, which I hadn't even obtained yet, had been delivered right to Grandfather's doorstep. Ning Rongrong had clearly dressed up carefully. The moment she saw Grandfather, she rushed up with red eyes, softly calling out Grandpa Gu, and tried to grab his sleeve like she used to, but Grandfather sidestepped her, coldly spitting out 3 words, "Don't touch me." Ning Rongrong's hand froze midair, and tears quickly welled up. She said she knew she was wrong now, and begged Grandfather not to be angry with her anymore. She even turned to call me Brother Henia. I told her to shut up directly. That brother coming from her mouth only made me feel disgusted. Ning Rongrong's face turned deathly pale. Oscar tried to step forward, but Dai Mube held him back by the shoulder. Tang San then put on a righteous air. saying that Ning Rongrong had come sincerely to apologize, and that all 7 of them had come together to express Shrek Academy's sincerity. But in grandfather's eyes, them blocking the gates of Lingtian's sect, hindering us from leaving the city to hunt souls, was their so-called sincerity. Ning Rongrong finally revealed her true purpose. He begged me and grandfather to return to the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect, saying Ning Fengxi had already agreed that no matter what conditions we proposed, the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect would accept them. I found it utterly ridiculous after hearing this. Tomorrow, now that we have 3 titled Douluo and the 4 great clans have fully pledged themselves to the sect, whether in strength, resources, or future prospects, we no longer need to rely on the Ning family. Ning Rongrong now comes to apologize, not because she suddenly realizes who she has hurt, but because she has discovered that after leaving him, I have been living better than before, and grandfather has been utterly merciless. In the past, he treated Ning Rongrong as his own granddaughter. Yet all he got in return was betrayal and the Ning family's cover-up. Now that he sees the Lingtian sect strong and thriving, he only thinks of asking us to return. It is far too late. Daimabei still tried to lie on Ning Rongrong's behalf, accusing grandfather of being too harsh on a girl. But grandfather exposed his true colors on the spot. A man who cannot even tolerate his own blood brother, and only dares to flee the Star Luo Empire. How dare he stand here lecturing a super Douluo? Daimabei's face changed instantly, and Ma Hongjun muttered on the side. It's just a broken engagement, why make such a fuss? Grandfather merely released a trace of his pressure, forcing him to stagger back several steps, not daring to utter another word. Seeing that acting spoiled had no effect, Ning Rongrong asked again if we truly refused to forgive. And I only replied with one line, "Are you worthy?" Tang San finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward, telling me to show some mercy. I reminded him again that such words require sufficient strength to back them up. And he clearly did not have it. Tang San's hidden weapons were already primed and ready. But in the end, he still dared not make a move because grandfather was right by my side. And in that brief moment, grandfather had already seen through Zhao Wu's identity. His voice directly rang in my mind. This rabbit can serve as your 6th soul ring. I did not act on the spot. There were too many eyes and ears at the gate. And forcibly seizing a transformed soul beast would inevitably invite unnecessary trouble. So grandfather directly drove the Shrek group away. And Ning Rongrong left, looking back every few steps, still thinking there might be a chance to mend things later, after the gates closed. Grandfather finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, having lived for so many years. He had never seen such a bold, transformed soul beast. Knowing I had a titled Douluo by my side, they still dared to swagger right into my hands. I told grandfather that since the prey had appeared on its own, we naturally wouldn't let it go. We just had to wait for them to reach the main road outside the city, then use spatial teleportation to bring Zhao Wu back. The others from Shrek wouldn't even have a chance to stop us. Grandfather immediately stepped into the void and arrived ahead of them on their way back. After the Shrek group left the academy, the atmosphere along the road was heavy and oppressive. Ning Rongrong kept wiping away her tears. Daimabei slammed his fist into a tree by the roadside, saying that grandfather was only bullying them with his titled Douluo cultivation. Zhu Hucking bluntly pointed out that they were the ones who had come to provoke a fight today. Lingtian sect not striking first was already showing them great respect. Daimabei was humiliated into fury by her words. Tang San could only tell everyone to shut up. What they should be thinking about now was not how to complain about grandfather, but to reassess Lingtian sect's stance. Zhao Wu kept walking at the very back of the group, and from the moment grandfather looked at him, a strong sense of unease had taken root in his heart. Ma Hongjun even said that at the entrance to their camp, he had sensed a strange soul beast aura, but the others dismissed it as him being overly nervous. The sky gradually darkened. The more Zhao Wu walked, the more uneasy he felt. He turned back toward Tiandao City several times, but saw nothing. It wasn't until Tang San slowed his pace and asked him what was wrong. Zhao Wu was about to speak when the space above his head suddenly split open. A pale hand reached out from the rift and precisely grabbed the back of Zhao Wu's neck. Before Zhao Wu could even release his martial soul, his soul power was completely suppressed by the spatial seal. He only managed to shout "Third brother" before being dragged into the pitch-black void. At that moment, he finally confirmed that his identity had long been exposed. But grandfather's spatial power gave him no chance to resist. After a 10,000-year soul beast recultivates into human form before reaching full maturity, its power is no different from that of an ordinary soul master. Facing a level Nineti 7 Super Douluo, he couldn't even trigger a self-destruction in time. Tang Xin's expression changed drastically as he desperately charged toward the closing rift. But before his hand could even touch Zhao Wu, the space before him completely returned to calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Tang Xin's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his Asura pupils pushed to the absolute limit, frantically scanning every inch of space around him. Blue-silver grass also spread wildly from beneath his feet. He tried to grasp the trace of aura Zhao Wu left behind, but the spatial rift severed everything. Not only Zhao Wu's location, but even the direction grandfather had left. Tang San couldn't determine it. Dai Mubei and the others immediately released their martial souls, standing back-to-back in defense, yet no matter how they searched, they found no trace of the enemy at all. Because after grandfather seized Zhao Wu, he directly crossed space and returned to Lingtian's sect. It took only a few breaths, the Shrek members left on the pass. Didn't even know which direction to chase. Tang San called out Zhao Wu's name again and again. The only response was the echo in the forest. He had been merely a dozen steps away from Zhao Wu moments ago. Yet he could only watch helplessly as she vanished. This sense of powerlessness drove him more mad than losing a battle head-on. Tang San stared intently at where the rift had disappeared and told everyone that a hand had reached out from the space and taken Zhao Wu right before his eyes. Hearing the words spatial rift, Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned pale. Among the people she knew, the one most skilled at tearing space apart was only her grandfather, who possessed the ancient dragon martial soul. She instinctively tried to make excuses for her grandfather, saying perhaps it was another space-type soul master. But in all of Tiandao City, someone who could, without anyone noticing, instantly tear open space and take away a soul ancestor. Other than her grandfather, there was simply no second person. Tang San abruptly turned and pressed for an answer. Ning Rongrong could only admit that the ancient dragon was born with spatial attributes. With her grandfather's current cultivation, he could indeed silently take someone away. Oscar, however, couldn't understand. Why would a mighty Super Douluo target Zhao Wu? Tang San was silent for a moment, then finally revealed the secret hidden for years. Because Zhao Wu wasn't human at all, she was a 10,000-year soul beast in human form. After these words fell, the pass instantly fell into dead silence. But Zhu's Hucking instinctively stepped back half a pace, and Oscar even doubted his own ears. They had lived alongside Zhao Wu for so long. Never once had they imagined that the lively girl's true form was a 100,000-year soul beast. Daimobei and the others were stunned on the spot. Ma Hongjun then recalled that earlier, at the gates of Lingtian's sect, he had sensed a dense soul beast aura. It was just that everyone assumed it was an illusion caused by grandfather's pressure. Now it was clear that aura had come from Zhao Wu. Grandfather, as a title Douluo, had evidently seen through everything at that moment. Zhu's Hucking immediately understood. 100,000-year transformed soul beast means one thing to a soul master, 100,000-year soul ring, and the guaranteed drop of a 10,000-year soul bone. Either alone would drive a titled Douluo mad, but more importantly, before a transformed soul beast reaches maturity, it is nearly impossible to hide from a titled Douluo's eyes. Zhao Wu followed them into Lingtian, as if delivering herself straight into the hunter's sight. Grandfather didn't make his move at the gate, only because he didn't want to leave evidence of seizing someone in public. Ning Rongrong was still shaking her head, refusing to believe grandfather would do such a thing. But Tang San had already laid every blame at grandfather's feet. Even recalled how, not long ago, Tang Hao had dragged his broken leg to see him. Though Tang Hao never named the culprit, the residual spatial soul power on him was identical to the force that had just taken Zhao Wu. Tang San had pressed him then about what had happened. But Tang Hao refused to explain, only confirming that Tang San had entered Limbo Academy, then dragged his severe injuries and left again only now. Did Tang San understand the weight of that warning, which only made him more certain? The one who severed his father's right leg was grandfather. And the one who took Zhao Wu now was also grandfather. Old grudges and new hatred surged together. Tang San turned and charged toward Tiandao City, intending to rush straight to Lingtian's sect and take her back. Daimobei grabbed his shoulder and asked if he had lost his mind. Lingtian's sect wasn't just guarded by grandfather. Dugubo and Mengshu, 3 titled Douluo, stood watch there. Even if all of them charged in together, they couldn't withstand a single casual strike from grandfather, but Tang San shook Daimobei off. Zhao Wu was his sister, someone more precious than his own life. If Zhao Wu were truly killed for her ring, Even if he one day stood atop the continent, he could never forgive himself, so even knowing Lingtian Sect's masters were formidable, he still wanted to rush before me at once, force me to hand over Zhao Wu, for him to stand here and plan at leisure. Was no different from watching Zhao Wu die with his own eyes. Zhu's hucking could only remind him that before a super Daola, courage wouldn't buy survival, it would only cost another life. Ma Hongjun, for once, didn't act on impulse. All of them combined couldn't even withstand grandfather's spatial pressure. Rushing to the sect wasn't rescue, it was handing Lingtian Sect more hostages. Tang San stood still, his fists clenched so tight that blood dripped down. It was a long time before he forced himself to regain his composure. Charging into the Lingtian Sect alone truly couldn't save Zhao Wu. He had to find an expert strong enough to contend with his grandfather. So he placed his hopes on Ning Rangrang, telling her to return at once to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and request Ning Fengzi and Sword Daola to intervene. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and his grandfather shared years of friendship. As long as Ning Fengzi was willing to speak up personally, there might still be a chance to negotiate. Ning Rangrang was just looking to mend her relationship with her grandfather. So she naturally agreed without hesitation. Tang San then decided to seek out Yu Zhaogang, Flanders, and Lu Erlang. With Yu Zhaogang, they could unleash the 3-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Combined with Sword Daola, perhaps they truly had a chance to force the Lingtian Sect to release their hostage, even if these forces still weren't enough. At least they could give Tang San a glimmer of hope. He couldn't accept doing nothing, nor could he stand alone on the official road waiting for bad news. The Shrek group split up. As they moved out, his grandfather had already brought Zhao Wu back to the underground chamber of the Lingtian Sect. He casually set the unconscious Zhao Wu down on the ground, telling me he had left 3 layers of spatial seals within her body. Unless he voluntarily removed them, Zhao Wu couldn't even wake up. I walked up to Zhao Wu. On a 100-year soft bone rabbit, my 6th soul ring finally had its answer. The aura on Zhao Wu was completely different from the blue-silver emperor's soul bone I had just absorbed. One represented ultimate life force, while the other possessed the soft bone, Rabbit's explosive and close combat abilities. As long as I obtained her soul ring, my strength would undergo a true transformation once more. My grandfather asked if I wanted to act immediately, given that my physical constitution already far surpassed soul masters of the same rank. Combined with on a 100-year blue-silver emperor, forcibly absorbing Zhao Wu's soul ring wasn't entirely impossible. But I still refused, when a soul ring's age exceeds the body's limit. The most dangerous part isn't just the energy surge, but also the spiritual shockwave left behind after the soul beast dies. If Zhao Wu were killed bearing resentment, on a 100-year level spiritual backlash could destroy one's consciousness during absorption. Moreover, I had only just broken through to the 6th rank. My soul power realm wasn't yet fully stabilized. To gain the 6th soul ring a few days earlier and gamble on an absorption that might cost my life was clearly not a wise choice. I had no reason to risk my life. The safer approach is to have him willingly offer himself as a sacrifice. A soul ring born from sacrifice will not backlash against its recipient, and all of Zhao Wu's power will be preserved without reservation, merging into my body completely. Even the soul bone he is destined to drop will be retained in its most perfect state. This kind of gain is far beyond what direct hunting could ever compare to. But when grandfather heard this, he frowned, since Zhao Wu shares such a deep bond with Tang San. How could he possibly be willing to sacrifice himself to me? I told him that whether he was willing or not didn't matter. As long as Tang San's life was in my hands, I could make the choice for him. Given Tang San's nature, once he discovers Zhao Wu is missing, he will never stand by and do nothing. He will definitely bring people to the Lingtian Sect. Even if Yu Zhaogang could see through this trap, he wouldn't be able to truly stop him. Tang San thinks he's coming to save someone. In reality, from the moment Zhao Wu was taken, every step of his reaction has been pushing this sacrifice toward the outcome I desire. At that point, I only need to hold a blade to Tang San's throat and let Zhao Wu watch with his own eyes. He'll have only 2 paths. Either sacrifice himself to me, or watch Tang San die before him. I don't even need to actually kill Tang San, just make Zhao Wu believe that he'll die in the next second, and that will be enough to shatter his last resistance. Grandfather understood immediately after hearing this why I hadn't asked him to conceal the traces. Only when the Shrek group knows who the culprit is will they come looking on their own. And Zhao Wu, only when Tang San truly faces death. will give up everything he has. Grandfather smiled and reinforced the spatial seal, leaving Zhao Wu in the deepest part of the secret chamber. He deliberately didn't erase all the spatial traces, because we had never intended. Let Shrek treat this as an unsolved blood case. The more they confirm Zhao Wu is at the Lingtian Sect, the faster Tang San will walk right into our hands. Meanwhile, I sat aside with my eyes closed, waiting. This rabbit was merely bait. The one who truly decides whether he sacrifices himself is already walking into the trap on his own. At the same time, Ning Rongrong rushed all the way back to the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect, crying as she burst into the council hall. Ning Fengzi had just set down the documents in his hand when she threw herself into her father's arms, saying that Zhao Wu had been taken away by grandfather. Ning Fengzi initially thought his daughter was just upset because grandfather had rejected her and had come home to cry about it. But when he saw the look on Ning Rongrong's face, he realized this time was completely different. Ning Fengzi didn't understand at first why a Shrek Academy student would make his daughter so panicked, until Ning Rongrong stammered out the truth. Zhao Wu wasn't an ordinary spirit lion, but a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. Ning Fengzi's body stiffened instantly. He confirmed it twice, even doubting whether Tang San had misjudged. But Ning Rongrong was very clear. Ma Hongjun sensed the spirit beast's aura, and Tang San personally admitted Zhao Wu's identity. And finally, a spatial rift took her away in public. All clues pointed to the same conclusion. The words 100,000-year spirit beast were enough to drive any sect mad with desire. Yet his first reaction wasn't greed, but fear. Because Zhao Wu had always stayed by Tang San's side. She had likely long been marked as a prize by some powerful figure. And grandfather now taking her into the Cloud Sky sect was like snatching a 100,000-year spirit bone from that person's hands. Ning Fengzi was, of course, tempted by the 100,000-year spirit bone, but he knew better. That someone who could let a transformed spirit beast travel openly with Tang San was no ordinary spirit master. If that person came to the Lingtian sect because of this, the entire balance of Tiandao City could be shattered. Ning Fengzi suddenly grabbed his daughter's shoulders and asked her word by word. Is that Zhao Wu really a 100,000-year spirit beast? Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously. And the first name that surfaced in Ning Fengzi's mind made his expression change completely. That name was Tang Hao. Ning Fengzi never imagined that grandfather taking Zhao Wu this time might draw the haughty and Douluo back into the world. 12 years ago, Tang Hao had just broken through to title Douluo, and he already pierced through Spirit Hall's Pope Xianxia, nearly killing him on the spot. After that battle, Xianxia returned to Spirit Hall but couldn't hold on to his life. Spirit Hall had the best healing spirit masters on the continent, and countless precious medicines. It still couldn't heal the wounds left by the Clear Sky Hammer, which proved how terrifying Tang Hao's attack had been back then, and that Tang Hao had only just stepped into level 90. Now a full 12 years had passed. Ning Fengzi had no idea how powerful Tang Hao had become. If he had been cultivating at a normal pace, he would likely have already become a super Douluo by now. And if he came to Tiandao City with the Clear Sky Hammer, even Chen Xing would have no confidence in stopping him head-on. In his view, Zhao Wu had always stayed by Tang San's side, most likely as prey Tang Hao had prepared in advance. Once Tang San's cultivation reached a certain level, he would grant him a 100-year soul ring and soul bone. By taking her now, grandfather is snatching away Tang Hao's greatest opportunity. So how could he just let it go? Ning Fengzi paced anxiously back and forth in the hall, muttering repeatedly that grandfather had acted too impulsively. But Ning Rongrong only cared about one thing, whether the 7 treasure-glazed sect would save Zhao Wu. Just then, Chen Xin heard the commotion and rushed over. After Ning Fengzi finished explaining, Chen Xin's expression also turned grim. On a 100-year transformed soul beast was far too precious. Any force that got word would be tempted. And on top of that, Zhao Wu had Tang San and Tang Hao behind her. If this matter were not handled properly, it could easily trigger a great battle between titled Douluos. Ning Rongrong immediately told the two of them. Suggesting Tang San ask Ning Fengzi to go to the Spirit Heaven sect and demand Zhao Wu back. But Ning Fengzi remained silent for a long time, and in the end, he simply shook his head. The Spirit Heaven sect was no longer something the 7 treasure-glazed sect could command. Ning Fengzi was not entirely unwilling to save her. The value of an 100-year soul beast was right before his eyes. If he could bring Zhao Wu back to the 7 treasure-glazed sect, they might be able to nurture a top-tier powerhouse in the future. But that small gain was not enough for him to gamble the entire sect on it. Grandfather was no longer the Ning family's guardian elder, so even if Ning Fengxi went in person, why would grandfather listen to him? Chen Xin also did not approve of acting rashly. The Spirit Heaven sect had grandfather de Gabo and Uncle Meng. Full 3-titled Douluo stationed there, and grandfather's strength was no weaker than his own. For Ning Fengxi to go demand her back would only bring humiliation. And nothing else. At most, they could send an official letter from the 7 treasure-glazed sect to inquire about the situation. But forcibly rescuing her was simply impossible. Ning Rongrong was utterly disappointed after hearing this and ran out of the hall crying. Since Ning Fengxi refused to help, he would go back to find Tang San and Shrek to figure something out on their own. Meanwhile, Tang San had already rushed back to Lanbu Academy. When Yu Zhaogang heard the full story of Zhao Wu's capture, the teacup in his hand dropped straight to the floor. Lu Erlong flew into a rage on the spot. Zhao Wu was the godauteur he had acknowledged. And now that she had been taken by her grandfather, he wished he could charge straight into Ling Tian's sect. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot as he begged Yu Zhaogang, Flender, and Lu Erlong for help. Zhao Wu meant more to him than his own life, even knowing that Ling Tian's sect had 3. Titled Douluo, he would never give up. Yu Zhaogang remained relatively clear-headed. Although the Golden Iron Triangle could unleash their 3-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Against the external skill that mastered spatial power, they still had little chance of victory. The strongest aspect of that fusion technique was its ability to summon the golden sacred demon, concentrating the power of all 3 into a single point. But the grandfather had no need to fight head-on. He could simply traverse space to dodge the attack. The Golden Iron Triangle would exhaust their soul power first. Lu Erlong, however, refused to listen at all. As long as Zhao Wu was still alive, he had to go save her. Yu Zhaogang could only agree to contact Flender. But he also warned Tang San in advance that Zhao Wu was a 10,000-year soul beast in human form. In the hands of a titled Douluo, she might have already met with misfortune. Tang San directly cut him off. Zhao Wu would not die, and he would never allow her to die. Soon, Ning Rongrong also returned to the academy in tears, having learned that the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect refused to help. Tang San's last shred of hope was completely shattered, and he could only stake everything on the Golden Iron Triangle. Yet their every move had already fallen under another's watchful eye. Inside the Blood Imperial Palace, disguised as Prince Zukinghe, Xianxia also received news of Zhao Wu's disappearance. When the guard revealed that Zhao Wu was a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, Xianxia immediately grew interested. A 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Even he could not remain indifferent. He quickly guessed that the grandfather had taken Zhao Wu. Not for himself, but to prepare a 6th soul ring for him. At 12 years old, to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, such a choice made Xianxia even more curious about what other cards he was hiding, but he did not rush to intervene. With Shrek and Ling Tian's sect about to clash, it was the perfect show for him. Let both sides fight until they were bloody. Then he would step in to clean up the mess, far more worthwhile than revealing his identity now. So Xianxia had the shadow guard keep watching, while she waited in the shadows for the outcome. Meanwhile, my grandfather and I were in the secret chamber. Watching over Zhao Wu, who was still unconscious, my grandfather had some doubts, wondering whether Tang San, knowing full well the strength of the Ling Tian sect, would really dare to come looking for trouble, but I wasn't worried in the slightest. Tang San's feelings for Zhao Wu had long surpassed that of ordinary siblings. Watching Zhao Wu be killed before his eyes would be more agonizing than death itself. As long as he knew that Zhao Wu was in my hands, he would definitely walk right into the trap. Sure enough, not long after, a disciple came to report. The Shrek people had arrived, led by Yu Zhaogang, with Flanders and Lu Erlong, and Tang San and Ning Rongrong among them. My grandfather sneered after hearing this. These people came faster than expected. I told the disciples to bring them to the main hall. But my grandfather felt that Shrek wasn't even worthy of stepping through the Ling Tian sect's gates. I reminded him that since we had already set up this play, we naturally had to prepare a clear enough stage for those watching from the shadows. If Xianxia wanted to observe the Ling Tian sect, then let her see it clearly. If she thought Shrek could probe the true strength of the Ling Tian sect, this play was destined to disappoint her. Because against these people before them, my grandfather didn't even need to release his martial soul. My grandfather immediately understood my meaning, casually picked up the unconscious Zhao Wu, and headed to the main hall with me. After I took the main seat, Tang San wasted no time on pleasantries, and immediately asked where Zhao Wu was. I deliberately pretended not to recognize Lu Erlong as she released her fire dragon martial soul on the spot, accusing my grandfather of seizing her student on the official road, saying that so many people had witnessed it with their own eyes, and the Lingtian sect couldn't deny it. My grandfather simply countered, asking which eye of his had actually seen him seize anyone. Base attribute wasn't exclusive to him alone. Without evidence, no one could pin a crime on him. Flanders pointed out that in all of Heaven Dao City, the only one who could silently tear through space and take away a soul ancestor in public was none other than my grandfather. Yu Zhaogang even directly demanded that my grandfather hand her over, saying that Zhao Wu was of no use to the Lingtian sect whatsoever. My grandfather nearly laughed out loud at that. 100,000-year soul beast in human form, and Yu Zhaogang called her useless. Was this so-called master truly naive, or did he take everyone else for fools? Tang San finally confirmed that Zhao Wu was in our hands. His fists clenched with a cracking sound, and I couldn't be bothered to keep denying it. I asked him directly what he planned to offer in exchange for Zhao Wu. Tang San took a deep breath, saying anything he owned I could take. I walked up to him. The clear sky hammer belonged to his father, and I had no interest in the Tang sect hidden weapons. As for Tang San's own life, in my eyes it wasn't worth a single coin. He simply had nothing to offer that could match 100,000-year soul beast. Purple light blazed in Tang San's eyes, but Yu Zhaogang held him back firmly. I returned to the main seat and announced my true terms before everyone. If Zhao Wu willingly submitted and became my sixth soul ring, I would let Tang San and his companions leave alive. If Zhao Wu refused, I would kill Tang San first, then forcibly hunt Zhao Wu to take the ring. The order might differ, but the final outcome would not change. As for the feelings Tang San kept talking about, now was the perfect time to prove them. If Zhao Wu truly was willing to give everything for him, she should offer up her soul ring on her own. If she wasn't, then Tang San would have to pay the price for his recklessness. Lu Erlong roared and charged at me, but grandfather didn't even lift an eyelid. A spatial shackle descended from nowhere, pinning her firmly in place. Flanders wanted to act. To save someone, grandfather only said one thing: move again. And there would be one less living person in the main hall. Everyone immediately dared not make a move. The flames on Lu Erlong were suppressed by spatial power, unable to rise. Flanders and Yu Zhaogang stood to the side, unable to unleash their martial soul fusion or even get close to each other. Only then did they truly realize that grandfather and an ordinary titled Douluo were not on the same level at all. Yu Zhaogang still tried to threaten grandfather with the soul master world. But grandfather told him bluntly that a useless man stuck at rank 20 Nina for life couldn't represent the entire soul master world. Tang San forced himself to calm down and asked to see Zhao Wu first. I nodded in agreement, and grandfather casually lifted one layer of the seal. Zhao Wu immediately appeared in the center of the hall. She slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Tang San 3 steps away. Zhao Wu struggled to get up, but her body was firmly pressed down by spatial power. Tang San knelt before her, promising he would definitely get her out. But Zhao Wu knew these people were no match for grandfather. If she kept resisting, she would only drag Tang San to death with her. She told Tang San to leave quickly. And they said all we wanted was him. Tang San refused without hesitation. He would never abandon Zhao Wu. I had no interest in watching them say goodbye. I directly made Zhao Wu choose, sacrifice herself or watch Tang San die. Zhao Wu bit her lip, tears silently streaming down her face. But Tang San suddenly offered to trade a secret for his life. It was an ancient ruin, containing a complete inheritance of the Chaos Dao. The inheritance, and only Tang San and Yu Zhaogang knew the location of the ruin. Tang San had clearly grasped that the Lingtian sect was researching the Chaos Dao artifact. In his view, a complete ancient inheritance was enough to trade for anyone's life. As long as I show a moment of curiosity, he can take Zhao Wu away first. Yu Zhaogang clearly hadn't expected that Tang San would suddenly reveal this secret and quickly stepped in to stop him. But Tang San didn't even turn his head. As long as he could save Zhao Wu, he was willing to give up anything. Of course, I wouldn't believe him so easily. Tang San then offered to lead the way personally. The condition was to release Zhao Wu first. I laughed upon hearing this once she was let go. And he fled in whatever direction he pointed. Where would I go to find the so-called ruins? Moreover, though the Hyundai inheritance was precious, it was far from worth a single. The 100,000-year soul beast right before me made it even more certain. I even suspected that the so-called ancient ruins were, from start to finish, just a lie Tang San had fabricated on the spot. He couldn't even produce anything to prove the ruins existed. Why should I let go of my only bargaining chip? I refused the deal and looked at Zhao Wu again. There was only one chance. Either trade herself to let Tang San leave alive, or die with him in the main hall. Zhao Wu closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the fear in them had turned to resolve. She only asked me one thing. If I willingly surrender myself, will you really let third brother go? I gave an affirmative answer. Tang San and his companions could all leave Heaven Dao City alive. Zhao Wu then turned to look at Tang San, showing one last smile. Third brother, I'm sorry, I can't be with you anymore. A pink glow burst from Zhao Wu's body. Tang San charged at him like a madman, but was immediately repelled by his grandfather's spatial barrier. Zhao Wu had already made her choice, willingly offering herself as my sixth soul ring. But before it began, she made me swear to heaven that as long as the sacrifice was completed successfully, I must never harm Tang San or his companions. I raised 3 fingers before everyone, as long as Zhao Wu willingly sacrifices herself. I will not make things difficult for Tang San and the others. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth strike me down. Grandfather frowned slightly after hearing this, but I wasn't worried in the least. I wouldn't personally make things hard for Tang San, and I could speak for the others in not acting against him. Even if something unexpected happened later, it wouldn't be tied to this oath. Zhao Wu didn't notice the loophole in it. Once she confirmed Tang San would survive, she closed her eyes completely. Soft pink glow gradually covering her body, the precursor to a 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice. Once the sacrifice truly began, there was no turning back. Zhao Wu's cultivation, life, and soul would all transform into the purest power, merging fully into my martial soul. Tang San, separated by the spatial barrier, pounded desperately at the air before him, his hands quickly becoming a bloody mess from the impact. Yet he seemed to feel no pain, calling Zhao Wu's name over and over, begging her to stop at once, insisting they could still find another way. But Zhao Wu only gazed at Tang San, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. This was the only way she could save him. Third brother, don't blame yourself. It's because I'm too useless. The pink light grew ever stronger, illuminating the entire main hall. And Zhao Wu never once looked at me from start to finish, her eyes fixed solely on Tang San, as if trying to carve his image into her very soul. With a final farewell, the pink light burst apart violently, and Zhao Wu's body vanished completely. A surge of supremely pure life energy instantly flooding into my meridians. Tang San collapsed before the spatial barrier, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. But the girl who always called him third brother could no longer respond. As the sacrificial power entered my body, the dark holy dragon slowly materialized behind me. Its wings spread to cover half the main hall, and 5 soul rings rose from beneath my feet in sequence. A 6th soul ring also condensed into form within the pink energy. It was a blindingly dazzling red, 100,000-year soul ring. The entire hall was bathed in red light, and the oppressive aura of that 100,000-year soul beast made it nearly impossible for Yu Zhaogang and the others to breathe. Yet all that wild power became utterly docile once it entered my body. This was precisely the most precious aspect of a voluntary sacrifice. As the dark holy dragon let out a roar to the heavens, the red soul ring fully settled onto my martial soul, and my soul power began surging wildly upward. Level 61, 62, 63, it didn't stop until level 67. And that wasn't all I gained. In the lingering glow of the sacrifice, completely pink left arm bone slowly floated up before me. The 10,000-year soft bone rabbit left arm bone. Tang San, through the spatial barrier, stared at what Zhao Wu had left behind. As if his soul had been ripped away, he knelt on the ground, his fingernails digging deep into the gaps between the bricks, blood continuously seeping from his fingertips, yet only 2 hoarse words remained. Zhao Wu. I withdrew my left arm and once again felt the surging soul power. Zhao Wu's trap had directly propelled me from level 60 to level 67. Truly becoming a soul emperor, my grandfather nodded in satisfaction, patting my shoulder. Then he dispelled the spatial barrier, and as promised, I let Tang San and the others leave the Lingtian sect. Tang San suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, swearing he would never let me go. I paid it no mind at all. If you want revenge, first you must earn the right to stand before me. The current Tang San cannot even make me take him seriously. Yu Zhaogang steadied himself, swaying on his feet. The disciple said Shrek had noted this debt, and upon hearing it, the grandfather only sneered coldly. A group of people who can't even fight their way out of the main hall. What difference does it make if they remember it? Flanders and Lu Erlong's faces turned ashen, yet no one dared to make another move. Ning Rongrong stood at the very back, crying so hard she could barely speak, and was finally pulled away by Lu Erlong. The moment the backs of the Shrek group disappeared beyond the courtyard gate, Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin hurried over, but in the end, they were still a step too late. The moment Ning Fengzi stepped into the main hall, the first thing he saw was the soul ring beneath my feet. Purple, black, black, red. Especially that final red one, which froze his steps in place. His voice went dry as he asked how many years my sixth soul ring actually was. I calmly told him 10,000 years, and that I had just finished. Absorbing it, Ning Fengzi's pupils instantly contracted. He had originally thought he might use their past connection to gain some benefit from Zhao Wu, even if he couldn't obtain the soul ring. As long as he could get the soul bone Zhao Wu left behind, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would gain an extra layer of defense. Now that the die is cast, the 10-0-year soul ring already belongs to me. He doesn't even have a chance to bargain. What pains Ning Fengzi even more is, I, a soul emperor with a 100-0-year 6th ring, should have been the son-in-law of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. If back then, when the matter of Ning Rongrong and Oscar had just been reported back to the sect, she hadn't brushed it off lightly, but instead immediately brought Ning Rongrong back, and had her fulfill the marriage contract with me, then standing by my side now. Enjoying this glory would have been her. But now he could only force a smile, offering me a word of congratulations, while inwardly regretting it so much he nearly spat blood. Chen Xin paid no heed to Ning Feng's strained demeanor, his attention quickly shifting to grandfather, sensing for a moment. Chen Xin's suggestion involuntarily slipped out, because grandfather's soul power was no longer the familiar level Nineti Five, but a full-level Nineti Seven. Chen Xin couldn't understand how, after leaving the 7 treasure glazed tile sect for such a short time, grandfather could break through 2 levels in a row. That unfathomable spatial fluctuation even made him instinctively feel threatened. Grandfather, beaming with pride, told Chen Xin that he had not only stepped into level Nineti Seven, but also grasped a power that others might never touch in a lifetime. Previously, Chen Xin's 7 killing sword might have still suppressed him, but now even touching him was extremely difficult. As for why he could break through, the reason was, of course, following the right grandson. After leaving the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, grandfather finally knew what true freedom meant. He asked Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin face to face if they regretted it now. Ning Fengzi could only force a smile and say that he was sincerely happy grandfather could break through, but grandfather saw right through him. The smile on Ning Fengzi's face was uglier than crying. I had no interest in watching them exchange pleasantries, and directly asked the purpose of their late-night visit. Ning Fengzi said he had merely heard of the conflict between Shrek and the Lingtian sect, and had come specially to confirm my safety. But even he himself might not believe that excuse. I immediately issued an order to leave. The Lingtian sect does not receive outside guests at night. Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin, even if they still had things to say, could only turn and leave. After they walked far away, I had grandfather handle the departing Tang San according to the original plan. I promised Zhao Wu I wouldn't personally make things hard for him. But if grandfather acted outside the city, it naturally wouldn't count as me breaking my word. When grandfather stepped into the void, the Shrek group had already returned to Linbo Academy. Tang San, as if lost his soul, stood motionless in the rear courtyard. The others didn't know how to comfort him, so they left one by one. In the end, even Yu Zhaogang sighed and walked away. In the darkness, only Tang San remained. Just then, a hoarse voice sounded from the shadows. Zhao San. Tang San whirled around, and there was a man leaning on a cane. Slowly emerging from the darkness, a tattered cloak covering half his face. His right pant leg hung empty. Every step he took was agonizingly difficult. Tang San saw that aged face clearly, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes. The newcomer was none other than Tang Hao. Tang San knelt before his father, tearfully recounted Zhao Wu's sacrificial offering of her golden bones, and begged Tang Hao to kill them and avenge Zhao Wu. Tang Hao was silent for a long time, but in the end could only tell him to stand up. Kneeling on the ground wouldn't solve anything. Moreover, the current Tang Hao might not even be able to defeat a soul sage. His right leg had been severed by the grandfather, and his soul power had fallen from the title Douluo realm to level 86. His body was riddled with hidden injuries that could flare up at any moment, How could he possibly storm the Hatian sect? After hearing this, Tang San collapsed to the ground, finally understanding. His last pillar of support had fallen, but Zhao Wu's vengeance absolutely could not go unavenged. Tang Hao told his son that to seek revenge, he must first recognize the gap between them. Tang San's cultivation of the hidden weapon and blue-silver grass from the mysterious Heaven sect still worked against ordinary soul masters. But against the current enemy, it was no different from immortal's crude techniques. His only path forward was to return to the Hatian sect, acknowledge his lineage, and receive the complete Hatian inheritance there. And then attach soul rings to his second martial soul, the clear sky hammer. No matter how much blue-silver grass was cultivated, it could never compare to the #1 attack-type martial soul. Only by truly mastering the Hatian arts would Tang San have the right to speak of revenge. Tang San worried the Hatian sect wouldn't accept him, but Tang Hao was absolutely certain. The current sect master, Tang Zhao, was his elder brother and would never reject the bloodline of the Tang family. Tang Hao himself, because of that great battle years ago, no longer had the face to step back into the sect. But Tang San was an innocent junior. As long as he revealed his twin martial souls, he would have a chance to gain Tang Xia's protection. Moreover, Tang San possessed twin martial souls. His talent was even greater than Tang Ha's in his youth. No matter how dissatisfied the elders of the Hatian sect were, they wouldn't give up on such a genius. The grief in Tang San's eyes gradually turned into cold, burning hatred. He decided on the spot to follow his father back to the Hatian sect, once the clear sky hammer's 9 rings were gathered. The father and son would return to Tiandao City and raise the Lingtian sect to the ground to avenge Zhao Wu. But when the grandfather rushed to Linba Academy, only a pool of blood remained in the courtyard. Tang Hao had already taken Tang San and vanished without a trace overnight. The father and son hadn't alerted anyone, not even Yu Zhaogang knew. Tang San had already left the academy. Grandfather searched 100 li around Heaven Dao City, but couldn't find even a trace of their presence. Though Tang Hao lost an arm, his skill at concealing his tracks remained. He most likely used some secret technique to forcibly mask his and Tang San's aura. After grandfather returned to the sect, he told me about this. No need to guess, the only place Tang Hao could go now is the Clear Sky sect, which has been sealed off for years. Grandfather worried that with the sect's deep foundations, Tang Zhao and the elders might back Tang San, but I paid it no mind at all. Tang San had cultivated the blue-silver grass since childhood. His clear sky hammer never gained a spirit ring, and the immortal herb that was rightfully his. Grandfather's spirit and other opportunities had long since fallen into my hands. Now he's still only a spirit grandmaster, while I've already reached level 67, possessing on 100 0-year 6th spirit ring. And in my storage ring, there's still an unabsorbed on 100 0-year spirit bone. The Clear Sky sect, sealed for years, can only provide limited resources. Even if Tang San receives the full inheritance, he can only rely on talent and slowly endure. And with every step I take forward, the gap between us grows wider. If the Clear Sky sect stays quietly on the mountain, I'll leave them alone for now. But if they dare to stand up for Tang San, I wouldn't mind trampling that mountain gate as well. After saying this, I returned to my room alone. Closing the door, I took out the 100 0-year spirit bone left by Zhao Wu from my storage ring. And this spirit bone, the boost it was about to bring, was something even grandfather hadn't anticipated. This 100 0-year spirit bone directly let me rise 2 levels in a single night. Now my cultivation base has reached level 16, only 1 level away from the title Douluo realm. But this last level is the hardest to break through. It requires not just accumulation of spirit power, but also a deep understanding of the spirit. Grandfather said that with my talent, I could break through within 3 years. But I don't want to wait that long. Tang San is still growing, and I can't afford to give him any chance. I must find a way to break through as soon as possible. And the best opportunity lies in the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has countless secret techniques and treasures. If I can get my hands on some of them, breaking through won't be a problem. But the Spirit Hall is not easy to deal with. I need to plan carefully. After all, I can't let anyone discover my true identity. Soul bone formed through voluntary sacrifice is indeed more compatible than one obtained from a forced hunt. Only one final step remains. Before I could step into the soul sage realm, my grandfather happened to knock and enter. Seeing the lingering pink glow on my left arm, he immediately guessed the soul bone had been refined. When he learned I had reached level 16, He was so delighted he said good 3 times in a row. Zhao Wu's single sacrifice first surged me from level 60 to 67. Now the soul bone has brought another 2-level boost, totaling 9 levels altogether. Back in his day, my grandfather took a long time to traverse this cultivation path. Yet I accomplished it in just 1 day. Such is the terrifying reward 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice can bring. However, what concerned my grandfather most was my 7th soul ring. Once I break through another level, I will obtain my martial soul true body, officially stepping into the ranks of high-level soul masters. He asked which soul beast I planned to hunt, and I answered without the slightest hesitation. I directly named the demon evil god tiger. My grandfather was somewhat surprised to hear this, as this beast carries the bloodline of the evil god within it. From birth, it is besieged by other soul beasts. Those that manage to grow are extremely rare. Even in the Star Dao Great Forest, finding one is no easy task. But what I truly valued was not the demon evil god tiger's age. A soul master's 7th soul skill. Regardless of which soul beast is absorbed, the final result is always the martial soul true body. Compared to an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, the demon evil god tiger's evil god power holds far more unique value instead. It possesses both dark, evil, and spatial attributes, which aligns perfectly with my dark holy dragon. Yet its most precious treasure remains the evil god pearl within its body. As long as I seal the space after its death to prevent the evil god pearl from escaping, this harvest might even surpass that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul ring. The most terrifying aspect of the demon evil god tiger is not its mere cultivation, but its ability to grow by devouring other soul beasts. It also masters multiple bizarre abilities, if allowed to live long enough. Even 100,000-year soul beasts would regard it as a threat. But at its current stage, its cultivation is not exceptionally high, making it just right to serve as my 7th soul ring. His greatest strength lies in spatial power, having him by my side. Even if the evil god tiger tries to tear through space to escape, it can never succeed. Once the evil god pearl leaves the corpse, it will actively tear through space to seek a new host. Even an ordinary titled Douluo who successfully hunts it would find it extremely difficult to truly keep it. But grandfather can seal off the surrounding void, so this most valuable pearl naturally cannot vanish from before our eyes. After hearing my explanation, grandfather immediately agreed, once I break through to level 70. He will accompany me into the Star Dao Forest to personally find that tiger. But after absorbing the soul ring, grandfather's expression suddenly turned grave. The Lingtian sect has been developing too quickly. The Yamen and Po clans have already submitted. Dagabo and Mengshu are holding the fort. Grandfather has also broken through to level 97. And now I am a soul emperor at just 12 years old, with a 100,000-year 6th soul ring. Though the Heaven Dao royal family remains polite on the surface, the spirit hall cannot keep pretending it hasn't seen the rise of any uncontrollable force on the continent. All such forces become thorns in the spirit hall's side. Before, the Clear Sky sect stood in the front, now that it has sealed its mountain gates. The Lingtian sect has become the most conspicuous target. I am not afraid of the spirit hall acting openly, for with grandfather's current spatial abilities, even if multiple titled Douluo attack together, it would be very hard to truly trap him. But while open spears are easy to dodge, hidden arrows must be guarded against. Grandfather thought of Ling Yuan, who stands high within the spirit hall, and has sent me much internal intelligence before, just the right person to inquire about BB Deng's recent movements. I told grandfather that, per our previous agreement, Ling Yuan would arrive in Heaven Dao City within these few days, once he appears. I will ask him personally. Unexpectedly, the moment my words fell, a light laugh came from outside the window. At least you still have some conscience. A tall figure slipped past the curtain, landing silently in the room. The visitor was none other than Douluo Ling Yuan. He and my mother Gu Yu had been close friends for years, and I had already known him before I was sent to the 7 treasure-glazed sect. Seeing Ling Yuan appear, grandfather tactfully rose and left, even closing the door for us as he went. I wasted no time, asking directly about the spirit hall's stance. The matter of forcing Zhao Wu to sacrifice had indeed already reached BB Deng's ears. On the surface, he accused me of cruelty, but privately he was more eager than anyone. BB Deng also possesses twin martial souls, and her second martial soul still has several vacant soul ring slots. 100,000-year transformed soul beast is an offer he finds hard to refuse. He has already sent people to investigate Zhao Wu's origins. The elders of the Spirit Hall were locked in heated debate. Some believed they should win her over, while others felt my growth was too dangerous, and that I must be eliminated early. Those who supported winning me over argued that the Lingtian sect possessed 3 titled Douluo, and that forceful action would only push us into enmity. Those who advocated eliminating me believed that at 12 years old, having 100,000-year 6th soul ring, if given a few more years, the Spirit Hall might no longer be able to suppress me. Even the intelligence network had begun retrieving all my files from these past years. What they truly wanted to know was not my identity, but why, after we left the 7 Treasures glazed sect, our strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Where did those immortal herbs, soul boxes, and soul tools come from? Fortunately, Ling Yuan did not reveal our true trump card. In the archives kept by the Spirit Hall, I was still merely a genius nurtured by my grandfather. They knew of my relationship with Gu Yu, and that Ling Yuan shared a deep friendship with my mother. But they could not trace the source of the immortal herbs and soul boxes. This unclear position was precisely what the Spirit Hall feared most. Otherwise, they would have sent more than just a few spies. He reminded me to keep a low profile recently and not stir up too much trouble. Or Bibi Dong might dispatch a titled Douluo to invite me to the Spirit Hall as a guest. Such so-called invitations were, in the end, a way to take me hostage and force my grandfather and the Lingtian sect to obey orders. Naturally, I would never give them that chance. Ling Yuan then asked about my 7th soul ring. Upon learning that the target was the dark demon evil god pot, he agreed that this soul beast was an excellent match for the dark holy dragon, but noted that the core area of the Star Dao forest had been unstable lately. The Titan giant ape and the Azure bull python were active frequently, so he insisted I bring my grandfather along and not venture deep into the forest alone. After finishing these matters, Ling Yuan prepared to leave that night, but before he could cross the window, I tossed him a jade bottle. He caught it and returned to the room, asking what was inside. Through sound transmission, I told him the bottle contained the phoenix sunflower, an immortal herb that could evolve flames and completely transform a fire attribute martial soul. Ling Yuan's blazing fire phoenix was a perfect match for it. After consuming it, his martial soul quality and soul power could both undergo a tremendous leap forward. I also told him the specific method of consumption. After returning, he must find a quiet secret chamber, swallow the entire immortal herb directly, and continuously circulate his soul power to refine it. During this process, his body will feel as if it's being scorched by fire. But no matter what, he cannot interrupt. Only by enduring the baptism of the immortal herb will the blazing fire phoenix have a chance to complete its evolution. Ling Yuan had clearly heard of this immortal herb from Master Ju. After confirming what was in the box, his expression immediately turned serious. Such a precious immortal herb would spark contention in any faction, yet I gave it to him directly. He didn't stand on ceremony, carefully putting away the box. He promised that the next time he returned to Tiandao City, he would surely show me his transformation, then vanished through the window into the night. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Hao also brought Tang San to the mountain gate of the Hatian sect, which had been sealed for 12 years. He released his remaining soul power and called out loudly into the depths of the mist. Tang Hao brings his son Tang San to return to the sect and honor his ancestors. The hidden stone gate quickly opened. 2 mountain-guarding disciples recognized Tang Hao and immediately went back to report. Before long, the Hatian sect master, Tang Zhao, personally walked out. Seeing his brother's empty sleeve, Tang Xia's steps halted on the spot. The 2 brothers hadn't seen each other for 12 years. Tang Hao not only looked aged, but the titled Douluo aura that once shook the continent had also weakened to only the level of a soul sage. Upon learning that the arm was severed by the angel god, his fists clenched instantly, but Tang Hao's return this time was not to seek revenge for his brother, but to have Tang San acknowledged by the clan. 5 Hatian sect elders then arrived. The Grand Elder Tang Lai, upon seeing Tang Hao, immediately demanded to know what face he had left to return. In the eyes of these elders, Tang Hao had not only caused the death of the previous sect master, but also forced the sect to seal its mountain gates. Countless disciples, because of his choices, lost the right to walk the continent. The Hatian sect had been sealed for 12 years. Precisely because Tang Hao had provoked the Spirit Hall back then, Tang Hao did not defend himself. He only pushed Tang San in front of everyone. Tang Lai sensed Tang San's cultivation, and his eyes were full of disdain. The young soul master in his 30s wasn't worth the Hatian sect breaking its rules to accept. But when he learned that Tang San was only 12 years old and possessed twin martial souls, his attitude finally began to change. Tang Zhao also persuaded from the side. The Hatian sect had been sealed off for years, and the younger generation had long been lacking successors. Tang San's talent was exactly the fresh blood the sect needed most. The elders finally agreed to verify his martial soul. After Tang San entered the ancestral hall and kowtowed before the ancestral tablets, he raised his left hand to reveal the clear sky hammer. The moment the hammer appeared, its heavy, oppressive aura made the elders sense that the quality of Tang San's clear sky hammer even surpassed that of some elders present. Tang Lai could no longer find any reason to refuse and had to acknowledge Tang San's identity. Starting the next day, Tang Zhao personally taught him the orthodox clear sky heritage techniques. In the ancestral hall only, after the three of them left, did Tang Zhao finally ask about his grandfather's true cultivation level. Tang Hao told him that his grandfather had reached level 97 and had also mastered an unconventional method of cultivation. He had used all his strength to explode his spirit rings, yet hadn't even touched a corner of his grandfather's robe. Tang Zhao frowned deeply after hearing this. Space attribute Super Douluo were already rare. Now his level even surpassed everyone in the Hatian sect. This grudge could not be avenged hastily. Tang Hao likewise did not ask his elder brother to act. He placed all his hopes on Tang San, as long as his son received the complete inheritance. One day in the future, he would be able to settle accounts with the Lingtian sect. After accomplishing his purpose for this visit, Tang Hao did not intend to stay in the sect. He wanted to return to Tiandao City, to continue watching over the Lingtian sect for Tang San. Before leaving, he told Tang San to cultivate diligently and never bring shame to him. Tang San stared at his father's limping figure, the hatred in his heart growing deeper. Tang Hao walked out of the mountain gate alone and stopped to rest halfway down the mountain. But just as he picked up his wineskin, a voice of indeterminate gender suddenly rang out in the depths of his soul. Tang Hao sat up abruptly, his soul power instantly enveloping the surroundings. Yet there was no one near the cliff. The voice seemed to come from an extremely distant place, or as if it had been born directly within his consciousness. No matter how he sensed, he could not locate the speaker. If you want to kill Han Yu, go find the two overlords of the Stardao Great Forest. Tang Hao immediately grabbed his cane and hurried to the Stardao Great Forest. That mysterious voice did not reveal its identity, only telling him a secret. Zhao Wu was not an ordinary soft-furred rabbit. She had grown up together with the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. And they were as close as brothers, as long as the news of Zhao Wu being forced into sacrifice was delivered before those 200,000-year soul beasts. They will naturally avenge Tang Hao. Their couple's martial soul fusion rank would rise with the quality of their soul rings. I will soon enter the Stardao Great Forest to obtain my 7th soul ring. By then, the two forest overlords only need to lie in ambush in advance, and they will have a chance to leave me there forever. Tang Hao pressed for why the other party was helping, but the voice in his mind vanished completely. He did not know it was the god of wrath from the divine realm, nor did he know that when Tang San witnessed Zhao Wu's sacrifice, the blazing fury he unleashed had already drawn the attention of a deity. Even the softening of the Hatian sect elders, allowing Tang San to successfully acknowledge his lineage, was secretly guided by the god of wrath, without divine influence. According to the Hatian sect's original rules, Tang Hao would first have to pay a far heavier price for his past transgressions. Only then could Tang San enter the sect. But the god of wrath needed a wife who would continue to harbor hatred toward me. So he secretly pushed all of this forward. Although Tang Hao suspected the source of the information, he did not refuse this opportunity as long as it could kill me. The identity of the other party did not matter at all. He now had only 86 levels of soul power left, and direct revenge was hopeless. If the 200,000-year soul beasts were willing to act, they would be the only power he could use. So he did not even return to Tiandao City, dragging his crippled body directly, step by step into the core area of the Stardao Great Forest with his broken leg. Though the wound had healed, every step still brought searing pain, yet Tang Hao grit his teeth and pressed on, until that lake of life appeared before his eyes. Only then did he release his level soul power and shout loudly into the depths of the forest. Azure Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, I have news about Zhao Wu. The moment his words fell, the ground trembled violently. The Titan Giant Ape leaped out from the depths of the forest, its massive body landing before Tang Hao. shaking the surrounding trees continuously. Then the lake water parted to both sides, and a huge bull head slowly emerged from the surface. The Azure Bull Python's first words were to ask what had happened to Zhao Wu. They had not received any news of Zhao Wu for a long time. Now a severely wounded human suddenly broke into the core area and shouted Zhao Wu's name in public. At the name Zhao Wu, unease rose in both soul beasts' hearts. Tang Hao concealed nothing. Zhao Wu was dead, forced into a voluntary sacrifice. Neither soul ring nor soul bone was left behind. The air instantly froze, and the Titan giant of his eyes immediately turned red. He raised his head and let out a deafening roar, while the Azure Bull Python did not bellow. But the killing intent in its cold, tree-like eyes was even more terrifying than the Titan giant of his. It only asked 3 words, who did it? Tang Hao directly named me, the grandson of Gu Long, the sect master of the Lingtian sect and my maternal grandfather. Just 12 years old, yet his 6th soul ring had already turned a 10,000-year red. And that soul ring was bought with Zhao Wu's life. After hearing this, the Titan giant ape turned and was about to charge out of the forest. But the Azure Bull Python immediately rebuked him. Though furious, they had not completely lost their reason. A human whose cultivation had been mostly crippled, suddenly coming to inform on someone, clearly had his own agenda. Tang Hao was quite frank. External force had severed his right leg, and his soul power had been knocked down to level 86. He and the Lingtian sect were now irreconcilable. This visit was to use others to do his killing. The Azure Bull Python did not care that an enemy's enemy was not necessarily a friend. But as long as the news of Zhao Wu's death was true, Tang Hao wanted to use them for revenge, and they could use Tang Hao's information, only to confirm whether I would really come to the forest. Tang Hao told him that after Zhao Wu's sacrifice, my soul power was already close to level 70. And with one more step, I would have to hunt for my 7th soul ring. The Dao Great Forest possessed the most abundant soul beast resources on the continent. I could never miss this place. The Azure Bull Python finally let Tang Hao leave, but the Titan giant ape could hardly wait any longer. If I kept delaying, would they just stay in the core area forever? But the 200,000-year soul beasts were enormous. And once they left the forest, word would spread across the continent instantly. And countless titled Douluo would rush to hunt them. All they could do was stay in their most familiar territory and wait. Everywhere here were soul beasts they knew well. And the life fox was the Azure Bull Python's home turf. Once foreign titled Douluo entered the core area, their strength would also be limited by the environment. If I only brought my grandfather with me, the 2 soul beasts could set up a killing trap in advance. The Azure Bull Python slowly sank into the water, leaving only a pair of cold eyes. This was their territory, and as long as I dared to step into the Dao Great Forest, I would never leave alive. Tang Hao left with a satisfactory answer, and I knew nothing of this ambush. For the next month, I devoted all my energy to building the sect. A month later, the valley at the edge of the Sunset Forest had become a sprawling complex of buildings. The main hall, Elder Council chambers, disciple quarters, training grounds, treasury, and alchemy hall. All built according to the mountain's contours. The outer perimeter also featured a towering city wall, personally constructed by the Yu clan. The entire wall was built from hard granite, a full 3 zhang thick. Even a full-force attack from an ordinary soul, Douluo might not easily break it. Ballista positions were also reserved on the inner side of the wall, while the outer perimeter was prepared for a soul power-sensing formation. Anyone trying to sneak close to the sect would be detected at once. This was not just a sect, but more like a city capable of independent defense. Nyagao stood outside the city gate, his face beaming with pride as he looked at the sect he had built with his own hands. He told me the main structures were all complete, and the outer auxiliary facilities would be fully finished within 2 more months, as long as materials and funds were sufficient. He was even confident he could make this the hardest sect to breach in the Tiandao Empire. My grandfather deliberately asked him whether this wall could withstand the clear sky hammer. Nyagao immediately widened his eyes, even if Tang Hao came in person. He would need to strike continuously for 3 days and 3 nights before he could possibly shake this wall. Looking at the mountain gate that truly belonged to me, the Po clan finally realized that joining the Lingtian sect had been the right choice. Yang Wudi had already begun inspecting the alchemy hall, preparing to test several new prescriptions, and the other elders were also busy with their own tasks. The entire sect was filled with a thriving atmosphere. I stood on the city wall, looking at all of this. A sense of accomplishment welled up inside me. This was the foundation I had built from nothing. And it would also be the starting point for my rise. At that moment, a disciple hurried over, reporting that someone outside the mountain gate sought an audience. I was slightly startled. Then I descended from the city wall and headed toward the mountain gate. When I saw the visitor clearly, I couldn't help but be stunned. It was actually the master of the Clear Sky Sect, Tang Zhao. He had come alone without any attendants. Douluo was the first to voice his stance, followed by Meng Shu and Chao Tingxiang. Yagao, Yangwudi, and Beihe also clasped their fists toward me at the same time, willing to advance and retreat together with the sect. After entering the main hall, I did not let them bask in their joy. The founding of the sect was only the first step: research on soul tools, disciple selection, and training. There were also the Heaven Dao royal family and the Spirit Hall. All these matters needed someone in charge. Everyone had to fulfill their respective duties and get the Lingtian sect truly operational as soon as possible. In the past, although the Lingtian sect had established its name to the outside world, everyone was scattered across different posts. Only at this moment did the sect truly gain a fixed foundation. From now on, whether recruiting disciples, researching soul tools, or training battle teams, there was now a place to carry it all out. Douluo, however, was more concerned about my cultivation. Over this past month, my soul power had already broken through to level 70, and I could hunt for my 7th soul ring at any time. Grandpa immediately wanted to set out the next day, but I did not agree right away. The sect had just completed its relocation, and disciples from various clans were still being settled. Once everything stabilized, there would be no rush to head to the Star Dao Great Forest. I had no idea that the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were already waiting in the core region for me to appear. In my view, the evil god tiger was the primary target of this trip. Yet I did not know that the real danger was not that tiger bearing the evil god bloodline, but the 2 forest overlords who had already gone mad. Over Xiaowu. Meanwhile, another matter in the hall soon drew everyone's attention. Douluo told me that the battle team from Lingtian Academy had not yet gathered enough members. And currently the team only had 3 people: herself, Yi Lingling, and Meng Yiren. Both Douluo and Yi Lingling had already become soul ancestors, and Meng Yiren had just crossed level 40. Once she hunted her 4th soul ring, the 3 of them would not be weak in strength. The real problem was the lack of frontline attackers, agility fighters, and defensive positions. To participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament, at least 7 official members were required, and less than 2 years remained before the competition. If young disciples were not selected soon, they would not even meet the registration quota. Although the major clans had quite a few juniors of suitable age, most were only at soul elder level, decent by ordinary academy standards, but far from enough for the elite tournament. After hearing this, I was not worried and simply had Yu Zhaogang split into 3 groups, each tasked with selecting promising disciples to be sent for testing. Slightly weaker strength did not matter. As long as they can fill the team positions, that's enough. Douluo didn't quite understand. The elite competition had many strong contestants, and if the gap between team members was too large, their weaknesses might be exposed in the very first round. I only told him one thing: with me around, it didn't matter how weak they were. 2 years from now at the competition, I would be the true core of the Lingtian team, as long as I stood on the arena. Whether the opponent was a soul ancestor or a soul king, the final result wouldn't change. The only thing the other members needed to do was protect themselves, and not become a breakthrough point for the enemy. Grandfather laughed out loud beside me, saying directly, "I'm already a level quasi-soul sage, and my 6th soul ring is 100,000-year one. Not to mention the young soul masters in the competition. Even a soul Douluo wouldn't necessarily gain an advantage against me." Douluo finally stopped worrying and immediately agreed to take charge of team selection. Yagao also pounded his chest in assurance, saying he would bring out all disciples under 15 in his group for testing. And even if they couldn't fight, they could at least rely on their defense to block damage for teammates. Yangwudi, however, sneered on the spot, saying that the disciples of the Yu Zi clan were only good for being sandbags, and had no other use at all. Yagao angrily slammed the table and stood up, while Beihe also spoke up to defend the Min Zi clan's position. Yangwudi believed that the Po Zi clan had the strongest attacks, and should occupy more official slots. Yagao, on the other hand, insisted that without a defensive soul master, the team couldn't withstand the opponent's first wave of impact. Beihe didn't want to offend either side, but he also refused to let the Minzi clan become substitutes. The main hall instantly erupted into an argument. I raised my hand to silence them all. The 7 team members hadn't even been officially selected yet, and these old fellows were already fighting among themselves. But what I really needed to consider wasn't who should be on the team, but the unfinished defensive fortifications outside the sect. To fully install the ballista and soul power sensing arrays, I'd need at least 60,000 gold soul coins, but I wasn't planning to spend just 60,000. I wanted the person paying the bill to fork over 60 million at once. As for the payer I had in mind, he was currently sitting in the Heaven Dao Imperial Palace. The payer I chose was none other than the Heaven Dao Empire's greatest enemy. 60,000 gold soul coins could only complete the defensive fortifications, but couldn't fill the future investments of the Lingtian sect. Since I decided to have the royal family foot the bill, I naturally want to maximize the profit. Yagao and Yang Wudi were still arguing in the main hall, so I shut them up directly. Team slots will be decided by unified testing from now on. Whoever dares to slam the table in the main hall again can go outside and stir-fry to their heart's content. The 2 group leaders each snorted coldly and finally stopped arguing. I had the others leave first. Only grandfather, Nyagao, and I remained to ask about the specific timeline for the sect's outer defenses. Nyagao told me the main city walls were already complete, but the ballista positions and soul power sensing arrays were still just empty frames. 1 sensing array costs 20 gold soul arms. 1 ballista costs 50, according to the Seerklin's plan. At least 8 ballistas and 4 sensing arrays are needed. Only then can the sect have no defensive blind spots, adding it all up. 60 gold soul walls is the minimum cost. Grandfather told him to keep asking the Yi family for money, but Nyagao shook his head on the spot. The 9-star Begonia family had already covered most of the sect's early expenses. No matter how wealthy the Yi family was, they couldn't keep footing the bill alone. No matter how thick-skinned Nyagao was, he couldn't bring himself to ask. I promised to handle the funding myself, telling him to focus only on design and construction. Once the plan was complete, he could bring me the total. Nyagao immediately beamed with joy and left the main hall with his orders. When only grandfather and I remained in the hall, he asked where I planned to get the money. 60 wasn't really much for the Lingtian sect, but the Yi family had already fulfilled their promise. We couldn't keep treating them like a money bag. The faction that truly had both wealth and the willingness to spend big was only the Tiandao royal family. Grandfather understood immediately after hearing this, but he thought I was going to ask Zhu Yi for 60. I told him directly that this wasn't a request, but a proper transaction. And what I wanted wasn't 60, but a full 60 million gold soul coins. What I'd given the Hengdao Academy before was only the basic theory of the soul mixer. Enough for the Tiandao royal family to see the future, but not enough to actually build a functional soul mixer. I still had a few volumes of ancient texts in my hands, containing records of fixed-mount soul mixer cannons and basic soul power circuits. Just showing a few pages of blueprints would be enough to make the royal family willingly open their wallets. As for whether they could successfully build them, that was the Tiandao Empire's own problem. The blueprints themselves are flawless, so there is no deception in the transaction. 3 days later, I will have the tribute iron delivered to the Imperial Palace. When Zhu Yi saw my name, without a moment's hesitation, he directly summoned me to the Imperial study the next day. Zhu King was still reminding him on the side that I never act without reason, so this time I must have some agenda. Zhu Yi, however, felt that my having a request made things more reassuring. As long as both sides exchanged benefits, the Lingtian sect would not easily side with the Spirit Hall. Now the Lingtian sect had a fixed mountain gate and 3 titled Douluo guarding it. The Heaven Dao royal family dared not suppress it directly, nor did they wish to sever ties entirely. A transaction that could be conducted openly was just the thing to maintain their relationship. The next morning, I entered the Imperial Palace with my grandfather, when Zhu Yi asked the purpose of my visit. I spoke only 2 words. Short on funds? He clearly had not expected the Lingtian sect master to be so direct. But when I produced the soul cannon blueprints, Zhu Yi's breathing immediately changed. That scroll recorded the fixed soul cannons from level 1 to level 3, along with complete soul power theories, at least 2 levels deeper than the basic knowledge the Huangdao Academy had obtained. If he could fully master the contents, the military strength of the Heaven Dao Empire might see a tremendous leap forward. Zhu Yi suppressed his excitement and asked what price I wanted. I named 60 million gold soul coins outright. That number silenced the study for a moment. Zhu Yi countered, asking whether a few blueprints were truly worth that much. I did not argue with him. I simply picked up the silk scroll and prepared to leave. Heaven Dao City had more than one wealthy power. If Zhu Yi thought it wasn't worth it, the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect would surely be willing to take it. Seeing the blueprints about to be taken back, Zhu Yi finally spoke up to stop me. 60 million was no small sum. But compared to the future the soul cannon technology promised, it was still worth the gamble. He agreed to the deal on the spot, and had his inner chamber bring out 6 notes, each worth 10 million soul coins. My grandfather inspected them and confirmed there was no problem. I left the silk scroll in the imperial study. After obtaining the blueprints, Zhu Yi would immediately summon the royal craftsmen to study them. But this era lacked the material system for soul cannons, nor were there truly mature soul cannon designs. Building a fixed soul cannon from a few pages of blueprints would never be as simple as he imagined. What could have been completed for 60-0 in public labor? In the end, it brought in a full 60 million. This deal was clearly not a loss. I was just about to take my leave. But Zhu King has suddenly spoke up. He had learned that the Lintian Academy was forming an elite tournament team, and took the initiative to ask if they were short on members. It seemed like a simple show of concern. But in truth, he wanted to plant someone from the royal family into the Lintian team. I didn't give him another chance to probe. I only replied with 2 words, "No need." The smile on Zhu King's face froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, and he could only watch as my grandfather and I left. After leaving the palace, my grandfather, holding the brocade box from earlier, couldn't help but laugh out loud. A few incomplete blueprints for 60 million. And Zhu Yi was as happy as if he'd found a treasure. But in Zhu Yi's eyes, those blueprints were indeed astonishingly valuable. If a proper fixed-load soul cannon could truly be built, not to mention 60 million, even double that wouldn't be a loss. Of course, all of this had one prerequisite. The Heaven Dao Empire had to understand the blueprints and find suitable materials to manufacture it. And as we returned to the Lintian sect, Tang San was training hard in the back mountains of the Hatian sect. Bare-chested, he swung the Hatian hammer again and again. The boulder before him was already covered in cracks, but the most important part of the chaotic cloak hammer technique was never pure strength, but the rhythm between each strike. Tang San had cultivated the blue-silver grass for years and was used to agile combat styles. After switching to the heavy and domineering Hatian hammer, his old habits became a hindrance. Every time he reached the 7th strike, his power couldn't flow smoothly. Tang Zhao had no choice but to make him stop and rest, telling him that to cultivate his second martial soul, he first had to forget his habits with the blue-silver grass. But Tang Sen only cared about when he could add a soul ring to the Hatian hammer. He wanted to get stronger as fast as possible, to take revenge on my grandfather and me. Tang Zhao told him not to be impatient. The Hatian sect had its own rules for cultivation. Without a solid foundation in hammer technique, even a soul ring on the wall wouldn't unleash its power. Besides, my grandfather had already reached level 97. Even if Tang Zhao fought him personally, there was no guarantee of victory. The only thing Tang San could do now was to bury his hatred deep in his heart and grow stronger step by step. But every time he closed his eyes, he would see the scene of Zhao Wu's sacrifice and couldn't rest in peace. Tang Zhao then told him to keep training until he was completely exhausted. Naturally, there would be no strength left for wild thoughts. Tang San clenched the clear sky hammer once more, the pain in his eyes gradually turning into hatred. This time, he no longer rushed to pursue speed. Instead, as Tang Zhao required, he let each hammer's force naturally accumulate. From the first hammer to the 7th, the previously broken rhythm finally began to flow. Tang Zhao saw this but gave no praise, only telling him to continue swinging 100 more times. The orthodox inheritance of the Clear Sky sect was never something that could be mastered in a short time, and on the distant Sun-Moon continent. My father Han Feng and mother Gu Yu had also arrived at the Sun-Moon Empire's imperial palace. They were with Kong Zhao, the sword master. They met the Sun-Moon Empire Emperor's father, the Golden Emperor Dragon King Martial Soul, who had already stepped into level 9. Level 11, while his mother, relying on the space ancient dragon, became a level ninity to a titled Douluo. On the way to the capital, Kong Zhao and his mother also joined forces to help his father hunt down a 100,000-year soul beast, allowing his father to obtain a red soul ring. 2 titled Douluo with 100,000-year soul rings. even in the Sun-Moon Empire, were truly top-tier combat power. And when the two joined forces, their strength far surpassed ordinary title Douluo. The Sun-Moon Emperor naturally did not wish to make a mistake. Such powerful imperial guardians. When he asked his parents what positions they wanted, his mother only requested a guardian title. Their true goal was not the power of the Sun-Moon Empire, but to enter the Soul Island Artifact Research Institute to study techniques long lost on the Douluo continent. The Sun-Moon Emperor did not refuse. He immediately appointed them as third-rank guardians, granted them a mansion in the capital, and allowed them free access to the Soul Island Research Institute. This mansion not only had 3 courtyards, but also included an independent weapon research hall and alchemy room. The Xianxia Empire was willing to offer such treatment precisely to use resources and status. To keep 2 titled Douluo in the capital. Though this treatment seemed quite generous, the truly core level 7 Soul Island blueprints could never be easily opened up. To obtain higher level technology, one had to render meritorious service to the Xianxia Empire. My parents had long been prepared for this. They first settled in Hengda, then entered the research institute through Kongzhou. Both knew well that the Xianxia Empire would not trust outsiders unconditionally. And learning Soul Island artifacts could not be achieved overnight. What they needed to do was first secure a foothold, then gradually get closer to the core. If in the future we can bring the complete technology back to Douluo continent and hand it to me, even the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect would have to view our family in a new light. A few days later, Kongzhou led his parents into the Soul Device Research Institute for the first time. Here, from material refining and parts processing to assembly and testing, a complete system had already been established. The institute had 1th-grade soul mentor, 3rd-grade soul mentors, and over 20 research personnel. The person in charge of the entire institute, named Yu Linfeng, when Kongzhou brought his parents into the institute. They passed through multiple identity checkpoints along the way. Material refining, parts processing, assembly, and testing were completely separated. Each area had dedicated personnel in charge. On the surface, they merely observed casually. But in their minds, they carefully memorized every route and process. This white-haired elder saw through the parents' true ranks at a glance. Hearing that they wanted to learn soul devices, his first question was to ask why. The father did not make up an excuse. The soul device technology of Douluo continent had been lost. And after learning it, he truly wanted to bring this technology back to his homeland. Such a direct answer made Yu Linfeng take a second look at him. But to have a grade soul mentor teach personally, relying only on the status of a titled Douluo was not enough. Yu Linfeng casually tossed out a metal plate. Covered in scrambled soul power runes, all the patterns seemed chaotic. But in reality, they were dismantled from a complete blueprint. Only by understanding the order of soul power flow could one find the true connections among hundreds of line segments. He required the father to redraw the complete blueprint within 3 days. If he could pass the test, he would begin teaching from 1st-grade soul devices. If he could not, he should leave the institute early and not waste each other's time. The father did not argue. He put away the metal plate and returned to the residence. During those 3 days, he continuously broke down each circuit segment, while the mother stood guard beside him. The father barely left the research workshop. He first copied down all the patterns one by one. Then, based on the direction of soul power input and output, tried rearranging them again and again. If any single line was connected incorrectly, the final blueprint would be completely invalid. At the appointed time, the father handed the redrawn blueprint personally to Yu Linfeng. Though the details were not perfect, the overall structure had no errors. Yu Linfeng examined it several times in a row, before finally admitting that father indeed possessed the foundational talent for learning the mixer. But passing the test paper only represented entry level. Truly accessing level 7 blueprints would still require years of study and contributions. Yu Linfeng finally acknowledged his talent and agreed to officially begin teaching 7 days later. And as father stepped through the gates of the soul domain system, I too broke through the life bottleneck in the secret chamber of the spirit heaven sect. Grandfather was already waiting outside the door, and upon hearing me say, "Let's go to the Star Dao forest now," he raised his hand and tore open a spatial rift. On the other side of the rift lay the edge of the Star Dao Great Forest's mixed zone. And I stepped out of the spatial rift, descending directly. In the mixed zone of the Star Dao Great Forest, grandfather followed close behind, immediately releasing his spatial perception. But within 100 li, there was no trace of the massage evil god tiger. so we could only continue deeper toward the core area. Every few steps grandfather took, he would reprobe the surrounding space, yet the deeper we advanced into the forest, the quieter the environment became, 10,000-year soul beasts that should have been everywhere. Now not even a single 1,000-year one could be seen. There was no chirping of insects in the forest, nor sounds of soul beast battles. And even the scent of blood in the air was thicker than in other areas, clearly indicating that some powerful being had just been hunting nearby. This situation could only mean two things. Either a powerful presence had appeared nearby, one that terrified all soul beasts, or someone had cleared this area beforehand. Either way, it was by no means a good omen. Grandfather asked whether we should retreat for now, but I was not about to leave empty-handed. The massage evil god tiger was cunning by nature. If we missed this chance, finding it again later would be even harder. And besides, with grandfather by my side, even if we encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, we would have ample ability to escape. Grandfather still felt something was off, but he did not continue to stop me. And he spread his spatial power around me, so that if any attack came, he could take me away at once. And so the two of them continued deeper. And after another half hour, grandfather suddenly stopped in his tracks, as a twisted, chaotic spatial fluctuation came from 30 li to the northeast. That was no ordinary spatial soul trace, but the unique evil god power within the massage evil god tiger. He seemed to be fighting other soul beasts, his position constantly shifting, which made it easier for grandfather to lock on. He grabbed my shoulder and tore open another spatial rift. The next instant, we arrived at an open woodland and 100 zhang away. A black giant as massive as a small mountain was locked in battle with a black mamba snake. The massage evil god tiger was wreathed in black matter, each charge distorting the space around it. On its back grew an evil god tail, and every swing produced a sharp, piercing sound. The evil god patterns on its forehead flickered continuously. It was clear that the prey had been cornered. That black mamba snake, also possessing over 30 years of cultivation, had scales as hard as iron, and its venom could corrode the ground. The giant snake tried several times to coil around the tiger's body, but the evil god tiger always dodged in advance, and used its evil god claws to tear through spiritual points, continuously devouring the opponent's life force. But it had already been invaded by the power of the evil god, its speed and strength steadily declining, and was soon bitten at the 7-inch spot by the evil god tiger, struggling a few times. Before completely losing its life, a ring of black souls slowly rose from the giant python's corpse. The evil god tiger did not rush to devour it, but suddenly turned its head, staring intently at our hiding spot. He had already caught the scent of humans. Grandfather stopped hiding and walked straight out from behind the cover. The evil god tiger didn't flee. Instead, it tensed its body, ready to attack. I observed for a moment and confirmed its age was roughly 30,000 years. 1,000 years was well within the body's tolerance range. The evil god tiger had survived to this age, having devoured countless 10,000-year soul beasts. Its true combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary 30,000-year soul beast. If an ordinary soul Douluo were to come, they might even become its meal instead. So I reminded my grandfather that he must not kill it outright. I had to land the final blow myself. The evil god tiger seemed to understand, letting out a furious roar, its massive body lunging at my grandfather. But the moment it leaped into the air, my grandfather vanished from where he stood. The giant bone claw reached out from the void, striking the tiger's spine with brutal force. The evil god tiger was slammed straight into the ground, leaving a deep crater several zhang wide, struggling as it tried to rise. Climbing back up, it showed no fear. Instead, the ferocity in its eyes burned even brighter, as the power of the evil god gathered wildly in its maw, condensing into a black orb of light. I recognized at once that it was the most dangerous ability of the demonic evil god tiger. Once struck by the light orb in the life and death arena, the target would be forcibly pulled into a special space. All cultivation and abilities would be restricted, forcing a life and death duel with the demonic evil god tiger. Even if grandfather had reached level 97, being pulled in could still lead to unforeseen accidents. The most bizarre aspect of the life and death arena was that it would revert both parties to their juvenile forms. Any external cultivation advantage would be forcibly erased, leaving only the most primal abilities to determine who lived or died. This is also the true reason the massage evil god tiger can hunt down stronger foes beyond its rank. Right as I left, I immediately signaled my grandfather with my eyes, and he too sensed the danger. His figure passed through space once more, peering directly above the giant tiger's head, stomping its skull into the dirt with one kick. The black orb that had yet to be unleashed exploded right in its mouth, blasting the massage evil god tiger's mouth full of blood. My grandfather wanted to keep going, but I quickly told him to stop toying with it. If he hit it a few more times, this soul beast would be beaten to death outright. My grandfather chuckled and withdrew his power, raising his hand to condense spatial shackles, pinning the massage evil god tiger to the ground, to prevent it from unleashing its abilities again. He also casually crippled the spine and mouth, spatial power like countless chains, pressing down on the bone body from all directions. Even the evil god hook was fixed in midair. The massage evil god tiger tried several times to protect itself. The power within its body was also directly dispersed by grandfather. No matter how the giant tiger struggled, it could not break free. I walked up to it, a dark blade condensing in my hand, and thrust it directly into the medicine sea. The massage evil god tiger let out one final mournful cry. Its massive body soon stopped convulsing. The fierceness in its eyes did not completely fade even until death. This kind of soul beast is inherently evil, growing by devouring from birth. It was fundamentally impossible for humans to tame them. A deep black soul ring finally rose from the corpse, and at the same time, a strange glow emerged from within the corpse. A fist-sized black-purple pearl suddenly burst through the flesh, trying to tear through space and escape. Grandfather was prepared, and the surrounding space was instantly sealed. Completely locked down, the evil god pearl had just risen. When he grabbed it in his palm, the pearl vibrated wildly in his hand, continuously assaulting the spatial seal. Had it been any other title, Douluo, the slightest lapse would have allowed it to break through and flee. But grandfather directly compressed the surrounding void into an impenetrable cage. I took the bead to confirm its aura. This was truly the most valuable thing inside the evil god's body. I stored the evil god bead into my storage ring. Then I sat cross-legged beside the corpse, beginning to draw in the seventh soul ring. The dark holy dragon appeared behind me. As the soul ring descended, the violent evil god energy surged into my meridians. This corrosive power was enough to cause convulsions in an ordinary soul master's meridians, and remnants still lingered in the soul ring. The evil god tiger's final unwillingness, its lingering will repeatedly struck at my consciousness, trying to backlash during the absorption process. But the dark holy dragon simply spread its wings and suppressed all those remnant thoughts. Yet my body, tempered by multiple immortal herbs, and repeatedly refined through 100,000-year sacrifice, had meridians as tough as steel. Though the violent energy kept surging, it couldn't truly harm my foundation. Grandfather stood nearby, elevating his spatial perception to the limit, alert to every rustle in the surroundings, just as absorption entered a critical stage. From the dense forest in the distance, a pair of cold eyes suddenly appeared. That gaze pierced through layers of trees. Fixed squarely on me, grandfather quickly sensed something amiss and condensed a spatial blade. He prepared to strike directly at the observer. But I, through the evil god power I had just absorbed, recognized the figure's identity in advance, and called out for grandfather to stop. Hidden in the forest was none other than the star Dao overlord, the titan giant ape. His massive body hid behind a giant tree, only half his face visible. His crimson eyes locked onto the soul ring, clearly confirming that I was the one who accepted Zhao Wu's sacrifice. He was clearly not passing by chance. From the moment he appeared, he had been staring at me intently. Grandfather refocused his perception, and indeed caught a heavy, mountain-like aura of 100,000-year existence. He immediately realized the news might have leaked. But now was not the time for battle. I was still absorbing the soul ring. If forcibly interrupted, the evil god power within me would surely backlash. And the titan giant ape was equally wary of grandfather, though he wished to rush out and shatter me with a single punch. He knew a level Nineti 7 spatial Douluo was no easy opponent. Moreover, the Azure Bull Python was not by his side. If he acted alone, he might not gain the upper hand. He could only keep suppressing his aura, waiting for a flaw to appear while I absorbed the soul ring. But grandfather remained steadfastly in front of me. My spatial perception never relaxed for a moment. The titan giant ape found no opening. The two sides thus faced off across the forest, while I poured all my star gods back into my soul rings to absorb the Hirti Fave, 0-year evil god energy, which rampaged through my meridians before being completely suppressed by the dark holy dragon. After about the time of one incense stick, the 7th soul ring fully merged into my martial soul, and my soul power rose all the way to level 73. With 7 soul rings rising from beneath my feet. The prince's 6th ring, purple, black, black, red, black, on 100, 0-year crimson of the 6th and the deep black of the 7th. At the same time, revolving around the dark holy dragon, a Hirti Fivez 0-year soul ring. Not only allowed me to cross the threshold of soul sage, but also brought 3 consecutive levels of soul power. In addition to the 7th soul skill that all soul masters obtain, the martial soul true body. The evil god tiger also brought a domain. When the evil god domain is unleashed, the surrounding light quickly dims, and the black-purple evil god power covers the space. Any enemy who steps into it will simultaneously suffer physical and mental suppression. Within the domain, the enemy's soul power, spirit, speed, and strength will all be weakened by 30%, and I can teleport freely within it, unrestricted by ordinary spatial seals. It can also stack with the dark holy dragon, forming a 2-layer suppression. More crucially, the instant shadow within the domain doesn't require tearing open a spatial rift beforehand. The moment I will it, I can appear anywhere. Against soul masters of the same rank, almost no one can lock onto my body. Grandfather heard this and said good 3 times in a row, across the entire continent, obtaining a domain directly at the 7th soul ring. I'm probably the only one. But just as his laughter rang out, the distant forest collapsed with a crash. The Titan giant ape could no longer suppress its fury. Charging out from its hiding place, having witnessed my red 6th ring with his own eyes, he finally confirmed completely that Zhao Wu had become mine. The hatred suppressed for so long erupted completely in that moment. With every step of his massive body, the ground shook violently, and trees along the way were snapped by him directly. The pressure of the 10,000-year soul beast erupted fully. The entire forest trembled under his roar. Grandfather immediately gathered spatial power in his palm. But I raised my hand to hold his wrist, stopping him from attacking at once. The Titan giant ape stood 100 jang away, staring at me with bloodshot eyes. He did not throw a punch right away, but instead spoke words that he should not have known. And within those words, Zhao Wu's name appeared directly. You killed Zhao Wu. The Titan giant ape's eyes were bloodshot as he finally spoke those words, yet I felt no panic at all. Because as the evil god's soul ring merged into my body, a trace of the evil god's power was refined by me at the same time. It allowed me to understand the language of soul beasts. So the Titan giant ape's roar was perfectly clear in my ears. I looked at him calmly. Zhao Wu walked into the trap willingly. I did not kill her. The Titan giant ape pounded his chest with both fists, shaking the entire forest. He refused to believe Zhao Wu would willingly walk into trap, convinced that I had forced her. His gaze swept past grandfather and fixed firmly on my feet, especially that crimson 6th soul ring. To him, it was not just a source of power, but proof that Zhao Wu had once existed. Now that soul ring revolved around my body, he naturally could not accept it. My claim of her willing trap. But I had no need to explain every detail to him either. Back then, Zhao Wu had willingly offered her life to save Tang San, trading her life for power. It was only at the final moment that the sacrifice target was taken by me. Whether the Titan giant ape believed this outcome or not, it could not be changed. If he truly wished to avenge Zhao Wu, he could come find me anytime in the future. Grandfather stepped forward, and his level 97 soul power pressure descended like a mountain in an instant. The massive Titan giant ape was forced back a step. Grandfather told him, if you dare roar at him again, then tomorrow I'll add another 100,000-year soul ring to his collection. With my current physical strength, absorbing another 100,000-year soul ring might not necessarily fail. The Titan giant ape's fury grew, yet he dared not advance further. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a low, sinister laugh suddenly came from afar. The voice came from the life fox. Clearly the azure bull python was recalling the Titan giant ape. He shot me a vicious glare, then turned and plunged into the dense forest. His massive figure quickly disappeared. Grandfather withdrew his soul power and snorted coldly. Good thing he ran fast. But I shook my head. He wasn't fleeing, he was summoned away by the azure bull python. These 200,000-year soul beasts actually knew about Zhao Wu's matter. The news must have come from someone else, and the one who knew the whole story. The most suspicious was Tang Hao. I just wasn't sure yet how Tang Hao knew about the relationship between Zhao Wu and the 2 beast kings, but it didn't matter. Tang Hao had lived in the Star Dao forest for a long time. His wife, a yin, was originally a 100,000-year soul beast. Perhaps it was during that time he had come into contact with the life fox and recognized Zhao Wu's identity. Now that Tang San has disappeared, Zhao Wu has become my soul ring. It doesn't surprise me that Tang Hao wants to use the two beast kings to eliminate me. He might even tell them that Zhao Wu didn't walk into a trap willingly, but was killed by me by force. This way, he can let them take revenge, while hiding himself and reaping the benefits of both sides being weakened. He only underestimated me, and also underestimated grandfather's strength. Trying to use the soul beasts to kill me will only backfire. 100,000-year soul ring delivered right to me. After all, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape won't flee. The next time I come to the Stardao Forest, I'll take their soul rings. For now, the most important thing is to refine the evil god pearl before leaving. I had grandfather collect the corpse of the evil god tiger. Its tiger hide, bones, and sinews are all rare top-grade materials. Taking them back to Yang Gao, Chu Lin will put them to good use. Grandfather casually tore open space and brought me back to the Spirit Heaven Sect. What I didn't know was, shortly after we left, the Titan Giant Ape returned to the Life Fox. The Azure Bull Python asked him whether he had clearly seen my soul rings. The Titan Giant Ape told him that my seventh soul came from the evil god tiger, with a lifespan of nearly 40,000 years. Not only did I gain the martial soul true formation, but also a powerful enlightenment. The Azure Bull Python fell silent for a long time after hearing this. He finally realized that I was far more troublesome to deal with than Tang Hao had described. The Titan Giant Ape, however, was most unwilling to accept it. He believed that when I absorbed the soul ring, I was at my weakest moment. If he had charged out then, he would have had a chance to crush me to death. Even if grandfather tried to stop him, he would have had to divide his attention to protect me. But the Azure Bull Python remained clear-headed. From the Titan Giant Ape's description, he had already judged the gap between them. A level 97 spatial Douluo could not only suppress him head-on, but also possessed spatial movement abilities that allowed him to come and go freely, if the battle turned unfavorable. The Titan Giant Ape might not even make it back alive to the Life Fox. Why didn't he let him attack directly? The Azure Bull Python only answered one sentence. "You can't beat Gulong." The Titan Giant Ape was left speechless. The Azure Bull Python slowly sank into the lake, telling him to keep waiting for an opportunity. Because I would return sooner or later, and the next time he would personally make a move to kill me. Unfortunately, they did not know that when we met again, who the true prey would be. After returning to Lingtian Sect, I did not rest for a single moment and went straight to the secret chamber in the back mountain. The evil god pearl could not be kept for too long. The sooner it was refined, the safer it would be. Grandfather remained outside the secret chamber, personally guarding me. I sat cross-legged on the cushion, pretending to meditate, and took out the evil god pearl from my storage ring. The pearl was only the size of a fist, its entire body a deep, dark black. The moment it appeared in the secret chamber, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a chilling, sinister aura spread out. If an ordinary soul master came near, their very spirit would be instantly corroded, and the negative emotions within them would be magnified without limit. But my dark holy dragon inherently possessed ultimate darkness, and this chilling, sinister aura, instead of frightening me, stirred a powerful devouring desire in my martial soul. As if what was inside the pearl had always belonged to me, I held the pearl in my palm. And just as I was about to channel my soul power, it suddenly floated up on its own, slowly spinning before me, with black-purple light flickering continuously. Wisps of evil god power seeped out from within the pearl, moving like living things, circling around my body, neither entering my meridians nor dispersing into nothing. I tried to control it with my soul power, but the moment it touched the evil god power, my soul power was directly repelled. It was not ordinary resistance, but rather a lofty power that looked down on my soul power with disdain. The evil god pearl spun faster and faster, and the entire secret chamber was shrouded in black light. At the same time, far away in the divine realm, the evil god in his temple suddenly sat upright. He had been leaning lazily on his divine throne, idly watching the wars, killings, deceptions, and betrayals of the mortal world. All things related to evil were merely pastimes to help him pass the long ages. As one of the 5 great god kings of the divine realm, he had lived for countless years, and the so-called geniuses he had seen were too numerous to count. But those monsters in the eyes of mortals In his view, were merely ants that crawled a little faster, utterly unworthy of inheriting the supreme throne of the evil god. He sensed an extremely faint fluctuation coming from the lower realm. And though faint, its essence was the power of the evil god. The evil god became intrigued. He raised his hand and condensed a divine mirror. In the mirror, my figure in the secret chamber soon appeared. During seclusion, he first looked at the evil god pearl, and immediately recognized it as the thing that had absorbed the evil god tiger. Then his gaze fell upon my soul rings. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, black, 7 soul rings clearly emerged. The 6th soul ring was already 1,000,000 years old, while the 7th came from the evil god tiger, nearly 40,000 years old. And my soul power level had already reached rank 73. The evil god stared at me, showing surprise for the first time, because the me in the mirror appeared only 12 or 13 years old. Soul master of 12 or 13, even in the eyes of the divine realm, was no ordinary genius. The evil god continued to probe, and soon discovered that within my body existed 2 martial souls. A dark holy dragon and a light holy dragon, 2 extremes. Posing, ultimate attributes coexisted in one body, yet did not suppress or devour each other. The evil god immediately grew delighted, his gaze upon me becoming increasingly fervent. For my body seemed as if born to be a vessel for carrying evil power. Yet I, in the secret chamber, had no idea I had been marked by a god king. The evil god power swirling around me suddenly found its target and surged all at once toward my brow. Agonizing pain instantly swept through my mind, countless chaotic pieces of information flooded in like a tide, not words or images, but fragments of primordial evil god laws, whose contained power far exceeded what a soul master could comprehend. It was an evil rule reaching to the very origin, where slaughter was merely one part, greed, extreme desire. Deception and lust all belonged to evil as well. Countless negative thoughts struck my spirit simultaneously, tempting to drag my consciousness into the deepest darkness. But having lived through 2 lifetimes, my mind was far more steadfast than others my age, and the dark holy dragon martial soul bore the brunt of most of the impact for me. I held onto the last shred of clarity, letting the law fragments wash through my body, then refining them strand by strand. They charged into my body, rampaging through my meridians. For an ordinary soul master, the spirit would have long been torn to shreds. Yet my body not only endured it all, but began, in turn, to gradually tame the evil god power. The evil god had originally thought I would need at least a day. Yet in less than half an hour, I opened my eyes. A flash of dark purple light flickered deep within my pupils. It was at this very moment that within the evil god pearl, the evil god himself began to formally acknowledge me. He could no longer sit still. Back then, the first person to tame the evil god had spent a full 3 years, merely refining a fraction of its power, while I took only half an hour to make the evil god himself willingly submit. He examined my martial soul, spirit rings, and age once more, twin ultimate martial souls. 6th spirit ring, on 100 years. 7th spirit ring, innate domain. At 12 years old, I had reached spirit saint, refining the evil god pearl as easily as drinking water. Most importantly, after the evil god's power entered my body, it was not rejected by my martial soul, but instead, as if finding its true home, was actively devoured by the dark holy dragon. The black dragon that had been coiled within the mountain. With every wisp of evil god power it swallowed, its aura grew stronger. The 2 attributes of darkness and evil did not clash with each other, but instead merged at an astonishing speed. Such a degree of compatibility was something even the evil god himself had never possessed. He had searched for a successor for years, yet never found anyone as compatible as me. The power of the evil god's divine throne. He finally laughed within the temple, saying, "This boy is well suited to become my successor." The next moment, the evil god pearl stopped spinning, and within it, all the origin power surged into my body. The lusterless black pearl fell back into my palm. Before I could even inspect the changes, the dark holy dragon within me roared uncontrollably. An unprecedented power erupted from the depths of my martial soul, and a domineering draconic pressure centered on my body slammed into the walls of the secret chamber, causing the thick stone to tremble and fine dust to fall continuously. Had this chamber not been prearranged with a soul power barrier, the entire back mountain would have sensed the disturbance. My blood boiled, and the phantom of the dark holy dragon burst forth from behind me. Circling within the cramped chamber, the originally pitch black surface of the dragon's body was now covered in an eerie layer of purple-black light. Even its draconic pupils flickered with sinister light. I closed my eyes and sensed carefully. And after a moment, I suddenly discovered that the evil god's power had not replaced the original ultimate darkness. Instead, it left a second extreme attribute within the dark holy dragon's body. The second ultimate attribute is ultimate evil. I raised my right hand, and a massive dark purple soul power immediately condensed in my palm, radiating an aura of evil so intense. Even I felt a sense of urgency. This was not an attribute replacement, but rather, on top of ultimate darkness, an additional ultimate power. From this moment on, my dark holy dragon martial soul possessed both ultimate darkness and ultimate evil. What surprised me even more was that, after refining the evil god pearl, my soul power increased by 2 more levels, directly reaching level 75. For a 12-year-old soul master, every level is a tremendous leap. But the 2-level boost in soul power wasn't the greatest gain. The true surprise the evil god pearl gave me was a brand new soul skill, life and death arena. As long as I bring someone into it, both sides revert to their youthful forms. No matter how powerful the enemy originally was, within the life and death arena, they lose all cultivation from adulthood. And I, who wield the evil god pearl, can directly unfold the evil god domain within the arena, not only amplifying my own strength, but also using the terrain's advantage to suppress all of the opponent's movements. This was a battle whose outcome was decided from the very start. At that thought, I couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. The moment the sound left my mouth, even I was stunned. It seemed that ultimate evil had somewhat affected my temperament. But a change of this degree could never shake my resolve. The evil god in the divine realm watched this scene with great satisfaction. My talent and physique had fully met his requirements. However, I was still far too distant from the divine throne, not even having reached title Douluo. Even if he were to bestow the divine position now, I would not be able to withstand it. The god of evil pondered for a moment, and flicked out a wisp of primal divine power. That force pierced through the barrier between the divine realm and the mortal world. Silently sinking into my brow, a cold voice then echoed within my mind. Boy, cultivate well. Once you reach title Douluo, this old man will come see you again. I jerked my head up, but only saw the ceiling of the secret chamber. That voice came abruptly and vanished just as cleanly. Yet I needed no guesswork to know who it was. The only one who could contact me directly through the evil god pearl could only be the god of evil. In other words, as long as I reached title Douluo, I would most likely be able to begin the evil god's divine position assessment, which is essentially obtaining an early guarantee on the path to godhood. But I possess twin martial souls. The dark holy dragon can bear the evil god's divine position. But what about the light holy dragon? This martial soul has yet to absorb any soul rings. Its future potential will only be higher than the dark holy dragon's, whether inheriting an existing divine position or creating a brand new one. I must prepare in advance, thinking of the light holy dragon. I soon recalled that on another continent of Douluo Star, a dragon tomb still lay hidden, where countless remains of powerful dragonkind were buried, and where even the remnant soul of the light dragon king might exist. If I find the dragon tomb in the future, I may have the chance to forge my own path with the light holy dragon. The evil god would never know that he had just deemed me the most suitable inheritor, while I was already considering a second divine position. I put away the evil god pearl and pushed open the secret chamber door. My grandfather had been waiting outside. Seeing me emerge safely, he immediately asked about the refinement results. I raised my hand and released a wisp of black-purple soul power. The moment the evil aura appeared, my grandfather frowned. I told him this was the ultimate evil. Now my dark holy dragon possesses dual ultimate attributes. Upon hearing this result, my grandfather couldn't help but burst into laughter. When I further told him that my soul power had risen to level 75, and that I had also obtained the life and death arena, even this level 97 titled Douluo was left stunned. A single evil god pearl. Not only did it complete the transformation of my martial soul, it also opened the path to the evil god's divine position. This trip to the Star Dao forest was more worthwhile than I had imagined. During my seclusion, the Lingtian sect continued to develop rapidly. The Yuzi clan was responsible for constructing the sect, while the Po clan researched medicines. The 9-star Begonia Yi clan provided substantial financial support. Only the Min clan had yet to find an opportunity to prove their worth. The treatment they enjoyed from the sect was better than the past few decades combined. Yet all they could do was reconnaissance, message delivery, and running errands. The clan leader Bei grew increasingly uneasy. He feared that if things continued this way, the Min clan would become a burden, and he also worried that his clan would be unable to truly establish themselves in the Lingtian sect. So he first went to the alchemy hall to find an old friend. Yang Wudi. After hearing his concerns, Yang Wudi asked only one question. How much longer do you plan to keep that immortal herb at your house hidden away? Bei immediately understood. He meant the crystal blood dragon body, a treasure of the Min clan. Cherished for years as their trump card, never willing to bring it out for use. Yang Wudi told him, rather than letting it gather dust in the vault. It would be better to offer it to me, this sect master. As long as you show enough sincerity, there's no need to worry. The Min clan has no standing. Bei's heart ached terribly, but in the end, he grit his teeth and agreed. After leaving the alchemy hall, he went to consult Nia Gao, who felt that offering only the immortal herb was far from enough. He pulled Bei aside and suddenly asked about Bei Hengxiang's age. Learning that Bei Chenxiang was 13, just about the same age as me. Then Nia Gao directly proposed an even bolder idea. Rather than sending just one immortal herb, why not send his granddaughter along as well? Bei's face darkened on the spot upon hearing this. But Nia Gao wasn't joking. My grandfather once said personally. He hoped I would take several wives to carry on the bloodlines of the dark sacred dragon and the light sacred dragon. I usually focus solely on cultivation and pay no mind to matters of romance, which has been troubling my grandfather. Bei Chenxiang is strikingly beautiful and has a gentle disposition. And her age matches mine perfectly, if she could stay by my side. The Min clan and I would share a deeper bond. And from then on, they'd never have to worry about failing to secure their footing within the sect. Bei was initially reluctant, but after hearing Nia Gao's analysis, his heart gradually began to waver. After returning to the Min clan, he shut himself in his room, sitting alone for most of the day, until dusk was about to fall, when he retrieved an ancient jade box from the deepest part of the vault. When the jade box opened, a blood-red immortal herb, shaped like a human figure, appeared before him. It was the crystal blood dragon body. He stared at the herb for a long time, then finally closed the jade box, and afterward went to his granddaughter Bei Hengxiang's room. Bei didn't state his purpose directly, but instead asked her, "What do you think of the sect, master?" Bei Hengxiang's cheeks flushed instantly. After hearing all of her grandfather's plans, she lowered her head and twisted the hem of her clothes, remaining silent for a long time. Bei thought she would refuse, but unexpectedly, after a long silence, Bei Chenxiang only said softly, "Everything is up to grandfather." Early the next morning, Bei brought the crystal blood dragon body to the main hall of Lingtian sect to seek an audience. At the time, I was reviewing the accounts for the sect's defensive formations, and upon hearing that Bei had something to present, I had the guards let him in. After Bei entered the main hall, he did not sit down but presented the jade box with both hands, saying that the Min clan was willing to offer the treasured immortal herb to the sect as a sign of loyalty. I opened the jade box and glanced at it. That blood-red immortal herb indeed possessed a rich medicinal aura. I accepted the crystal blood dragon herb, but did not let Bei leave, because from the moment he entered, I could tell he was weighed down by worries. This visit was by no means merely to offer treasure, when I directly called it out. Bei's expression shifted several times before he finally steeled himself. He told me he still had a granddaughter named Bei Chenxiang, who had just turned 13 this year, and was quite outstanding in both appearance and temperament. He wished to have Bei Chenxiang come to my side to serve me. After he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent in an instant, and Bei's back was soon soaked with cold sweat. I did not agree immediately, but instead asked who had actually come up with this idea. Bei dared not conceal it, saying only that he had asked me, Yang Wudi and Nia Gao. They all knew that my grandfather hoped I would take several wives, so that the two great holy dragon martial souls could be fully passed down, and Bei Chenxiang was close to me in age. If she could catch my eye, it would also be her own fortune. After hearing these words, I understood the true reason. Bei offered the immortal herb and also wanted to send someone, simply fearing that the Min clan had no value in the Lingtian sect. Seeing that I had hit the mark, Bei could only admit that since joining the Lingtian sect, they had received too much favor, but could not produce any worthy contributions. He feared his clansmen would feel ashamed, and even more that I would think the Min clan was utterly useless. I told Bei He that he was completely mistaken. The Min Clan's speed and reconnaissance abilities were among the finest across the entire continent. Now that the sect had just been established, many matters had yet to be set in motion. Once the intelligence network, long-range communications, and battlefield reconnaissance were truly established, every task would depend on them. Their current seeming lack of use was only because the time had not yet come. After hearing this, Bei He finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the matter of Bei Xianxia still required her own willingness. I asked Bei He whether he had consulted his granddaughter's thoughts. He quickly told me that Bei Xianxia had already agreed, leaving everything to her grandfather's decision. Since that was the case, I did not refuse, and had Bei Xianxia come to the main hall, first to study the rules and sect affairs under Yi Lingling's guidance. As for what would happen afterward, it would still depend on her own conduct. Bei He was overjoyed upon hearing this, and repeatedly thanked me. I asked him to deliver a message to Bei Xianxia. The Lingtian sect does not look at one's background, only at one's abilities. The reputation of the Minzi clan must be earned back by himself. Bei He left the main hall with reddened eyes. The heavy stone that had weighed on his heart for so long finally lifted completely. After returning, he immediately told Bei Xianxia the news, who learned that he could enter the main hall. Bei Xianxia first broke into a smile, then cautiously asked if I had said anything else. When she heard that the Minzi clan's reputation would have to be earned by his own efforts, her gaze immediately turned resolute. The next morning, Bei Xianxia changed into clean clothes and walked alone along the mountain path to the Lingtian sect's main hall. She spent the whole journey thinking about what to say when she saw me. But even as she stepped through the gate, she still hadn't found a satisfactory answer. The guards had already been instructed and directly led her proceeds to the side hall. It was there that Bei Xianxia met Yi Lingling for the first time. She acted according to protocol, saying that I had sent her to learn. Yi Lingling did not make things difficult for her, only asking whether she could read and whether she could handle accounts. Bei Xianxia dared not exaggerate and admitted she only knew a little. Yi Lingling casually took out last month's sect account ledger and asked her to find the problems within it, staring at the dense rows of numbers. Bei Hengxiang's scalp immediately went numb. Yet she grit her teeth and began flipping through it, because she knew very well her chance to stay in the main hall was not the spirit her grandfather had sent, but her performance from here on. Half an hour later, de Guyan walked into the side hall. She recognized at a glance that this 13-year-old girl was Bei Xianxia, sent by the Minzi clan to my side. She circled around Bei Xianxia, looking her over from head to toe, then deliberately brought up that Bei Xianxia and I were the same age. And with just a few words, she turned Bei Hengxiang's face bright red, too shy to lift her head. Yi Lingling told de Guyan to stop teasing her. De Guyan agreed with her mouth, but directly sat down across from Bei Xianxia, propping her chin. Staring at her, the question she was about to ask was what truly made Bei Xianxia too embarrassed to answer. Do you want to marry the sect master? De Guyan stared at Bei Xianxia and finally asked it out loud. Bei Xianxia had just relaxed, and her little face instantly flushed crimson. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Yi Lingling looked up at de Guyan, and her voice instantly turned colder. Yan Yan, stop teasing her. De Guyan pouted and had no choice but to swallow the rest of her words. She stood up and left the side hall. Only then did Bei Xianxia let out a sigh of relief, the clothes on her back nearly soaked through with cold sweat. Yi Lingling, however, did not comfort her, only pushing the ledger back. Continue reading. Bei Xianxia immediately set aside her thoughts and buried herself in the accounts again. She knew very well whether she could. I remain at the main shop. What matters isn't how fast one blushes, but whether one can deliver results. At noon, I passed through the side hall from the main hall, and happened to see Bei Xianxia frowning at the dense columns of accounts, with Yi Lingling sitting nearby, offering a word of guidance only occasionally. I didn't go in to disturb them, but headed to the back mountain instead. Grandfather was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. Seeing me approach, his first question was about Bei Xianxia, having heard that Bei He had sent his granddaughter over. I nodded and told him she was in the main hall. Learning the ropes under Yi Lingling, grandfather smiled knowingly. He then asked what the girl looked like, and I felt a bit exasperated. Since when had grandfather become as gossipy as Niagao? But grandfather said he wasn't being nosy, just concerned about the holy dragon bloodline. I am already 12 years old now. In another 2 years, I should be starting a family. The dark holy dragon and the light holy dragon must not end with my generation. I could only remind grandfather that I was only 12 now, but he paid it no mind at all. He said that when he was 12, grandmother was already pregnant with my mother. That left me speechless, and I quickly ended the topic. Seeing I didn't want to say more, grandfather asked about Ling Yuan's news. Ever since I gave him the mechanical phoenix core, he had been in seclusion refining it. By my reckoning, he should be emerging soon. I told grandfather not to worry. Once he finished refining, he would naturally come to Lingtian Sect, sitting in the courtyard. I was reminded of my parents, who had been missing for years. 6 years ago, they sent me to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, saying they were going to seek an opportunity to break through to title Douluo, and then they completely vanished without a trace. Over the years, grandfather and I had asked many people to investigate, but never found a single clue. Grandfather sensed my thoughts and comforted me, saying, the two of them were blessed by fate and surely wouldn't come to harm easily. Now that I'm already level 75, I can reach title Douluo within at most 5 years. When that day comes, he would travel the entire continent with me if needed to find my parents. Looking at grandfather, I felt much more at ease. Then I got up and left the back mountain. It was Bei Hengxiang's first day at the main shop. As the sect master, I should formally meet him. When I returned to the main hall, Bei Xianxia was holding a pot of fresh tea, standing at the side hall entrance. Seeing me approach, he was clearly startled for a moment. He immediately bowed in greeting, and I told him to follow me into the main hall. He placed the teapot on the table, then stood there stiffly, his eyes fixed on the ground. I gestured for him to sit, but he only dared to sit on the edge of the chair, his back straight as a rod, as if ready to stand up at any moment. I asked him how he was getting along with the account books. To my surprise, Bei Xianxia had memorized last month's expenses clearly. The sect's total expenditure was 47,300 gold soul coins, with material procurement at 20 on a 0. Labor costs at 1 to 100, and the rest were daily expenses. Even I was somewhat taken aback. It wasn't that he couldn't handle accounts, he just never had the chance before. I immediately told him to assist Yi Lingling in managing the accounts from now on. Bei Xianxia quickly agreed, then stole a glance at me. He had originally thought that being sent here by his grandfather would mean nothing more than serving tea and water. He never expected that I would truly be willing to entrust the sect's accounts to him. I didn't put more pressure on him and let him return to the side hall to study. As Bei Xianxia reached the door, he suddenly stopped. As if gathering all his courage, he turned and said to me, "Sect Master, I will do my best. I won't disgrace the Minzi clan, nor will I disgrace you, Sect Master." I looked at this girl whose face was flushed red, yet who tried so hard to straighten her back. In the end, I simply nodded. After receiving my response, Bei Xianxia quickly left the main hall. His matters were temporarily settled. I then took out the Henhei Qiankun palm from my storage ring. The blue triangular prism lay quietly in my palm, emitting a gentle glow. It was the national treasure of the Heaven Dao Empire, and also the relic left by the sea god in the mortal world. Only by gaining its recognition could one qualify to activate the sea gods 9 trials and, ultimately, inherit the sea god's divine position. In the past, I had thought of using it to activate the sea god's inheritance, but now things were different. The evil god had personally told me that once I became a title Douluo, the evil god's 9 trials would begin. The evil god's trials were a god-king-level inheritance, inherently superior to the sea gods. The sea god's trials were no longer a necessity for me. I infused my soul power once more. The Henhei Qiankun mirror only flickered faintly before returning to calm. It still did not choose me. Since I cannot use it, I might as well let someone close to me try. Yi Lingling's 9-star begonia possesses extremely powerful life force. Her temperament is also cold and resolute enough. She not only has a chance to gain the Henhei Qiankun mirror's recognition. If she truly inherits the sea god in the future, the Lingtian sect will gain a first-level god wielding a super-divine artifact. With that thought, I walked straight into the main hall and had Yi Lingling follow me to the central hall. Bei Xianxia stayed behind, continuing to spar with Xianxia. Upon arriving at the central hall, I placed the Henhei Qiankun mirror on the table. The moment Yi Lingling approached, she felt the vast yet gentle energy contained within. I did not beat around the bush, and told her directly that this was the sea god's relic, capable of unlocking the sea god's 9 trials. Yi Lingling had always been aloof, but upon hearing the words sea god's divine seat, a flicker of shock still appeared in her eyes. I told her that the sea god had not chosen me. But I hoped she could try, perhaps the 9-star begonias. Healing power and the sea god's protective force might share some affinity. Yi Lingling did not agree immediately. She merely reached out a finger and gently touched the Henhei Qiankun mirror. The next moment, a warm surge of power flowed through her fingertip, and the blue light clearly brightened. Though it faded in an instant, the reaction was far stronger than when I had infused my soul power. Yi Lingling looked up and asked if I wanted her to go to Sea God Island. I shook my head and told her it was still too early. The Sea God's 9 trials were no trivial matter. All she needed to do was take the Henhei Qiankun mirror back and try infusing soul power into it every day until it truly acknowledged her. Yi Lingling held the relic with both hands, paused for a moment, then solemnly thanked me. As she left the central hall, she glanced back at me, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. That night, Yi Lingling returned alone to her room. She infused soul power into the Henhei Qiankun mirror once more. The blue light did brighten, but quickly dimmed again. It was as if she was responding to it, yet still hesitating. Yi Lingling was not anxious. She simply put the relic away, ready to wait patiently for the outcome. The next morning, De Yan was blocking her door. Having heard that I had met with Yi Lingling alone, she assumed something private had happened. Yi Lingling, unable to shake her off, simply took out the Henhei Qiankun mirror. De Yan poked it twice with her finger, but each time she was gently repelled by a soft force, which sparked her interest. After hearing the origin of the sea god's wine trial, her eyes widened even more. She never imagined that I would entrust the sea god's token to Yi Lingling to attempt it. De Yan first expressed admiration, then spoke seriously, telling Yi Lingling that whether she succeeded or not, she would be happy for her. After hearing this, Yi Lingling rarely showed a faint smile. And I had not forgotten my own. Cultivation of level 75 soul power, the dual-pole dark holy dragon. The evil god domain, the life and death arena. On 100, 0-year soul ring and external soul bone, my trump cards were already plenty. Yet I had never truly fought with everything on the line against an evenly matched opponent. When hunting soul beasts, grandfather always stood guard nearby. And even the demon evil god tiger was severely wounded by him before I could act. To this day, I still don't know how strong my true limits really are, so I went to the back mountain again. Grandfather was lying in a chair basking in the sun. Holding a wine flask in his hand, I sat down across from him and said directly, "Grandfather, spar with me." He nearly dropped the flask, staring at me for a long time, as if making sure he hadn't misheard. I said I wanted to test my true strength, but grandfather was caught between laughter and tears. I was level 75, while he was level 97. A gap of a full 20 levels. This wasn't a spar, it was asking for a beating. I told him that as long as he suppressed his soul power to the same level, I would use spatial teleportation, relying only on basic soul power and martial soul, which would be enough for me to see the gap. Grandfather thought it over and finally agreed, but he set one condition beforehand. I couldn't use the life and death arena. He had no desire to turn back into a child and fight me to the death inside it. Naturally, I had no objections. Soon, we arrived at the training ground. Grandfather stood at the center of the arena, suppressed his soul power to level 75, and let me strike first. I didn't hold back. The dark holy dragon instantly possessed me, and 7 soul rings rose from beneath my feet. Yellow, purple, black, black, red, black, when grandfather saw my soul ring configuration. Though his expression remained calm, satisfaction was unmistakable in his eyes. The next moment, I charged straight at him, my right arm transforming into a dragon claw. Striking toward grandfather's chest, he neither dodged nor evaded. Meeting me with his own bone dragon claw, the 2 claws collided, and the shockwave swept across the training ground. I stumbled back 5 steps before steadying myself, while grandfather only retreated half a step, and this was with soul power at the same level, which truly showed me the combat depth of a titled Douluo. Grandfather stopped pressing me to continue. I immediately changed my tactics, no longer meeting force with force, but instead adapting. The combat instincts brought by the evil god tiger were all woven into my attack rhythm. Each strike faster than the last, each strike heavier than the last, every move carrying a sinister hidden edge. Grandfather was still relaxed at first, but after blocking dozens of strikes in a row, his expression finally turned serious. He realized my attacks seemed to cling tightly to his hands, making it hard to pull away even if he wanted to. Grandfather sent me back with a palm strike and asked what kind of technique this was. I told him this was the combat instinct left by the evil god tiger, which I naturally mastered after refining the evil god pearl. Grandfather's eyes burned with battle fervor, telling me to attack freely, as he would also use 2/10 more of his strength. I once again summoned the dark holy dragon's phantom, which roared from behind me. This time, every strike carried the ultimate devouring. And the erosion of ultimate evil. The more grandfather fought, the more shocked he became. Though I was only level 75 on the surface, my soul power was already nearly as deep as level 80. The evil god tiger's combat instinct also allowed me to sense every change in grandfather's moves in advance. The two clashed dozens of times again. I finally unleashed the evil god domain, black-purple light spreading instantly, enshrouding the entire Yanhua in darkness, the moment my grandfather was covered by the domain. His soul power, speed, and strength were all suppressed by 30%, with a single thought. I teleported repeatedly within the domain, attacking him from 3 different directions simultaneously. My grandfather laughed heartily, finally abandoning his passive defense. His bone-white dragon claws swept out, space itself trembling with the ensuing shockwave. I relied on the domain to keep dodging, but still caught a blow to the chest from the aftershock, stumbling back several steps before barely managing to shake off the force. At this point, the sparring finally came to an end. Grandfather told me that the evil god domain, combined with Shani, was already enough for me to be invincible below soul fighter level. Even against powerhouses above level 80, I would still have the strength to contend. I finally confirmed my true combat power. If an opponent had the same soul power as me, they would have no chance of winning. The next morning, Grandfather and I returned to the training grounds. A golden beam of light suddenly tore through the sky from the horizon, its speed startling. Grandfather noticed it first. Spatial power instantly gathered in his palm, but I raised a hand to stop him. Because from within the golden light came a clear phoenix cry, and that familiar soul power was actually stronger than half a month ago by more than just one level. The golden light landed in the center of the salt martial ground. Ling Yuan's figure appeared with it. He was not wearing his former silver robes, but instead a set of golden armor. His long hair tied high behind him, the whole person like a blade just drawn from its sheath. His originally restrained aura now radiated sharpness. He had just broken through, and a wave of soul power far surpassing before spread outward. Even Grandfather showed surprise, because in just half a month's absence, Ling Yuan had gone from level 94, breaking through to level 96. He gave Grandfather a slight bow, then looked at me and smiled. The mechanism Phoenix core had been refined, and his martial soul had also evolved from the blazing fire into the supreme fire phoenix. This was not just a 2-level soul power increase, but a complete change in the martial soul's ceiling, starting from the very root of his bloodline. I could clearly feel the flames within him, several times purer than before, every time his soul power flowed. A faint phoenix cry would echo through the air. The former blazing fire Lun, though equally adept at flames, was far inferior in bloodline level to a true phoenix. Now that his martial soul had completed its evolution, his control over fire had undergone a fundamental change, even the future barriers to breaking through. Level 97 and 90, it would be far smaller than before. And Ling Yuan's transformation was not as easy as it appeared. Half a month ago, he brought the mechanism Phoenix back to Spirit Hall City for seclusion, once the immortal herb's power entered his body. It was like throwing his entire being into a massive furnace, his meridians, bones, and blood all burning in golden flames. This was not ordinary refinement, but a true rebirth through fire. And if his will wavered even slightly, he could be devoured by the flames. But Ling Yuan grit his teeth and persisted, because he knew better than anyone that this immortal herb represented not just cultivation, but whether he could escape the fate of being controlled by the Pope. In the end, he survived the herb's baptism, and the blazing fire Lun completely transformed. His soul power also crossed 2 thresholds in succession, surging straight into level 96. After leaving seclusion, Ling Yuan immediately went to the Spirit Hall's Elder Hall. Only those above level 95 were qualified to set foot there. The Elder Hall was independent of the Pope's Hall, and was managed by the Grand Elder, Lu Songrun. Even Bibi Dong couldn't interfere with matters there at will. When Ling Yuan stepped into the Hall of Elders, Golden Evil Douluo and the others all sensed his change. And upon learning he had reached level 96, the elders were all astonished. Ling Yuan was already young, and now he had broken through 2 levels in one go. Such speed was extremely rare, even in the history of the Spirit Hall. Golden Evil Douluo announced on the spot. From this day forth, Ling Yuan shall be the newly appointed 8th Elder of the Hall of Elders. He was no longer merely a blade in the Pope's hand, but a true high-ranking figure of the Spirit Hall, possessing his own voice, decision-making power, and freedom of action. As an elder, he could participate in the Spirit Halls, truly important internal decisions, and could also refuse unreasonable orders from the Papal Palace. Even if Bibi Dong was displeased, she could only go through the Hall of Elders, and could no longer directly command him to risk his life as before. This autonomy was what Ling Yuan wanted most. Golden Evil Douluo also sensed that his improvement was no ordinary cultivation, and asked if he had obtained some heavenly treasure before going into seclusion. Ling Yuan did not mention my name, only saying he had found a special herb in Tiandao City. Elders each had their own secrets. Golden Evil Douluo did not press further. After leaving the Hall of Elders, Ling Yuan glanced at the Papal Palace from afar. He had served Bibi Dong for years and killed countless people. Yet in the end, he had always been just a pawn that could be discarded at will. Without the immortal herb I gave him, he might never have crossed the threshold of the Hall of Elders in his lifetime. So after confirming his status, Ling Yuan did not stay in Spirit City, but packed a few clothes and rushed to Lingtian's Sect overnight. Now standing before me, his eyes were filled with barely contained excitement. I looked at him and smiled. Level 96 is indeed quite impressive. Ling Yuan told me that from today on, he was no longer the Pope's blade. My grandfather heard this and said good 3 times in a row. A level 96 elder. No matter where he went, he would be a figure of great importance. From now on, Ling Yuan would no longer have to watch Bibi Dong's every expression in the Spirit Hall. But Ling Yuan's gaze remained fixed on me. He walked up to me, reached out and pinched my cheek, and asked what reward I wanted in return for giving him such a great gift. I swatted his hand away and casually said, "Why not offer yourself to me instead?" My grandfather beside us nearly laughed out loud. Ling Yuan was stunned for a moment, then agreed directly. After all, this life of his was given by me, so offering himself was hardly a loss. I didn't continue the conversation, only asked if he had rushed all night without having breakfast. Ling Yuan followed me out of the salt martial ground. My grandfather walked at the back, watching our backs with an increasingly satisfied smile. He even muttered under his breath, "This Ling Yuan girl is far more pleasing to the eye than Beihe's granddaughter." On the way to the main hall, Ling Yuan kept surveying the Lingtian sect. It had been less than half a year since we left the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Yet before us already stood a massive sect, with main halls, side halls, and disciple quarters. Along with the outer buildings under construction, all structures were rapidly taking shape. Ling Yuan couldn't help but marvel that in half a year, I had built such a foundation, far surpassing my father Han Feng, but I told him. My father was no less capable, just not as fortunate as I was. Ling Yuan and my parents were old acquaintances, so he naturally knew what they were like in their youth. He said that at my age, my father would still cling to his elders and act spoiled, nowhere near my current decisiveness. When my grandfather and I first left the 7 Treasures glazed sect, Ling Yuan worried we would struggle, yet in just half a year, I had not only established the Lingtian sect, but also gathered the 3 single-attribute families. The Yi family of King He Hall, as well as strong figures like Dagabo. With such power, no force could easily threaten us. At that point, Ling Yuan suddenly took my arm and asked a question he had long kept in his heart. When I was still at the 7 Treasures glazed sect, had I already planned to leave and establish my own path? Was the Ning Rongrong matter merely an excuse? I didn't deny that Ning Rongrong was indeed the trigger. But even without that broken engagement, I would never have stayed. Living under another's roof, at the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Ling Yuan wasn't surprised to hear this. He had long seen that I would never remain beneath others. The 7 Treasures glazed sect was powerful, but it couldn't contain my ambition. As we reached the main hall, Ling Yuan suddenly told me that if I hadn't decisively left the 7 Treasures glazed sect back then, he might never have taken a liking to me. Back then, I was just a young nobody living off the sect. As a titled Douluo of his standing, why would he willingly be with me? I asked if he saw potential in me building my own path. Ling Yuan didn't deny it, but said that was only part of it. More importantly, I carried something that made him want to draw close. According to what my father said back then, it should be called kingly aura. Hearing those 4 words, I couldn't help but doubt that my father ever said such a thing. Yet Ling Yuan smiled and told me that when my father was young, pursuing my mother, He often boasted to my grandfather about having kingly aura, until my grandfather chased him out with a broom. I was driven out 3 times in a row, and I no longer want to hear my father's pleas. I directly brought Ling Yuan into the main hall, because this time he returned. Not only to showcase his breakthrough results, but also to convey the Spirit Hall's stance. After the two of us sat down, I got straight to the point and asked how the Spirit Hall currently views the rapidly rising Ling Tian sect. Ling Yuan told me that the Spirit Hall's current choice is to win over rather than suppress. This is not because Bibi Dong is generous, but because practical interests dictate it. Now the Ling Tian sect openly possesses 3 titled Douluo. Grandfather is level 97, and he masters spatial abilities. Dugubo is level 93, Meng Shu is level 91. Add the 3 single-attribute great families, and the 9-star Begonia Yi family. This force is already formidable across the entire continent. Even if the Spirit Hall could win, it would come at a tremendous cost. Among the 3 titled Douluo, the hardest to deal with is Grandfather at level 97. His frontal strength is enough to suppress most ordinary titled Douluo, and his space teleportation ability allows him to retreat at any moment. If the Spirit Hall wishes to besiege Grandfather, they would need to send at least several powerhouses above level 90 simultaneously, and they cannot afford any gaps in the encirclement. As long as Grandfather escapes successfully, retaliation will come one after another. Moreover, the Lingtian sect currently has no conflict with the Spirit Hall over territory. Participating in the Spirit Master Academy tournament would instead boost the event's influence. For the Spirit Hall, the benefits of actively courting us far outweigh those of direct war. Besides, the Spirit Hall's true enemies have never been the Lingtian sect. The 3 upper sects and the 2 great empires are the main obstacles that Bibi Dong must deal with in her future plans. The primary obstacles, at this moment, initiating war with us proactively. It would only push a force that could be won over into the enemy camp. Given Bibi Dong's nature, she would never make such a losing bargain. I then asked Lin Yuan whether Bibi Dong knew the true nature of his relationship with me. Ling Yuan shook his head. Bibi Dong only knew that he and my mother were old acquaintances, and had no idea that we already shared a deeper connection, but even if it were exposed, Bibi Dong might not act on it, though his actions were erratic. He was equally pragmatic, and as long as the Ling Tian sect did not stand in his way, he would not provoke them without cause. Because as a level 97 spatial title Douluo, if he failed to kill my grandfather, the Spirit Hall would never know peace in any of its branch halls. Tang Hao alone could give the Spirit Hall headaches, let alone my grandfather who came and went without a trace. After hearing Ling Yuan's assessment, I made up my mind, for now I still needed time to grow, and as long as I cultivated in peace for a few more years. Once I became a titled Douluo and unlocked the Evil 9 trials, the Ling Tian sect would no longer need to fear any power. So if the Spirit Hall was willing to maintain peace, it was the best choice for both sides. And Ling Yuan had now become the 8th Hall Elder. He promised that upon returning to Spirit City, he would clearly state the Ling Tian sect's position in the Elder Hall. As long as he stood on our side, the other elders would, to some extent, show this newly appointed elder some respect, as he no longer belonged to the Pope's Hall. Even if Bibi Dong harbored suspicions, she could not casually command him. More importantly, he believed that his life and everything he now possessed had been given to him by my own hands, so it was only natural for him to work for me. After Ling Yuan finished speaking about the Spirit Hall, he brought up my parents. Over the years, he had also been secretly searching for their whereabouts, but unfortunately had found nothing. Now, however, things were different. After becoming the 8th Hall Elder, he had the authority to mobilize the Spirit Hall's intelligence network spread across the continent. As long as my parents were still on the Douluo continent, he would surely find clues. Hearing this, I thanked him sincerely for the first time. But Ling Yuan did not care at all. I had given him the mechanical phoenix and the Kai stone without asking for anything in return. And in his heart, my parents' matters had long since become his own. We talked for a long time, until outside the window. The sky gradually darkened. All official matters were finally settled. Ling Yuan leaned back in his chair and suddenly stretched. Then, as if he had made a decision, he rose and walked around the desk, step by step, until he stood before me. He braced both hands on the armrests, trapping me in the chair, staring down at me from above, the smile on his face growing more dangerous by the second. Then he asked only one question: "Are we done with the serious talk?"